what's up, dudes? Open it. Yo, what's up? All right. Yo, Roth, Jeff, Mysterious, Kevin, Ashley, Vince, Christian, Sam. What's up, dudes? How are y'all? Hope y'all are having a good that third day. Oh. My least favorite thing ever. Before we get to the meltdown videos, we gotta do like other stuff first. All right. Vince, we're gonna start with yours because I don't want to end with yours. But it's been a while since we've watched anything by Scott the Woz. Some of it's interesting. I just read the title to what you requested. Horror games don't interest me at all. Like at all. Like zero interest whatsoever. The chances of me seeing or hearing about or watching a trailer to a horror game and then subsequently playing it, negative 50%. He's made some good videos before. I just give a rat's fuck about anything horror related. Movies, TV series, games, stories, all that shit. I like watching Nuke's Top 5. Some of that shit. He's creepy. So, that. Horror games. Gotta be honest, man. I think I would much rather play checkers versus myself than play a horror game. Oh, this is a new video. Okay, cool. And no, I don't consider Resident Evil horror games. Those are more like thrillers. And I don't consider zombie horror because zombies don't scare me. Because if the zombie apocalypse actually happens, I'm immediately getting an erection. And in video games, they don't scare me. I'm talking about like actual horror, like the typical horror games where you're just walking through, like the whole game is built to scare you. Walking through some lonely ass small hallway, some little weird girl with pigtails. Well, she's actually missing a pigtail. She's just got a pig staring at you through the wall. I don't know what you do, man. That. I've seen people play these games too. They get freaked out. I'm just like, arg. Okay.
There's a no screaming policy?
It was either ban screaming or recycling. And what can I say? The holidays won me over.
It's October. I don't know if I can handle not
2024 horror games don't scare you that much. 0,000 year horror games don't. Nothing ever. I can't with these games. I just don't like them.
screaming. Halloween's almost here. Ghoul output's on the rise.
Oh, what? You're scared? Because I got news for you, buddy. Fear's a concept made up by Hallmark, and once you accept that, you won't be pissing your pants out of fear. You'll be pissing your pants because your body's shutting down, unfortunately.
You really mean it?
Not just mean, angry. My recommendation to you is to desensitize yourself to scary bullshit.
Not my thing.
Find something real f***ed up and stare at it for an hour straight. That cured me.
Of what?
Sanity.
What should I use to numb myself to fear?
I got scary
Now,
movie.
he might say some games that I've played before that fall into the horror genre. There's some games I don't consider to be horror.
2, 5, 2, or fentanyl.
Man, I don't know. I used to beg, plead on Halloween to get the shit scared out of me. But now,
Wait. How long? That doesn't.
There's no shit to scare out anymore. You're running on fumes.
Exactly! I'm scared to get scared, and I think the best way to conquer my fear of fear is to understand terror at its core. And what better way to do that than go through the history of horror video games? And where better to start than the very first one ever released?
Son of a bitch, you just curdled my blood.
This is racking my nerves!
Tingled my spine.
I'm fucking scared.
Oh, I'm mortified.
What's your favorite genre of game?
Kevin, sounds good, man.
Platformers,
Just, if
RPGs,
y'all have requests, just go ahead and add them.
fighting
and
games,
when we're done with this, we'll
puzzles. Horror games are an interesting bunch. I mean, what classifies one as such? I mean, what's scary is subjective. This right here is my personal hell, so how does this not count? Well, horror as a genre is designed to spook and scare. That's its goal. Doesn't matter if it succeeds, it matters if that was its intention. Much like how something is considered a comedy when its objective is to make you laugh. So just because I fucking lose at a scary movie too, doesn't make it a comedy. So it doesn't matter how much I piss myself to this, it ain't a horror game. This is.
Oh my god! The color green!
Early examples of horror games were more so horror themed. Take, for example, Haunted House on the Magnavox Odyssey, the very first home video game console ever. Can you tell? The Odyssey was basically.
The color green is actually the one color that the human eye can see the best, I think. I can't remember the fact. Can't remember it, like, actually. There's something about the color green. The human eye can see more shades of it, or see it better or brighter than any other color on the spectrum. I don't know, some shit.
2 blocks on a screen. That's it, which is more than enough to scare today's youth. Each game would change up the block's properties a bit and come alongside a unique overlay for your TV. So, in Haunted House, one player needs to collect every clue before the other player catches them.
At the end of the day, it really depends on your definition of horror, really. Because there's a lot of games out there that are horror. And I'm not talking about the game, I'm talking about, I don't know, man, the price, what the game has, what it doesn't, what it's lacking. Empty promises. That's horrifying, really. There's nothing more horrifying than buying a game for $70 and then you play it and there's only like $10 worth of a game on that $70 disc or digital download, and you gotta wait a whole year or 2 years for the game to be done when you already paid money for it. That's the truly horrifying part right there. That's what I'm really afraid of when it comes to gaming. To me, that scares me to my bones.
As the ghost. Honestly, the Odyssey's Guess the State game is scarier.
What the hell is Alaska doing there?
But hey, don't let Haunted House dictate what horror games can be, because over on the Atari 2600, we got, now we have graphics. Finally, now I can see. Not seeing anything! It's pitch dark. Can't see anything but your own eyes. Which, you gotta admit, that.
Find what you love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
The creative use of the Atari's limited hardware to convey the feeling of walking through a spooky dark mansion. But fundamentally, this plays the same as another Atari game, Adventure, but now there's bats. You can definitely make an argument that Haunted House is a horror game. You can also make an argument that it's sexy. No matter your stance, you can't deny it laid some important groundwork here. I mean, traversing through the darkness, illuminating your path, restrictive use of items making things more tense. There are huge elements of the horror game genre here. Problem is, it looks like this. A handful of horror movies received Atari 2600 games, but I'm not sure how much these count as horror games. Like Halloween features you trying to escape the serial killer Michael Myers. That's pretty spooky. But all the gameplay boils down to is get the collectibles, avoid the enemy. It's practically fucking Pac-Man, and that at least has ghosts. Most early examples of horror in gaming boil down to if Dracula's in it, like none of this is really trying to scare you. There are elements that have been scary in other forms of media, but that doesn't mean a damn thing when Frankenstein's fucking naked. Here we have Splatterhouse, a game so controversial, so horrifying, they specify no pussies allowed. Oh, my kryptonite. But you get into the game and like, yeah, it's grotesque, it's violent, But so is the 5 o'clock news. Really makes you think, doesn't it? If Splatterhouse is a horror game, then Mortal Kombat is. It's not enough to have grotesque imagery to be classified as horror, because if that's all it takes, thank God I'm validated. By the early 90s, if you wanted the scariest gaming experience of them all, you had 3D Monster Maze from 1981 and shit in your pants. But I think the definitive introduction of the horror genre was in 1992 with the release of Alone
best of
in the
luck in your
Dark.
endeavors.
This stinks. Really impactful stuff right here, no doubt about that. You can say the same about World War II, so like, what? Alone in the Dark feels as if it was designed to invoke the feeling of being, well, alone in the dark. Hopeless, scared, fumbling around because the controls are fucking dog shit. Doesn't matter that, categorically, you are not alone, you're not in the dark. Because it's how the game makes you, the player, feel, which to me is the definition of a horror game. Now, how much of that was intentional? Who knows? You could argue the game's god-awful, obtuse, stupid-ass controls are meant to make you feel weak and powerless, or this was just the best they could do at the time. This is rough. I mean, you can respect Alone in the Dark, but you can't play it. However, it's pretty blatantly obvious that, at its core, this is something special. Up to this point, video games were mostly power fantasies, but here, you have one that goes against all of that. Every corner of this giant maze of a mansion has monsters jumping out at you when you least expect it, hidden traps that cause an immediate game over, cryptic puzzles, and an incredibly limited inventory of items to work with. And what can you do about it? The limitations may be frustrating, but horror isn't supposed to be a comfortable experience. Your vulnerability enhances the scariness. Nothing feels good here, but that's the point. Problem is, I think they laid it on too thick. This just isn't great to play. Admirable as all hell, though. I mean, the use of 3D character models alone here was revolutionary. No, I'm serious. And the fact you were moving around in 3D gave you a whole new dimension of ways to get spooked. This was a landmark title, defined the genre known as survival horror, and deserves to be immortalized as one of the all-time greats.
You know, you don't have to try to convince me that you're fucking crazy.
For how innovative Alone in the Dark was, its legacy really doesn't reflect that. It pretty much set the groundwork for survival horror, and didn't know what the hell to do after the fact. Oh, no kidding. But hey, credit where credit's due, we wouldn't have much better survival horror games without this. 1996, Resident Evil launched, and damn it, thank God for plagiarism. This is like the exact same setup as Alone in the Dark, and it's nearly as god-awful to play. Both games use tank controls, which mean just let me say they suck. They suck. Regardless of where your character is facing, up is always move forward, down is always go backward. And when there's all these fixed camera angles that constantly change up your position, it just puts me in some sort of mood. Tank controls were a product of the time. That's just how you made games like this back then. But some will still go to bat for them, especially in the survival horror genre. I mean, imagine if you were in this position in real life, right next to somebody that wants you gone. You'd probably fumble around just like this. You'd be mortified.
You don't look mortified.
I definitely agree with and understand the concept that tank controls can help make things more tense and thus enhance the horror. Now in practice, man, I look more constipated than scared. For me personally, these old ass tank controls take me out of the experience. They overpower everything else going on in the game. When I'm playing classic Resident Evil, I'm not worried about what's around the corner. I'm worried if I can even fucking get there. But hey, that's just me. Wrong. Because Resident Evil is like the horror video game. Really like the first one.
Not really.
To matter. The controls and fixed camera angles may be jarring today, but back then, this was the way to execute fear in
I
game.
never thought this game was scary. I played Resident Evil. I just had fun shooting shit, really, for the most part. Shooting zombies. It really is your definition of horror. If you think zombies are horror, then I don't.
I mean, you can't move the camera to get a quick peek at what's over there. The only way to know is to suck it up, be the anti-bitch, and hit down. No, up, okay. Really effectively translates the feeling of dread
But I didn't play this one.
you
thank God.
have tiptoeing around an old, spooky, dark house, especially with limited resources to take down the zombies you come across. Finding ammo is a godsend, but it goes quick. And here, saving your game is a luxury, not a right. You have to find typewriters to save, and even then, you gotta find ink ribbons to use the typewriters to save. And there's only so many you can possibly find in the game, so if you save too much, you're out of luck. You can't save your game anymore. Oh man, so good! The voice acting is...
I don't know, Ashley.
Oh,
I have no
Barry!
idea.
That was too close.
I'm trying to get through
You
this
were
first,
almost a
and then I'll
Jill
let you know.
sandwich.
Well, that f***ing sucks.
Damn it, man, I was trying to keep this going on longer. Yeah, I'm just gonna be real with you.
Vanguard Active Fixed Income. Expert team, disciplined risk.
Original PlayStation isn't the... It's not the... I don't like it. Doesn't make it a bad game. No, not at all. This is one of the all-time greats. I just don't want to play it at all. This isn't fun. But once again, that's kind of the point here. Resident Evil's MO isn't to give you a good time. Its goal is to make you damn uncomfortable, and that's what makes for good horror. Or whatever the hell this is. The scariest thing to me about Resident Evil is having to play more of it. Damn it! Just because I dislike playing the original Resident Evil doesn't mean I don't respect the hell out of it in the following entries.
Yeah, I didn't play it.
Especially Resident Evil 2. I mean, this was a massive upgrade in nearly every way. Just a much tighter experience. Now, I even find the tank controls to be far more manageable here.
But you're sobbing.
You're less than I was before! I feel RE2 perfectly balances fear with just delicious ham. See, I believe Resident Evil is meant to be scary and not taken seriously at the exact same time. I mean, this first game, like, look at this. This isn't scary, this is sassy. And like, what am I supposed to get from this live action opening? Empathy?
Here you go.
The original Resident Evil's tone is iconically campy, and I love that about it. But I don't think that was ever intentional, and coupled with everything else, it just doesn't do much for me as a survival horror game these days. Resident Evil 2, on the other hand, honestly felt creepier, more tense, more deliberate in its design, all while keeping that patented Resident Evil stupid fucking bullshit alive and well. You can patent anything. But man, as much as I love elements from all of these games, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have a hard time getting through them. You have to be so damn patient to put up with these things sometimes. Hell, learning the controls alone is a huge commitment. But hey, many will say the controls aren't outdated, you just have to put some time into learning them. How sad it is modern gamers aren't willing to put up with tank controls anymore.
What a joke.
Because it was fucking bullshit and fucking stupid, and looking back on it compared to what we have now, it was the epitome of garbage. Look it up in the definition, you'll see that goddamn GameCube controller. What are we talking about?
I still want clean water and then the right to vote.
Well, what you don't consider to be outdated, I don't consider to be worth my time. And before you consider that an insult to Resident Evil, it's not. Resident Evil's success proved that there was a market for gamers proclaiming, who needs a toilet when my pants are right here? So throughout the PlayStation 1 era, we got loads of new spooky franchises. Most notably, Silent Hill. Wow, now this is a new take on a horror game. I can actually fucking control it!
Yeah!
Am I dreaming?
Nope.
Silent Hill still uses tank controls, but with its more traditional third-person camera system, it's not only far easier to play these days, it's damn impressive. Like, check these angles. This is so cinematic. Hell, I'd go as far to say Silent Hill was even more revolutionary for the horror genre than Resident Evil was. And that's because Silent Hill is actually scary. Resident Evil can be tense and creepy, but the fear it instills basically ends at, I hope that monster doesn't look uglier than the last. By comparison, Silent Hill is described...
No, dude, it's... Even if you look at the movies, man, Resident Evil is more of a thriller and an action movie, more so than a horror movie. And when you talk about horror, you can't just throw something in that's, like, not even possible. That's not going to scare people. You know what scares people? Reality. You know what scares people? Real. That's why Silent Hill is a much better horror game than Resident Evil could be. No one can really suspend their disbelief like, oh, zombies, cool. That'll never happen, so I don't really have a reason to be scared of these things. So that's why. It either is horror or it isn't. You can't just like literally sit in between. You could with the thriller and the action, which is what's depicted in the movies, but I do not consider at all in the slightest Resident Evil to fall into a horror category. Just don't. Maybe the more recent one with that lady with the big tits and shit. I think she sits on your face. I don't know. I haven't played that one. I played Resident Evil 5. That was the last Resident Evil I played. I played 4 for a little bit. I don't really think I liked it all that much. 5 was my favorite one. No, I think I played 3 and didn't like it all that much. I played 4, but not for long, and then I played the shit out of 5. It's not horror, man. Even when I played House of the Dead, I was just a child. At no point was I afraid. At no point did I feel anxiety or tension or like fear or like was the hair raising on the back of my neck. Now, when I played Left 4 Dead and I was trapped in the fucking dark with that fucking screaming witch, that was a little bit scary. But even then, there was like maybe 1 or 2 scary moments in that game, and jump scares do not count as horror. Stop being lazy. It doesn't. I do not consider a jump scare as horror. Like, I can jump scare the fuck out of you all right now if you gave me the chance. If I had the opportunity and you didn't see me, that's too easy. That's lazy. To call that horror is not. It's not. It never will be.
More so as psychological horror. It goes far deeper than, oh my god, that better not be a zombie.
Yeah, I'm not scared. I'm just pissed.
Now, I think the Resident Evil games are better, well, games. These are full-blown adventure games. You can take the horror element out.
I agree, Jeff. I don't care, but I'm just saying I had to put my.
They'd still be pretty damn good. Silent Hill is horror through and through. The game itself is solid, but I can't imagine it as anything but a horror game. There's just this overwhelming sense of dread. The atmosphere here is truly unlike anything else at the time. Even if nothing is going on, you just feel bad.
Oh, that might be why.
Fog so thick you can barely see anything. Your radio will make such unnerving sounds alerting you that enemies are nearby. And when you do see enemies, they look fucking nasty. Silent Hill thrives on disturbing the player. Not just with what's on screen, but what isn't. Just makes you uneasy the whole way through. And I think when it comes to truly being a horror video game from top to bottom, Silent Hill is a masterclass example of that.
You know what's horrifying to me in a video game, and it's not even horror? When you give me a time limit for an activity. That horrifies me. Because then it's the overwhelming dread that I might fail, or I might not meet that time limit, or I might not meet that expectation, or I might not succeed, or I just might not make it because I wasn't fast enough. That shit's horrifying to me, and I fucking hate it. And that shit gives me anxiety. It really does. When you put a timer in my face and you time me on something in the game, and there's a certain time limit that I have to do it by, bro, my blood pressure, my heart, my brain is racing. That shit for me is horrifying. Not making a deadline or something like that in a video game. That shit raises my blood pressure. It does. Something jumping out of the fucking screen does not raise my blood pressure at all. I'll do this. That's about it. That's all you really get. It's kind of, jump scares are fucking cheap as shit.
Dinosaurs and clocks.
Go on.
And when video games do it, it's equally as cheap.
We have games like Dino Crisis, made by the same people as Resident Evil, except now, instead of zombies, there's a crisis. And then there's Clock Tower, which actually made its debut a full year before Resident Evil, exclusively in Japan on the Super Famicom. Alone in the Dark and this game right here can be considered the true origins of horror in gaming.
Bro, anything that came out on the PlayStation and only the PlayStation up until the PlayStation 2, I didn't play because I didn't have a PlayStation up until the PlayStation 2. So, a lot of these games, my homie did, so I got to play games like Crash Bandicoot and shit like that, Metal Gear Solid. And I played a lot of games with him, but just like, again, horror games are not my thing. And these games, had I even been into these, I probably wouldn't even have been able to play these games because these games probably were specific at the time to PlayStation, I think, maybe. PlayStation, yeah, I think Xbox didn't exist when the PlayStation 1 was a thing. There's really no other competitor to carry these things. So, yeah.
It's also the origin of all this apathy.
Clock Tower can be pretty impressive. I mean, a Super Nintendo game being scary? I mean, it's not impossible, but damn. There are a few key moments here that genuinely made me jump. But who the hell cares? Jump scares are like the fart jokes of horror. Nothing to be proud of here. All you did was, there was this arcade game, Sinistar, from 1982, which is often credited as the first game to feature a jump scare.
Where I live.
Yep, there it is.
Which
That was
I
it?
do have
Crazy.
a foolproof method to get around jump scares without obviously looking away. Just shift your eyes to the corner of the room while keeping your face pointed towards the screen. Oh, and wear this shirt. And hey, that is damn good advice.
Hey, oh my god. This is what I had, guys. Literally. This is what I had. This was. You know, I'm actually glad that I had to that I sat through 15 minutes just to be able to lay eyes on this one more time. Man, I had so many good times on this. I played Tiger Woods Golf. I played Dead to Rights, played the Matrix game. Fuck. Matrix game was fucking ass, but I played the shit out of it. Think I may have played Soul Reaver on this too, actually. Dead to Rights, I think I played the absolute most. Dead to Rights and then Dead to Rights 2 Retribution. That was like my style of game. That and sports games. I played a lot of sports games on this. And then I caught smoking one day by my mother. Took this very PlayStation right here and she smashed it. 75 little fucking pieces. Crazy. When we moved out of that house, I was still finding leftover black pieces of PlayStation from like years prior when we moved out of that house. Madness. And then that was my last PlayStation, bro. I never got another PlayStation again. After that, I didn't have a console for years. And then the very next console I got was the Xbox 360. I didn't have this big brick. My homie did. I just played at his house.
To take moving into the PlayStation 2 era, because I'd consider this to be the golden age of horror games. I mean, buddy, look at all these.
And then obviously the Dreamcast. I think I played the Dreamcast the absolute most. Dreamcast and Genesis. And I had the PlayStation. The Dreamcast and Genesis were outdated. I didn't play them anymore after my PlayStation got wrecked. I wasn't gonna downgrade and go back to the Dreamcast, bro. No, hell no. What am I, a peasant? And so yeah, I just went gameless, consoleless for years, up until I left home. I was like, fuck, I get an Xbox now, man.
Be the golden age of horror games. I mean, buddy, look at all these. Brand new franchises, sequels, remakes, a Resident
Oh no, that's on the GameCube. No, hella ass.
Evil remake for GameCube. Just 6 years after the original's debut. And my lord, these look a lifetime apart. Goes down in history as one of the greatest remakes of all time because it's more than just a remake. It's pretty much like a do-over. This just feels right. It brings the original way up to code, fixing and adding so much. It's
Experience the superior.
Nope, not really. Don't feel like it. Your PS2 burned out a few months ago? That's... Hey man, you can't really be mad. When did you buy that thing? Like 20 years ago, probably? You can't even be mad. That's some longevity right there. Some people still have their PS2 and it works. You must have used the shit out of that thing. Really. Because bro, I bought an Xbox One Series S, I think like 6 months ago. I've turned it on twice. And I don't have any of those old consoles, man. Those old consoles that I had back in the day, like the Dreamcast, the Genesis, I gave those to my siblings. They were younger than me, so when I got older and didn't use it anymore, I just handed it off to them, and they got all my old shit. That's just the way it went. They got my Dreamcast, they got my Genesis, they got the PlayStations, they got Xboxes, and over the years, I've just given my sisters a whole bunch of shit. Dude, I remember every time I used to come home on leave from the military, I'd take my sister, the younger sister, the 22-year-old. I would take her to GameStop, and I'd just be like, go pick 5 games. And she'd go pick 5 games, and then I either bought them a lot of shit or just gave them a lot of shit over the years, and most of it was my shit. So I'd probably have to ask them. Maybe they still have it, maybe they don't, maybe they trashed it. I don't care if they did. So. Oh shit, hold on, I'm sorry.
practically.
But I did gift my sister an Xbox 2 years ago. I gave her a Series S, I believe, for her birthday. And I think she still has it, but she's more fond of the Nintendo DS. or her 3DS, or whatever the fuck, the Switch, actually. She's more fond of that than the console, so.
The tone here has seen a huge overhaul. Now, sure, I mean, this is
It's me, Chris.
Is that you, Rebecca?
fucking terrifying, but the remake's graphical upgrade does numbers to the atmosphere. Many areas look so dirty, as if they've been left to rot, something bad happened here, or both. But even the clean rooms creep me out. The gameplay is still classic Resident Evil, but with so many tweaks, additions, enhancements, the map is bigger, new enemies were added, the solutions to puzzles have changed, which is sure to freak out veterans.
They may have served our country, but sometimes that's not enough.
In addition, the
not what he
voice
meant,
acting is
but-
no longer really fucking bad. It's just bad. All adds up to Resident Evil Remake being the definitive classic Resident Evil game. Definitely way scarier than the PS1 games while retaining what makes the franchise special. And stupid. But hey, it's good to play into what made your series special, especially when there was so much competition this generation, on the same console no less. Here we
I
have
really feel like House of the Dead was scarier than Resident Evil, but that's just. I guess we're just talking about PlayStation.
Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem, published by, oh, I know them, Donkey Konga, right? And Donkey Konga 2, the very first M-rated game released by Nintendo. That's cute, and it just so happens to be one of the most effective horror releases of all time.
Right, that'd be like Marvel releasing a rated R film or something. On their own, not by like someone else. Not in association with.
Adorable. Eternal Darkness utilizes sanity effects, which break the fourth wall with elements that are meant to scare the player outside of what's going on in the actual game. The TV's volume changing, everything going black, error messages, all meant to make the player feel like they are genuinely going insane. Which has definitely been a theme explored by games prior, but not to this level. Obviously, some of these effects are fairly outdated now, and you can almost immediately tell they're just the game goofing around on you. And honestly, at this point, if you're going to play Eternal Darkness, why the hell are you doing that if you don't already know about some of the effects? Eternal Darkness sales bombed though, probably due to the GameCube's target demographic shitting their pants for different reasons. Hell, even Resident Evil didn't fare too well on the console. I guess most horror fans were spending their time on the other platforms with games like Fatal Frame.
I don't know why, but dude, I will always forever hail the GameCube as the worst fucking console ever, bro. To release a game on that console on purpose, man, would be like a movie producer going to like my next door neighbor so my next door neighbor can release his film instead of, I don't know, Carmike or fucking The Ritz or any one of the number of fucking very popular theaters that exist in the country. You just give your movie to the neighbor. Hey, can you make sure people see this? Stupid. Always thought the console was so fucking ass, man. To release a game there, you're just releasing a game to die. Or to just not get noticed at all. That was always my opinion of the fucking GameCube. You want your game to bomb? You put it on GameCube. That's it. Or you want people to ignore it or not see it? You put it on GameCube. Always felt that way.
Based on a true story?
Probably not.
Watergate?
Fatal Frame is quite possibly one of the most unique horror game franchises out there, considering the genre is survival horror, photography. It's about damn time. What's next? I've always respected Fatal Frame, but never really gelled with it. I don't know, something about the gameplay never really hooked me, and its scare tactics just don't do much for me.
So you're you're essentially, the video game is essentially you're a fucking YouTube ghost hunter. I guess. That doesn't sound boring at all. At all, man. Would you rather see the Civil War and fight in it? Or would you rather take pictures of it? That's why that movie fucking bombed, bro. Really. Ruling. So stupid.
I'm pissing myself out of convenience, not fear.
And why settle for Fatal Frame 1, especially when there were so many other options available this generation? My god! I mean, for starters, the other Fatal Frames are far better. The Silent Hill series experienced a renaissance on PS2. Siren, Clock Tower 3.
Hey, Virginia, let's make make a deal.
It's a scratcher with a top prize of $100,000.
If y'all don't know where I live, y'all know where I live now.
It's a Virginia lottery.
The fucking ads give it away, doesn't it? Thanks, lottery. Doxing my location.
Obscure Haunting Ground, Rule of Rose, QAnon. Hell, Doom 3 was a survival horror game. You take one of the most iconic video game franchises out there.
This game was amazing. This game was great. I played the shit out of this. Probably the best game on this list so far, in my opinion. I don't even consider it horror. I just consider it badass killing monsters.
And make the third entry scary? That is so
Just like Duke Nukem. You could probably say that Duke Nukem was a horror game, but it ain't.
brave. And so am I for saying that's so dumb. Doom was all about action.
Yeah.
Brute forcing your way through all enemies like a badass. Just
No.
a terrible one. Though, Doom 3 doesn't necessarily take that feeling away from the player. I think at this point in
I gotta tell you something, guys. I gotta be honest. I haven't played a Doom game since this one. And I have Doom Eternal on my Xbox. I've just never played it. I've never fired it up. A couple months back, my little brother was here, and I let him play my Xbox, and he fired up Doom Eternal. I think he was on the easiest difficulty, and I think he played for like 5 minutes before he rage quit, because he's really ass at video games. But yeah, this is the only one. I've never played another Doom besides this one. Ever.
through all enemies like a badass. Just a terrible one. Though, Doom 3 doesn't necessarily take that feeling away from the player. I think at this point in gaming history, horror has been proven to be one of the most effective uses of the medium. It engages the player unlike anything else, immersing you in its world. So to truly take Doom to the next level for a new generation, yeah, it kind of makes sense to make it scary. I mean, you're fighting demons, man. Don't act like you're so damn cool you wouldn't freak the fuck out if this was in real life. Hell, I'd freak out if Zoop was real. Well, I do think the following entry, Doom in 2016, is far more true to what a modern-day Doom should be. That shouldn't undermine Doom 3 as an experience. I think it's still a solid game, one that took the franchise in an interesting direction that does make sense, while also showcasing just how popular horror was in the mid-2000s. I think this generation was a perfect storm for the genre. The PS1 era already proved it had so much potential, but now, you could expand upon the ideas and concepts introduced with far better graphics, sound, control, overall immersion, and with horror movies hitting it big, it's completely fair to consider this to be the golden age. So what does that make what followed?
The golden shower.
2005, Resident Evil
Like
4 released. And
On a better console though.
it was the greatest thing to happen to the genre, and the worst at the same time. I mean, this is one of the best games of all time. There ain't no getting around that. It was a complete
I prefer 5.
reinvention of the series. No more fixed camera angles.
I think the title should have been Resident Evil games, not horror games.
Now follows everything we do. The camera is our bitch. The gameplay is far more focused on gunplay and action, with more traditional Resident Evil puzzles throughout, and my god, it is a masterclass of a video game. But is it a masterclass of survival horror? Resident Evil 4 does have tense moments. Its setting is creepy and it can be scary, but it's definitely far more comfortable to play than prior entries, both mentally and physically. The controls are far more modern than anything we've seen before in the series, but they can still be a little tricky to get a hold of. For example, you can't move while aiming, which seems like a limitation at first, but the entire game is designed around this, which, yeah, it can still be a struggle to get a handle on sometimes, but it's never fucking
This is you, and this is your...
Fast. It's almost over, Jeff. It's almost over, man.
You still get a hint of awkwardness to make enemy encounters just unnerving enough. And while you have more ammo and inventory space than ever before, they're just limited enough to make things tense. I think Resident Evil 4 is undoubtedly still a survival horror game, But you see the direction things are heading, right? A horror game with an emphasis on action and spectacle that received critical acclaim and commercial success? Well, surely that's what everybody wants now.
Not me. I want a game with X-ray vision that's top-down, first person with customization.
What?
You know, like skins.
We are now entering the era where this is considered horror. They're not wrong. The Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 generation was so damn rocky for horror. Some all-time greats here, no doubt about it. But there's a distinct lack of, never mind. Many of the most prominent horror franchises up to this point dipped in quality, disappeared, or just flat out lost the plot. Resident Evil 5 was good, but it cranked the action up so much that it barely resembled a survival horror game anymore. And Resident Evil 6 went even farther in that direction.
I didn't play 6.
Which is crazy considering the box art here is the scariest of them all. Don't worry, all you have to do is try not to picture a giraffe face fucking a worm.
Nah, sorry. That's a leech.
Silent Hill was all over the place this generation. Fatal Frame just refused to release in North America anymore. And hell, even horror franchises that debuted here, like Fear and Dead Space, kind of both petered out with every subsequent entry, eventually trading off a ton of the horror elements for more action. It's like, what? Did everybody just want to be like a Call of Duty game now? Got to the point where people were hyping up Zombie U for the Wii U as a return to form for survival horror. If that form is dog shit, then sure. Definitely a cool idea having your inventory down on the Wii U gamepad, forcing you to look away from the TV, leaving yourself vulnerable to zombie attacks. But that's all it is. An idea. Like World Peace is a great idea, so do it. I just don't find anything to really come together with this experience. It tried to fill the void of legitimate horror games at the time, but to me, it just came off as tacky and cheap. The scariest part about Zombie U is the scariest part of anything on this console. Horror games weren't extinct at this time, but they definitely weren't thriving like they were a generation or two ago. I feel that trends really altered the direction of many series like Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Fear, Dead Space. Like, you see how good that their Call of Duty is doing? Obviously, our series with the Jill sandwich can do even better if we just focus on explosions and haircuts. I think the more action-focused approach seemed to be a safe bet to bring in wide audiences. But man, sometimes you just gotta focus on what makes your series special rather than worry about ways to bring in people who weren't fans to begin with. And I think this, right here in 2014, proved how special horror games can be.
You know,
Why wouldn't Gears of War be considered a horror game? It's like one team of 4 against those fucking hideous creatures that are taking over the planet. Or I assume are taking over the planet. It's been a minute since I've played that game. Army of 2. That seems pretty horrifying, doesn't it? It's just 2 of you versus everyone. I love that game, really. And no, at no point was I scared and did it have any elements of horror. But an argument could be made. It's just you 2 versus everyone. No help, just Army of 2. Just you and a buddy. That's it. That'd be pretty horrifying if you translate that to real life. And yes, I can translate it to real life because he just did that for another video game. So, yeah, again, it's just it depends on your definition of the word horror. And it's so subjective. But we've only covered, like, I don't know, maybe 7 games in this. I'm assuming that only 7 horror games exist. Silent Hill, Dead Space, and all the Resident Evils.
That's...
PT was originally a proof of concept released as a free game for PlayStation 4, meant to announce the upcoming reboot of Silent Hill, Silent Hills. This game supposedly has practically nothing to do with what Silent Hills would have been. Rather, it's meant to show—
One thing I've learned from this video is that the horror game market is like the opposite of saturated, actually. From what I've learned from this video. I can't really sit here and believe that there's only like 9 or 10 games in the horror game category. But I think it's only 9 or 10 games that are worth playing in the horror game category. That's what this video is really telling me. Or there's just not that much diversity at all. in this genre. Which doesn't bother me or irk me because I don't care for this genre.
Show what they were going for in terms of horror. Shit in my pants. PT is a heavily detailed yet simple game, looping through the same hallway over and over again with differences beginning to pop up, tensions rising gradually to the point where every time the hallway is about to loop again, you start to feel more and more dread. Even a minor change that's not even inherently scary freaks me out here because the game tells you nothing. It has you experience everything yourself. No cutscenes, tutorials. You piece together the story details. You figure out what's going on and what to do. And the game makes you feel like you are hopeless, alone. There's no escape, but the solution is so simple. It's just a hallway. I'll keep playing because Jesus! Everything comes together to craft the perfect horror experience. Damn, that is fucking scary. As tragic as Silent Hill's cancellation was, I do think this helped set things in motion for a brighter future, right alongside the independent horror game scene. Many of these smaller scale titles thrive on being slimmer experiences as they're not bloated with the desire to appeal to mass markets. They are completely designed to be scary, many of them having a larger, disturbing story in the background with little lore details sprinkled throughout, encouraging the player to speculate on what happened. How did things get this way? This all helped the survival horror genre to experience a complete resurgence. I mean, Resident Evil 7 completely took a page out of PT's playbook with the switch to a first-person perspective. And man, this is almost too similar. For a series with such a unique style and iconic characters, this change feels strange, but this is an excellent, well, I wouldn't say return to form because Resident Evil was never this scary, but this initiated a new wave of incredibly high-quality games in the franchise, like the Resident Evil 2 remake, which is probably my recommendation to anybody wanting a modern horror game. The Evil Within, Alien Isolation, Silent Hill's return. It feels damn good to see this genre playing into what makes it special rather than be something it's not. Well, damn, that wasn't too scary to get through.
No, just really
Never
long.
mind.
You know, I thought I was never the biggest fan of horror games, especially.
I'm not at all. Even after that video, but I liked it. There's a good video. I just wish it would have been something that I gave a shit about. It would have made it more enjoyable for me, anyway. But as long as you guys enjoyed it, that's all that matters. Okay. I don't know if there's anything on the list, but I'm gonna check right now. See. Okay. All right, one. Okay. Task and purpose. Roth, if you're still in here, we're about to do yours. I think I've seen this channel before. See. Yeah. This one's it, right? Roth, the first one.
P.F. Chang's invites you to celebrate the holidays with fried chicken and bubbles.
Not everyone.
P.F. Chang's ain't really all that great, but passable. At least the one in my hometown. It's even still there. The most violent gang is spreading across America. It'll probably keep spreading until you take like a really, really hard stance against it. but that really, really hard stance includes a lot of violence and a lot of bloodshed. And that's just something that would have a lot of probably civilian casualties and collateral damage. I think that's the only way. But at the same time, I don't think there's a way at all. Let's see.
What started as a Venezuelan prison gang is now fast spreading across the United States.
It's an infestation. It's taking hold, not just in Colorado or New York. It's up in Michigan, Florida, Texas, you name it.
They've expanded through tactics of extreme violence and trafficking everything from guns to people. You might already be familiar with them because a video clip of the gang went viral recently. They made national headlines for terrorizing an apartment complex in the state of Colorado. Take a look at this insane security footage showing armed men casually walking around like they own the place. We see them going from door to door, and according to an independent investigation from a Denver law firm, they were demanding protection money, basically extra rent paid directly to them, and they're stabbing residents who refuse to pay up. The reason why I think this footage was so shocking to so many—
Bro, we watched a video on this a couple of weeks ago. It was a video by Tyler Oliveira, and he was... Okay, bro, which one is it? Which one is it? Because we watched a video by Tyler... See, this is why you got to do your due diligence. We watched a video by Tyler Oliveira, and he was going around some of these neighborhoods that had reportedly had Venezuelan gang activity, or it was just like really dangerous, or there was just like crazy shit happening. This man went all around these neighborhoods asking people, yo, what about these Venezuelan gangs? And roughly about 85% of the people that he talked to, they were like, ain't no gangs here, man. Everything's good. I mean, nothing outside the normal, regular, crazy shit that happens everywhere else across the country. Nah, it's kind of fine here. And there were a couple people that were like, yeah, they're coming in, right? And a majority of the video had you believing this wasn't even a problem at all. But it is.
People is because the criminals look like they're going for a stroll without a care in the world. The question on everyone's mind, or at least mine, is how are they operating with this kind of impunity? It suggests that these guys are comfortable and don't have any real fear of repercussion from law enforcement. So who is this new gang?
Tren de Aragua.
Tren de Aragua.
Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua.
Tren de Aragua.
Or, because isn't it strange that no one's really heard about him till now? And isn't it strange that that Tyler dude was walking around all these areas and people were just like, I don't really see anything. I don't really know of like this violence that you're talking about. No one's asked me for protection money, right? What if it's just these motherfuckers, instead of actually doing gang shit and spreading their influence and going to other places, what if they're just faking it to make people believe that this is what they're doing? And once they get enough clout and they get enough, I don't know, then they actually go forth with it. We see it all the time on the internet. People lying, and then motherfuckers actually believe their lies and give them views, clicks, donations, blah, blah, blah. And they weren't making money before, but now they are because they lied about it, right? So maybe that's a tactic that they're using because no one's seen them. Seems like they came out of nowhere. No one can really spot them, right? It's just like, what if it's a tactic of just like faking it? And let's have them believe that we're doing these things, and let's have them believe that we exist, that we're spreading and all this stuff when they might actually just not be. I see photos of people holding guns. I mean, it's not illegal to take a photo holding a gun. So I mean, maybe not. That's just like theory talking. I'm just talking, but
now, I know this topic has become widely politicized, but I assure you it's not my goal to sway you one way or the other on it. I worked closely with a South American researcher to make sure that we got all of the facts and cultural idiosyncrasies about this case correct. I'm simply going to be consolidating all the information here for you. This is everything you need to know about the TDA gang and authorities' attempts to bring them to justice. But first, I'm excited to tell you about the folks that made this video possible. Conflict of Nations, probably the most realistic—
Yo, Tracy, what's up? Negative. It's not this one, but Wait, what? I'm sorry.
An action-packed PvP strategy game around. And what's even better...
Oh, shit. Man, for a second there, I was like, oh my god.
the most realistic and action...
Yo, for a second there, I was like, oh my god, what is happening in my home state? It's just a fucking World of Tanks, man.
Railway Union, but the union never executed. But one theory is only available for 30 days, so don't wait. Click the link in the description or the pinned comment below. So the origins of Tren de Aragua are widely disputed, but one theory is that they started in Venezuela around 2005 as this small group of workers who got jobs at a railway union, but the union never ended up progressing into the construction phase. So instead, they started going around pulling off crimes together, idle hands of the devil's playground and all that. I believe this theory to be the most credible and obvious because their name literally translates to Aragua train. Things really kicked off though when some of the members were thrown into an overcrowded prison. Venezuelan authorities who were in charge of that facility then handed over the keys to the prisoners themselves to run it instead. Through a series of neglect, cowardice, and good old-fashioned corruption, they put
Or it could be that they took a play straight out of Amanda Waller's playbook. What the shit? Who the... Hear this one more time.
Members were thrown into an
what's up?
Overcrowded prison. Venezuelan authorities who were in charge of that facility then handed over the keys to the prisoners themselves to run it instead. Through a series of neglect, cowardice, and good old-fashioned corruption, they pushed the responsibility onto the prisoners. A few years later, things really had gotten wildly out of hand because according to Inside Crime, who's been closely monitoring the group, by 2018, the gang had over 2,000 members and was growing fast. Local criminal organizations tried to confront Tren de Aragua. Really had gotten wildly out of hand because according to Inside Crime, who's been closely monitoring the group, by 2018, the gang had over 2,000 members and was growing fast. Local criminal...
And this all sprouted from the fact that those guards left those prisoners in that jail unattended with the keys?
Organizations tried to confront Tren de Aragua, but were killed in the process. A year later, Venezuela's Special Action Forces, they're like elite police officers, got into a firefight with them during a pursuit and killed 5 of the members. But so far, they've failed to really put a dent into their operations. The gang ran the prison themselves through a system called Pranatos, which, I kid you not, roughly translates to natural-born double killer prisoner. You cannot make this shit up. These groups then established a structured system within the prison, which I'm sure had a fun bureaucracy to it, where the top boss was...
Probably looked like something straight out of the movie The Dark Knight Rises, where all the criminals are running the courtrooms and shit.
It's called the Prawn, appointed lieutenant...
Death or exile.
Lieutenants to collect the money needed to run the prison, coordinate crimes outside the wire, and charge the inmates a tax to allow them to live. Yes, you...
Except these guys have a way better plan than Bane did. Bane's plan was kind of fucking stupid in that movie. That's why it failed ultimately at the end.
You heard that right. If that sounds familiar, it's because it's the exact same thing they were doing in Colorado. A former prisoner told the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, "The first time you don't pay, they shoot your wrist. If you don't pay a second time, they shoot your ankle. The third non-payment, the penalty is death." When the Venezuelan National Guard were later ordered to retake control of the prisons, what they found, I think, it shocked me. One of the prisons had a zoo, a playground, a swimming pool, a nightclub, and a restaurant and a bar. They had underground tunnels that allowed the leadership to come and go out of the prison as they pleased. Rana Rosique is a Venezuelan journalist.
I mean, listen, I know we're talking about some bad people, but bravo a little bit, bro. That's impressive. Holy shit. You give 2,000 random people that much space with no, like, oversight, they don't do shit like that. Man, these dudes were on a fucking mission. They were like, we got a plan, but first, before we conquer the goddamn world, we're gonna set ourselves up, bro. We're gonna be living like fucking kings. We're gonna make this place better than fucking Neverland Ranch. Alright? We're gonna have some fun here. We're gonna work hard, we're gonna play harder. That's... What was in the zoo, though? People? You know, the ones that, like, misbehave or disrespect you? You just put them on all fours right there and they graze? If they stand up on their 2 feet, they get shot? I'd like to see the baseball games, though. Y'all got a field, so... I'm interested in that nightclub, though. Can't imagine y'all have ladies in there, though. The prison. Ain't no ladies around. I imagine your dancers look the equivalent of what the fucking cheerleaders looked like on The Longest Yard. Anyways.
The leadership to come and go out of the prison as they pleased. Rana Rosique is a Venezuelan journalist who specializes in security issues there, and she said the prison was a kind of small town or city where they were a kind of mayor or rulers who controlled everything. They turned the prison into a kind of bunker and turned it into a kind of city where there was a swimming pool, where there was a disco, and where there were restaurants, a zoo.
You know, this really is just a dude thing. Really. Leave it up to men to build. For the most part. I mean, if we had that much land, what would you do? You'd build some cool shit too, right? If you could? Problem.
That was very impressive. Meet Guerrero. He's the top leader, top dog of Tren de Aragua.
Wow, is he? He looks like he's like 25 years old. He looks very young. Unless he's significantly older now, but... Homie must command some decent level of respect if it has 2,000 members and he's the guy. You know, but then again, surely they run a tight ship. There's no room for any motherfucker challenging the king, right? But you can only imagine, right? Some other motherfucker that's like, hey, you know what? I think I can be boss better than you can, right?
This guy's origin story legitimately reads like something out of a supervillain comic book. Hector Guerrero Flores is 40 years old. He was born...
He's how old?
Out of a supervillain comic book. Hector Guerrero Flores is 40 years old.
He's 40? I'm telling you, man, us Hispanics, we age so good, don't we? Look at this man. Bro, I was guessing, like, younger 20s. That's why I was thinking, I was like, ain't no way this dude's the leader. He looks like he's like 20 years old. Who's gonna give the leadership of this massive operation to someone that young? Nobody. Makes sense now, homie's 40. God damn, man. That's some good shit right there.
He was born in 1983 in the city of Maracay, which is the capital of the state of Aragua in Venezuela. In the year 2000, he broke his crime cherry with some robberies, and then in 2005, he graduated to murder by attacking a police station and killing Corporal Oswald Gonzalez there. 5 years later, he was captured for selling illicit substances. This is where he was put into the Aragua Penitentiary Center. At this time, his TDA gang was still small, according to the BBC, but under...
This dude was literally the Joker of Venezuela. He went to this prison, and he straight up did what the Joker did. He took a pull stick, and he's like, We're starting a new empire, and this what we're building, it has room for expansion. Make it quick. This man.
Under his leadership, it exploded in membership. He escaped and was caught again when rumors claimed that Venezuelan President Maduro even...
What's he gonna look like at 80? Probably like me still. Or my dad. Because, you know, sometimes people look at my dad and me and they're like, y'all siblings? No, father, son.
Requested his help in suppressing protests, although that might have just been a rumor that he wanted to facilitate himself. General Oscar Aurelio, director of investigations for the Peruvian police, said that Don Hector is so bloodthirsty and has so much contempt for life. In 2018, he was sentenced to 17 years in prison for murder and...
So that man just wanted to kill, indiscriminately, just to kill. That's wild. Man. We all have the capacity to take a life, but like, man, just taking it for fun? Taking it just because? That's yeah, you're a psychopath, bro.
And drug trafficking. Wow.
Why this man was put in a prison, and before they gave the keys to the prisoners, they didn't single this motherfucker out and take him out of the prison and isolate him somewhere else because he has the ability to be charismatic and form a fucking army. That's beyond me a little bit. Like, come on, man.
It's a pretty low sentence here. I mean, in the U.S., I think you'd get a lot more for that, no? In 2000.
Yeah, it's called 8 life sentences is what it's called. But people do their law enforcement differently in other countries, I suppose. You know, some people say that here in America we have a heavy hand. Do we, though? Maybe y'all's hand isn't heavy enough.
2023, he escaped with 500 other prisoners.
Holy ass.
After the outbreak, authorities found hundreds of thousands
you little cowards.
of small arms
But
rounds.
then again, I can't sit here and call you a coward. I don't know your situation. Maybe you got family. Maybe you got a daughter. Maybe that's and that's more important than these fucks. I get it, but you swore an oath, man. You swore an oath. Just saying. At least I think y'all do an oath. I think they do oath around the world for cops, right? Maybe you don't have to. I don't know.
Rounds, anti-tank munitions, C4 explosives, and even rocket-propelled grenades inside the prison. Not your regular everyday shanks.
Wow, they didn't take it. They didn't take this shit with them. Pulling a joke, man. 500, you and 500 prisoners escaped, and y'all leave all that shit behind? Y'all had all that stuff. I'm assuming y'all had vehicles too. There's no way you have RPGs, a baseball field, a zoo, a swimming pool, a nightclub, and you don't have trucks. You just leave that shit? Why?
Took 11,000 Venezuelan security forces to retake control of the prison. That's like 2 brigades. If you're getting frustrated hearing about the bad guys getting away with shit, don't worry. Later in the episode, we get into the SWAT teams kicking in the doors and taking names. The kind of stuff that makes me hooah really hard all over the place. It sounds like these guys had it 10 times better than me.
Task and Purpose was in the service, wasn't
he? With their zoos and arsenal of weaponry.
Do you know, Roth? Sweet Jesus. Oh my God. Look at all this. And this isn't even like 1% of it. Holy shit. These are 50 caliber right here. These are buckets of 50 caliber. You got 7.62. You got just belts. Thousands of belts of 7.62. Lord knows what the fuck is in these crates. Ammo cans. This is explosives right here. That looks like Semtex. Jesus. And y'all left all this behind, man? Come. Couldn't be me. 500 prisoners and y'all leave all this behind. Not one of you could have just grabbed a bucket. Man.
So why?
I was literally going to say that. Pulling a fucking Joe Biden, leaving all this cool shit behind. There's got to be a reason. And we're probably going to find out that reason here soon, but maybe that's just the hardcore red-blooded gun-loving American in me. No way I'm leaving that much shit behind. So that they can have it and quite possibly shoot at me with it?
World would they ever want to leave? It all ties back to the collapse of Venezuela, and I'll power through this part quickly as
they probably studied their surroundings and they were like, well, this place is good for a couple of months, but we can't stay here forever. We will eventually get overrun. And we only have so much shit. And maybe they had the foresight to realize that, yes, they had what they had, but getting an influx of more ammo, more food, more everything was going to prove difficult in this area. So they had to dip. They shouldn't have left all their shit behind, but they had to dip. They can't keep that location forever. It's only a matter of time.
recap if you're not aware, but during the early 2000s, oil prices were booming, shooting up to the moon, $18 per barrel to $140 a barrel. But when prices took a nosedive starting in 2008, Venezuela's economy absolutely tanked. They resorted
God, 2008, that's when it was crazy like that? Man, that... I was wasting so much gas money just going to fucking Netflix and chill back in 2008. What a waste. Didn't even get anything out of that either. Anyways.
took a nosedive starting in 2008, Venezuela's economy absolutely tanked. They resorted to printing money, which caused massive inflation. To really condense this all, they had nasty food shortages, people were broke, hungry, and this triggered mass migration starting in 2012, and by 2018 had led to 3 million Venezuelans leaving their country.
That's such a huge exodus of people. Damn.
TDA gang saw decreased revenue during this time, and so it's when they started to leave for new markets.
Wait, you mean to tell me that your presence was causing people to leave and that was costing you money? No. No. You mean to tell me people don't want to live next to gunfire and drugs and murder? No. But you're going to Mexico. You'll fare well. You'll fare better there because those people can't go anywhere. I mean, they could come to the States, but that's a rigorous process, quite possibly a dangerous process. But it's either deal with you or deal with us, and you know we don't shoot them on sight. So yeah, there's gonna be another exodus of people trying to get into the States, along with you, and shit. So yeah, you know we watch all these videos about how. We saw that video a couple weeks ago about how geographically America is invincible to basically the world. This is one thing we're not invincible to, is this right here. Mexico and the side effects of what happens whenever people do this and this happens. We're not immune to this. This is still a problem. So, while yes, North Korea and Russia and China, they can't really fuck with us ever. This, bro. This is our Achilles heel right here. To the north, we got nothing to worry about. Canada's too nice. It's all this right here. This will always be a problem for us. And then California sits right there. So that's awful. But, you know.
By expanding throughout Latin America and the United States. And here's where I'll say, I personally feel like the mainstream media fails to cover this topic in any way or do it justice. That does, at least in any way that doesn't incite division. Because there are thousands of Venezuelan people out there who hate Tren de Aragua. They hate them because they give them a bad name. I don't think it's racist for me to say that this gang needs to be stopped.
Yeah, no.
But on the other hand, there's also complete denial by some in the media that this is even happening at all.
Yeah, because they don't want, oh my God, dude, it's just like, they live in this reality, the media, that like, oh, that person's not white, so we can't say that they're a criminal, even though they are, because we don't want to call a brown person a bad person. We're not going to call a spade, because we don't want to be called racist, and we don't want to look bad on Twitter. That's why they straight up won't even acknowledge it, man, because they're afraid. They're afraid of the backlash from the Karens and the social justice warriors and the woke fucking mob, that they'll just ignore it, and that just further puts people in danger, really. It only adds to the problem.
Because nuance has been dead most of my adult life.
Yeah. Bro, like, it doesn't matter what color you are. If you're a criminal, you're a criminal, and we need to call you such, and you need to be dealt with as such. It doesn't matter your fucking color. Just because some fucking white dude goes out there and does some crazy shit, man, not all white people are bad, and the same goes, like, you know what I'm saying? It's just, and that's what the media does. That's always what the media does. We're white, and because we're white, and we don't really feel qualified and or comfortable to call a brown, yellow, or a black a criminal when that's exactly what they're doing. Bro, I never understood that, but that's why they do it, man. That's the reason. They don't want to lose They don't want to lose virtue points on Twitter. That's what it is. That's what it always has been. And if you don't see it, man, shame on you.
This is concerning is because we've seen what happens when gangs are allowed to grow unchecked in places like Mexico, El Salvador, and Ecuador that are dealing with this same problem today.
TDA is characterized as MS-13.
Like whenever Trump said that fucking criminals were coming over from Mexico, he wasn't lying. He wasn't talking about the law-abiding citizens of Mexico. He wasn't talking about the people that wanted to come to America for a better life. He wasn't calling those people criminals. He was calling the actual criminals criminals. There's criminals in Mexico that just happen to be Mexican, and there's good people in Mexico that just happen to be Mexican that just want to come to America. When Trump called fucking these people criminals, he was calling the criminals criminals, not every fucking Mexican criminals. And that's what the media got wrapped up in, and they were like, oh, Trump's racist, calling all Mexicans criminals. No. Oh, see, this is why y'all are retarded, bro. This is why no one here takes y'all seriously. Man, this is why y'all are fucking pathetic joke. We're going to continue, but...
On steroids.
Law enforcement agencies are finally starting to fight back now. In October 2024, Texas officials raided an apartment complex in San Antonio, arresting 20 members of Tren de Aragüa's gang. They had actually taken control of a vacant apartment building. This appears to be their preferred MO, right? That I've seen where they'll come in, they'll take over a hotel or an apartment with fear and violence, and then they run narcotics and trafficking operations out of it until they get rolled up by law enforcement. In 2022, there was this activist group that breached into the email servers of Colombia's Prosecutor General's office, and it revealed 7 million emails that detailed how the counter-narcotics authorities were keeping tabs on TDA. The emails revealed how the gang saw in the mass exodus from their country a unique opportunity for them to expand their operations. So in the process, we saw the gangs infiltrate alongside the migrant flows, establishing cells in neighboring countries like Peru, Chile, and the United States, which were some of the first destinations of Venezuelans who were trying to rebuild their lives.
The new warning from law enforcement that among the record number of migrants that have crossed into the U.S. are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
Historically speaking, this is very similar to how cartels and crime families of many countries establish roots. Organized crime's nothing new in the United States. According to the FBI, there's over 33,000 violent gangs spread across the country, and there's over 1 million members in those gangs. The National Gang Center states that over the past 25 years, gangs have become prevalent in over 30% of the U.S. jurisdictions. Heck, my grandfather used to always tell me stories about how he had distant connections to the Italian mafia in Brooklyn through my cousin Saul Vinny or whoever. But how is Tren de Aragua any different?
Cousin Saul Vinny. That was good. That's a good movie.
My grandfather used to always tell me stories about how he had distant connections to the Italian mafia in Brooklyn through my cousin Saul Vinny or whoever. But how is Tren de Aragua any different from those crime families? What sets them apart? To better understand, my producer Armando and I...
Well, what sets them apart is they can successfully get away with it, and they can successfully operate anywhere. And it doesn't matter how many of them you arrest, their reach and their spread is so wide that it doesn't matter, I guess. They haven't capped out, I suppose. Maybe that's the difference.
Reached out to the former field office director for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, John Fabricator, who served 26 years as a federal agent. I wanted him to explain it to me Barney style.
Can you tell me about the way this particular gang, Tren de Aragua, and how they differentiate themselves from other kinds of gangs?
So Tren de Aragua probably started coming in a little over 3 years ago. We started seeing some trends and some information that they were entering the United States. And they've pretty much gone to every major city that we have in the U.S. at this time and started to set up their networks. And the level of their violence, especially with extortion and assaults, is a lot higher than some of these other gangs has been as well. A lot of these gangs try to stay under the radar from law enforcement. Tren de Aragua, El Tren, does not seem to be wanting to do that. They don't care that law enforcement knows that they're around. And in fact, the head of Tren de Aragua recently released a green light on police officers to allow its gang members to shoot at police officers. So that's something that would not normally happen.
So it's believed TDA first...
I wonder what happens if TDA steps into a territory that's not theirs, and the territory that's not theirs is run by a group or a gang that does like flying under the radar because they don't want to deal with cops. I wonder what happens then. Because if TDA has no problems on opening fire on cops, and they have no problem being openly violent, and they have no problem hiding, that means they have no problem beefing with another gang. Another rival gang. What are the odds that the TDA gang, they get along with the Bloods or the Crips or MS-13 or any of the number of gangs that exist in this country? What are the odds that they all get along and they're all friends and they would all sing Kumbaya together and they would all share territory and funds? Probably not. I don't know. That'd be my guess. Probably not. Probably not at all.
Started appearing in American cities in Chicago in 2023, and then just a year later, they were already linked to the murder of a Florida police officer and a 22-year-old nurse student from Georgia. And that's what sets them apart. They are brazen. They're taking out police officers when other gangs try to lay low. From there, we began seeing the gang's influence crop up in multiple states. It was clear that this wasn't an isolated problem. It was spreading. I should tell you that after the apartment incident in Aurora, Colorado, it got very controversial. The police department and the mayor later put out a statement that this was just an isolated incident. Residents from the building also held a press conference saying that they've never seen Tren de Aragua around and they aren't scared of them. Meanwhile, interviews with other citizens who live there say the exact opposite. Either way, I still think that it's worth investigating gangs deeper, because an FBI threat assessment found that criminal gangs commit as much as 80% of the crime in many communities. FBI agent John Morales warned that TDA was operating in all 5 of New York City's boroughs where they recruited from people staying in migrant shelters. Morales said the main concern that the FBI has right now is that TDA will start to form an alliance with other gangs like MS-13 and other pre-existing gangs in order to spread drugs more effectively and to make more of a profit. NYPD.
But that, man, I don't think that's a good move. Really. Think about it. You're not TDA. You're in a gang, but you're not TDA, right? And you're flying under the radar, and you're doing things quietly, and you're avoiding police detection, and you're avoiding FBI, and you're avoiding ATF, and you're avoiding a number, like 1,000,001 different things, right? And then you decide to get into business with TDA. From your perspective, that's not a bad plan. From TDA's perspective, I feel like that's a terrible plan. Because what if these motherfuckers get pinched up? You can control your own. You can control TDA. You can't control MS-13. You can't control the Bloods. You can't control the Crips. You can't control these other motherfuckers. If they get pinched up, they roll on you. They roll on a lot of you, actually. I don't know. How much influence do you need, man?
PD put out a bulletin stating Tren de Aragua's newly established presence in New York City may incite further gang-related violence, including stabbings, assaults, robberies, raising public safety concerns, end quote. An incident went viral and gained national attention. I remember when...
Well, it's a good thing I don't live in a sanctuary city. Or a blue one. I think where I live now is blue, but these bitches ain't here, so...
When this happened, 2 NYPD officers were attacked, brutally beaten, and kicked. They were responding to a call of disorderly conduct in Times Square. They tried to de-escalate the scene, but were attacked by roughly 14 members of the TDA gang. The thing that frustrates me the most is that
And you can't even open fire in that situation either. You just can't. Second you up, you don't even know what you're shooting at. 14 on 2, you're getting kicked, punched, you can't even open fire. Because if you do, you're going to open fire to kill in that situation. Right? Which means that you're going to pull that trigger more than once. You're going to pull that trigger more than twice. And in the heat of it, and how fast it goes, and you might shoot somebody. You might shoot an innocent person. You see how many people were just standing here, bro, just watching around? Yeah, you can't even open fire here, man. That's so dangerous. Look, there's someone over here with a stroller. This looks like a kid. You can't even protect yourself here. As a cop, you cannot open fire. Maybe you shoot one and the rest run. Or maybe you shoot one and the rest don't care and they keep beating you and you shoot more, and that's just a bad day for everybody involved. You just got to take that beating as an officer. That's rough.
Conduct in Times Square. They tried to de-escalate the scene, but were attacked by roughly 14 members of the TDA.
Well, it's not about room on the list, Captain Z. It's really about time, because the first video was long as hell.
Gang. The thing that frustrates me the most is that I actually can't even show you the video clip showing the violence that the gang did to these cops, so you can actually feel what happened. Because YouTube, I saw they would take it down and demonetize it, even though all of the news channels are able to show it. Fortunately, I'm now on Pepperbox TV, where you can see this episode with that video uncensored, along with exclusive Pepperbox TV videos that I'm creating there, analyzing combat footage. I put the link in the description if you're interested in that. So ultimately, 7 of the attackers were arrested, but it gets even worse because they were all released instantly without bail. And this is, of course, this caused even more shock from the public, who questioned why the gang members were not immediately deported. A familiar
I feel like maybe because that would be racist, I guess.
Pattern has emerged here. In one particularly terrible attack, a TDA gang member on a moped dragged a 62-year-old woman down a street in Brooklyn. Their MO is to snatch your phone or your purse right out of your hand, and then they drain your entire bank account of any funds by using fake transactions on your phone to the United States and South America. Then they send your phone off to Colombia to be resold. I'll tell you some instances of those violent attacks now. A 33.
If you get the password wrong on my phone 10 times, it scrubs everything on the entire phone. I have that as a setting on my phone. If you get the password wrong 10 times, it wipes the phone completely. It puts it back to factory reset. And that's just too easy. You drain my bank account, I have protection on that. I just call the bank, hey, stolen. That's it. I actually probably, if you don't kill me, I'll probably have that card canceled before you can even stick it into anything. Really. I just get somebody else's phone. It's not that hard. Call Wells Fargo, take like 5 minutes, and then that card's done. And even if you get something out of it, and I don't even keep the shit to my card, I don't even keep it on my phone. Even if you get my phone, you can't use my card. Even if you get my card, you can't use my phone. Either way.
3-year-old man who made the mistake of working with the gang was abducted.
Don, thank you so much for the 8 months, and thank you so much for the membership, man. I think you're a member here, and you're a sub on Twitch too, right? I appreciate you, dog.
Did alongside his 2 kids in Texas. They put a single bullet into the back of his head, execution style, and then they dumped his body on the side of the road. Once their initial cells were established in the States, they muscled their way into local criminal economies. How? They would send a message to anyone who got in their way. Their favorite method was their trademark move, delivering a rival gang member's dismembered body inside trash bags to the competition's doorstep. Also,
yeah, that's definitely how you make friends. You were trying to establish a relationship with these gangs earlier, and now you're sending messages. Not the brightest people, but
2 NYPD officers were shot by TDA gang members in Queens, New York. One of them only survived because his bulletproof vest stopped the shot. So the way TDA is breaking into these drug markets is by
bullet resistant. Neither here nor there. I'm a stickler about it, really. Kind of like it's not a silencer, it's a suppressor. It's semantics, really.
Being more violent than the rest. Like how a business needs to somehow differentiate themselves from the competition. That differentiating factor for TDA is that they attempt to be more ruthless than everyone else. They tied up an innocent woman and then threatened to cut off her fingers. They pistol whipped her and stole $75,000 in jewelry from her. They were all later rounded up and arrested. Here is where it gets a little bit murky though. On the one hand, organizations like the think tank Inside Crime, which back in April 2020 2024 claimed that the group appears to have no substantial U.S. presence and that information about the presence of Tren de Aguara in the United States is limited and vague, but just 5 months later, officials from Texas, Chicago, Ohio, Colorado, and Florida say that they're seeing the complete opposite. In fact, the U.S. Department of Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control...
Hold on. Texas, right? They're probably crawling through Austin. Colorado. Makes sense. Yeah, most of these states. That makes sense. I think some parts of Texas and then lots of parts of Florida. You'll get fucked on hard by law enforcement. Stay away from Sheriff Judd, or not sheriff, but I think it's, yeah, the sheriff. What's that one sheriff from Florida that's so fucking savage? I can't remember his name. Judd something? Yeah. Maybe tread carefully in Florida and Texas. I mean, you pretty much have free reign in Austin. Austin is soft. Chicago will fall. Ohio probably. Colorado maybe, but Texas and Florida, I think those two states survive your presence very, very easily. Not even a problem. On top of that, Florida has Florida Man, and Florida Man is far more lethal than any gang in this country, so have fun with that. But yeah, you can keep Chicago. Chicago's been lost for ages. We don't really care about Chicago. Anyways.
Complete opposite. In fact, the U.S. Department of Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, which moves quicker...
Yo, Tammy. Tammy, what's good?
Than the TDA, recently classified them as a transnational criminal organization. They state on their website that the gang is expanding throughout the Western Hemisphere and engaging in diverse criminal activities, posing a threat to American communities and abusing the U.S. financial system. The problem is that tracking of TDA's activities has been obscured.
I mean, our politicians abuse the financial system, so they're not going to do anything to these people.
By the debate over sanctuary city-states, heavily political has been obscured by the debate over sanctuary.
How proud are you to live in a sanctuary city now? Huh? Because I remember a couple months, isn't Chicago a sanctuary city? I remember a couple months ago, I saw a whole bunch of pissed off local people from Chicago talking about it's not fair that we got pushed to the back of the list for housing and all this other shit that was promised to us. Instead, you're giving it to these fucking refugees. What gives? Stay proud. There you go.
City-states, a heavily politicized topic, which has led to a lack of communications between jurisdictions and law enforcement agencies across the U.S. Personally, to me, it's frustrating to see our safety be politicized when I would think that this would be the kind of issue that we could all get behind and cooperate on for our own sake. To quote an example, an anonymous source in the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement told the New York Post that sanctuary states and cities don't share any information with immigration authorities, which means that local police departments arrests
can't even do anything.
Don't lead to detainers from ICE, which in turn do not lead to data being compiled about the true scope of TDA, whether it is small or big. Other jurisdictions look like they're having a split personality disorder case, like a municipality in Colorado, which attempted to diminish the presence of the gang only to afterwards confirm that they've been arresting members for months. It's this politicization that makes tackling the problem even more difficult. Other police departments like the NYPD have been taking the threat more seriously. The NYPD Deputy Commissioner announced the opening of an international liaison post in Bogota to investigate the gang's operations against intelligence gathered by Customs and Border Protection. An investigation by Homeland Security confirmed there are over 1,000 TDA members operating within United.
But we don't need border security, guys, remember? That's what the retards of this nation would have you believe. We don't need border security, right? At all. Not even a little bit. We don't even have to take it seriously. Not at all. At least until it's your 67-year-old grandmother getting dragged up and down the goddamn street for her cell phone. Maybe then you'll actually give a shit about border security and fucking the wall and all this other shit. Maybe. Until it happens to you, I guess, right?
United States, which might not sound like a lot until we consider the fact that in many cases, 5% of the people are responsible for committing 50% of the crime. While conducting research on the gang, I wasn't surprised to see that many New Yorkers are taking the threat seriously. I lived in New York City for like 10 years, and when it comes to safety, this city does not mess around. At least for many years, they cracked down on that kind of madness. For example, take a look at this advice given to YouTube creator Nick Shirley, who was kind enough to allow us to use this clip. He had a straightforward suggestion by a nightcrawler from the city.
Be careful. There's a lot of robberies on the streets. Just give them your stuff and walk away. It's not worth it. These guys are dangerous. They will slice you up. I personally seen them slice people up. I've seen them beat people senseless. They're dangerous. And I'm a born New Yorker. I grew up in the mob days, right? And even the mob didn't do what these guys are doing.
Remember, the official...
That's the difference between gangs of today and mobs of yesterday. Yes, the mobsters were criminals. They were dangerous people. But I don't know, man. They had a code. They had rules. They had morals. They had ethics. For all intents and purposes, you could pretty much call them professional in their dealings and in their ways. The motherfuckers of today, bro, y'all have no loyalty. Y'all have like nothing. Y'all are just like pathetic fucking cowards pulling a trigger. And it only takes 5 pounds of pressure to pull a trigger. Man is not spelled G-U-N, bro. It's not. So it's like...
who called TDA MS-13 on steroids? That's because Trende Aragua's calling card is violence. They post graphic videos on social media showing victims begging before being executed. For example, the Wall Street Journal published a short that I think is very telling exchange between Anthony Salisbury, a top Homeland Security official, who got a call from a Texas official who just asked, "Hey, have you heard of Trende Aguara?" And Salisbury responded, "Please, don't tell me you've seen them." But we're not defenseless. When the US labels you as a foreign terrorist organization, or FTO, that's just the modern way to say that the US government has taken the gloves off. This is because any individual identified as a member of an FTO...
you will be met with malicious intent. There is no warning shots. It is shoot on sight. There is no... The only ROE is shoot to kill. In that scenario,
is automatically inadmissible, deportable, and ineligible for various immigration benefits, meaning they won't be safe even in sanctuary cities. If a TDA member is detained or arrested, ICE requests must be honored because federal law related to terrorism override any local...
Never mind. They treat you a lot better than I would. Never mind. I thought that it was just going to be on site for you. Really. I didn't know this part of the law. I didn't know that y'all did this. I really didn't know. I really didn't know that we allowed people that killed children and people that beat up the elderly to continue to breathe. But I guess, yeah, that's it. All right, good.
Local authority. The only problem is you can't arrest them if you can't find them. Fortunately, like MS-13, TDA members literally brand themselves with tattoos all over their body and are now well known by the authorities. It's gotten so bad that...
Isn't it great? They're so retarded that they actually mark themselves so you can identify them easier. It's like going to rob a bank, not wearing a mask. And not only do you not wear a mask, you fucking take a permanent marker and draw a big-ass swastika on your fucking forehead. Yeah, bro, you're gonna stick out like crazy in that lineup, man. What do you think? What do you think? Oh, man, that's why y'all need guns, man, because that's the only way anyone would ever be afraid of you, because you just...
TDA is asking young new members not to get these tattoos. Law enforcement is fighting back.
Oh, look at that. There's some of you that actually have a brain. But but you're going to tell your homies like, "Hey man, I wouldn't get that tattoo because, like, you know, police can identify you easier." And then he hits you with the fucking gang gang. And then he just gets it anyways. And then he gets pinched up because of his tattoo a couple months later. And now he's getting butt fucked by Tyrone and he's super salty about it. So Oh man, the only reason people are afraid of y'all, man, is because y'all tote around guns.
By already arresting 4 high-profile leadership for extradition back to the United States. And the U.S. State Department raised the reward for their top leader of Tren de Aguara, who escaped, to $12 million.
Up to $12 million in reward offers for information. I have a question about cash rewards like this. And I don't think I've ever asked this question before, and I haven't even really ever thought about this until right now. If the government offers you a reward for any information or anything leading to the capture or the arrest or the detainment of said individual, is that tax-free? I hate to sound like a materialistic weasel, but is it? Is it tax-free, or do you get 10.2 million and then the government's gonna be like, you know, Uncle Sam, you know, he did give it to you, but like, you know, give me some back. I don't know. Is that does it work like that? I don't know.
Can you tell me about the chronology between when you first heard of them and when you started to get alarmed or to consider them a serious threat?
What scares me is that we have a lot of gangs that are already established here in the United States who are going to start feeling that pressure that the gang's putting on them to overtake some territories, and we're going to see more violence. It may be more gang-on-gang violence, but as you know,
I have a prediction that it might be gang-on-gang violence, and it might be the gangs that are trying to fly under the radar that are going to raise their hand and slap TDA. Hey, we do things a certain way around here, okay? We all have to fucking eat, okay? So you go out there making a whole bunch of noise. We got to change the way we move. We got to change the way we operate. And we don't like change because change fucks things up, okay? So now we're having to be more careful. Now the route we used to take, we can't take anymore because of you jackasses. Stop it. I have a theory that's what's going to happen. The TDA is going to fuck shit up for other gangs and their operation, and they're going to be like, you're making too much noise, bro, and you're making our lives harder. I think. Or it could go in a completely different way. I could be wrong. They could join forces and take over everything. Who fucking knows?
When we are dealing with gang-on-gang violence, there's always innocent people that get caught in the middle.
A lot of people don't know this. I'm going to open up for a second here, but throughout my 20s, when I was a younger man, I struggled with drug addiction badly. After I got back from Iraq, I was looking to fill some...
Oh, you were in the service, yeah. Same thing, man. Same addiction. What was yours? Mine was pills. What'd you have? What was your vice? What was your poison? You don't have to tell me.
Purpose in my life, and I filled it with drugs. I've seen firsthand the kind of destruction that these substances...
I still smoke weed, but like Cat Williams said, just a plant, and it just grows like that, okay? I got off all that other shit. That other shit was very bad for me. Weeds never let me down.
Bring not just to users, but also their families and friends. That's one of the reasons why I have such a personal interest in national security issues that concern gangs that facilitate these kind of drug sales. I think TDA is a small part of a much larger problem of gang activity around the country. They might be the newest gang to put roots down inside the US, but they're following an existing playbook that other gangs have found success with. The concerning thing to me is how brazen, public, and violent they are.
That's going to lead to their downfall. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, the way that, if you're a criminal, the way that you stay out of jail is by doing it under the table, bro. That's how it's always gone. That's how it's always been. Yo, CEOs aren't out here fucking shooting people. They're out here ruining your life and stealing millions from you. That's how they do it. Those are some of the most evil fucking people in the world, really. Billionaires, politicians, you know. That gang member, he'll steal your phone, and he'll steal your wallet. The politician will steal your fucking hopes and dreams. So, like...
And tomorrow, Saturday the 9th, I'll be on the Unsubscribed podcast, where I drink Rippets and White Claws for several hours until I start saying...
Rippets and White Claws? You lost me at Rippets, bro. I can live with the White Claw. Rippets? You don't... You don't have PTSD from that? Fuck no. Never drink another rip in my life. That would be the way that the enemy could torture me if they ever caught me. Make me drink Rippets. Don't even bother with the waterboarding. Make me drink Rippets. I just may sing. No, sir.
And what I really think about the war in Israel and Palestine. And thanks again to Conflict of Nations,
Okay, that's it for that one. The only people that think weed is still a drug are 60 plus or extremely Christian. You're right about the 60. I don't know about the Christian part. I mean, my ex was a Christian. She smoked more weed than I did. But the 60 thing, yeah, because those people, they grew up during Reefer Madness. Y'all remember Reefer Madness, where the government, the TV, they basically told you that if you smoke this, it made you crazy. Big eyes and fucking, I need to fucking touch something. I need to go commit crimes and I need to start raping. No, not at all. Not with weed. That's not what it does. That's not a thing. And you would know if you actually tried it. If you actually, did some experimentation. Experimentation is not a bad thing, man. Even Elon Musk has smoked weed. And look what he's doing for the world, okay? So don't tell me. Those people, they just grew up during Reefer Madness. That's about it, yeah. Meth. That's what meth does. Not the only thing getting raped when you smoke weed is that brand new bag of Doritos that you just got. That you were planning on it lasting you the whole week, but you just smoked. That shit's gonna be gone before the evening. Y'all ever done that? Y'all ever gone grocery shopping? Y'all buy food, and you're like, oh man, this is gonna last me like damn near almost a month. And then you get high, and then you eat, and the next day you look at your pantry and you're like, oh my god, this is only gonna last me a week. I've been there. Terrible decisions. And that's the only thing that ever happens. I never ruined my life. I never wrecked my car. I never kill no one, right? I make poor dietary choices. I end up eating way too much. I end up eating way more than what I spent. It's a fault, okay? But it's not like some of these people living under a bridge, sucking dick for crack. Nah. That can't be me. At that point, I'll just kill myself because of the embarrassment. But then again, I don't think meth heads feel embarrassment. I think they truly feel like winners. But that's neither here nor there. That's not getting me to fucks with it, so. My opinion, the DARE program enabled crackheads. They literally were showing us crack pipes in 5th grade and telling us it was bad. I remember that. And yeah, they showed me the crack pipes and they showed me all that stuff. Which a lot of people would say that it's necessary to show you that. Here's the thing. The school showed me the crack pipes. The school system showed me what the drugs looked like. The school system, they showed me all that stuff. But it was my parents that showed me the side effect. You can show someone a gun all goddamn day, but you can't really truly make them understand until you show them what a gun can actually do. So you show them a dead person with a hole in their fucking head. This is what a gun does. And that's what my parents did. They didn't show me the drug. They showed me what it did to your body. And when I saw that, I was like, oh no. No. I've worn braces for way too goddamn long to end up like fucking Meth Michael over there. No sir, no way, nah. And I just got rid of my acne too. Nope, no sir. Thankfully, because of vanity, I didn't try these drugs. That's what did it. I wasn't worried about ruining my life. I was worried about what it was going to do to my appearance. Thankfully, vanity kept me away from that shit. I was like, I don't want to look like those fucking people. I don't care what it feels like. Because eventually I'll be sober. And I'll be sober and I'll be looking like that. And there's nothing worse than being sober and looking like that. That's if you get sober to begin with. Wild. But yeah, I remember the DARE program, the fucking... I don't know. I did pretty good. When it comes to drugs, I feel like I had a pretty normal childhood, normal regular child teenager experience with drugs. Outside of the couple times that my dad would sneak me a sip of beer when I was younger, I never drank until I turned 16. That was my first time actually getting drunk. I'd never smoked weed until I was 17. That was the first time I got stoned, right? And then I didn't do it consistently. The drinking I did, the weed I didn't. I didn't smoke weed consistently when I was younger, when I was in high school, whenever I was in the military. Drinking, however, I did, right? So that was pretty much my come up. And then in the military, I got on the pills, and that was rough. That was a rough time. I convinced myself that it was fun, but really there's not the reason. So yeah, that was the only time I ever slipped in life when it came to drugs, and that was pills. Wasn't meth, wasn't fucking PCP. It was just a lot of tramadol, a lot of muscle relaxers, a lot of oxycodone, oxycontin, shit like that. And it wasn't just one or two. It was like a handful, like multiple colors. Like my hand looked like it looked like I had a handful of Skittles, to be honest. How many pills I would take. And then I got done with that, learned my lesson. That was not a good time. That was not a good thing. And then just weed these days. That's it. I don't even drink. Just weed or nothing. That's it. It's either weed or I'm sober. That's about all she wrote, man. Really. And when it comes to drugs, man, show them the effects. Don't show them the drug. Show them the effects. Well, show them the drug too, but show them the effects. I feel like the effects, that's more of a wake-up call than anything else. Like, dude, I've never even tried cocaine. Ever. And I don't think I ever will, because fentanyl exists, and fentanyl done fucked up the cocaine game. Can't even trust it. So, I miss my opportunity to do cocaine. I'll never try it. No, I despise alcohol too. I don't like the room spinning. I don't like the during the winter time when I used to drink, it was great, bro. Just drinking alcohol and getting drunk, you get warm, right? So that was kind of like a plus. But I didn't like the way it made me feel. I didn't like when the room started spinning, which was every time. I didn't like that feeling I got before I threw up, which I threw up a lot. And you know that feeling, right? That feeling you get when you throw right before you throw up, where like your mouth starts to salivate like a lot, because it's preparing for what's about to happen. I hate that. I hate dry heaving. I hate dry heaving. And when I used to drink, man, I didn't drink like a normal person. I didn't just like have a beer or 3. I would have a beer or 12. And like, no, it just like, I did it too much. Dude, in 5 years, I drank enough to satisfy 7 lifetimes. And that's it. So when people ask me, why don't you drink? I did. And I'm done. I can't do that shit forever, dude. Man, my parents can, on account of I think they're more Hispanic than me. I don't know. My parents still drink all the time because they're Hispanic. I don't think they're alcoholics. They tend to their responsibilities. But man, no, not me. I can't. It's not conducive to my fucking health, and it's just. And on top of that, the smell of it I can't even take anymore, dude. Like a couple months ago, when my sister was still here, she offered me a shot of tequila and like put it up right close to my face, and I smelled it. Almost gagged. Almost gagged just smelling tequila. Ugh. Anyways. I'm waiting to complete the fitness exam for the Navy. Your PT test? You might cut back on the beer? I'll tell you this right now. Some of the best PT tests I ever took, some of my best scores for my PT test that I ever had when I was in the military, I was hungover. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was, but let me tell you something. I think there's something to it. I think there's like a trick or something. Because I remember when I was in high school, on a couple of occasions, I drank too much the night before, and I would show up to the game hungover. Best game of my life. I don't know what it was, man. And lots of times in the military, I was hungover for a PT test, and I would just fucking crush it. And same in high school. Show up hungover to a baseball game. Best game of my life. Best game of the day. Best game of the month. And I'm just like, I think I got something here, but at the risk of becoming an alcoholic, I'm not going to do it. So, Katai, what's good? I ran my fastest mile for ROTC, extremely hungover, and in Cowboy. Surprised they let you run. Surprised they let you do it, but you know, it really is about at the end of the day, it's about that go get it attitude. So they were like, "Yeah, he looks a little fucked up, but yeah, he showed up and he's ready to go. Let him run it. Fuck it. Let's actually see what he can do in cowboy boots, because we may see something special here." Something like that. Oh man. There's a new Angry Cops video before we get to the Trump meltdown stuff, which I know y'all really want to watch. I really want to watch it too, but there is a new Angry Cops video. Y'all want to watch it? Oh, they made you. Oh shit, man. In the military, I show up to fucking PT with some cowboy boots on. Man, I'm doing push-ups actually. I'm not even running. I'm doing push-ups. Soldier, what made you fucking think that that was the appropriate uniform for today? And the only thing I could probably respond with is fucking yeehaw, Sergeant. Little too hungover this morning. Grabbed the wrong footwear. But I can do the job. I promise you. Oh, man. You know, there were some days I wish I could have worn my cowboy boots over there instead of the combat boots. Imagine. But nah. You fuck around, roll your ankle and shit. It's not a good day. .623 mile, and god damn, my fastest mile was 6:45, and you did it in boots. Did you have to shit too? Jesus, you shattered mine by like 20 seconds. You'd be surprised how much of an incentive and motivation having to take a shit will give you. Believe you me.
I'm a stuffing guy. The stuffing is what holds.
You know, I kind of want to go take a smoke break if that's all the same with you guys. There's a new war movie coming out this December called Dirty Angels. I'm going to watch this, then I'm going to go smoke, then we'll watch Angry Cops. Is that a war movie, right? Let's check it.
You start out pretty early in life, knowing there is a line you won't cross. You get into a tough spot. The line shifts. Till you find yourself in a place where the line just ends.
We leave for DC in an hour. ISIS abducted girls from a school in Afghanistan. We need you to lead a new team. This rescue mission's the only hope these girls have. We're going in as an international relief organization. It has to be 60% women to be believable.
I was literally gonna say that. That looks like Afghanistan to me. Yeah, so y'all are probably wondering, why does this female have to be the one to lead this team? Why can't it be like Navy SEALs or SEAL Team 6 or fucking all this stuff like that? Because you're dealing with the female population of this country, and this female population of this country does not deal with men the way that our females deal with men. They just don't, man. We went on missions when I was deployed where when we had to engage with the female population, we would bring a female soldier with us, and that female would engage with the female population. That female would talk. That female would shake hands. That female would take pictures. That female would do everything, and we would sit in the background like paint and do nothing. We would just stand there and do nothing. There was nothing for us to do. It is all the females that, yeah.
This is someone's idea.
But I still hope you have some guys with you, man. Just for like, because that's what we were there for, really. When our female was going through and like doing basically the hearts and minds stuff that we would have to do on occasion sometimes. She'd talk to the females and engage with them. She'd have the interpreter with us. We're still there, locked and loaded, ready to go with our M4. So hopefully you got a team with you to protect you. It's not going to be just you, but let's see.
You have a safe house? The safest that's left. Call me Rocky. I don't need names. Functions. The mechanic. Call me Geek. So you're a tech. I'm medic, weapon specialist, and explosive.
Oh, so this is going to be nothing but chicks. The whole team is going to be chicks. Like on some fucking some Charlie's Angels type stuff, except these ladies might be more badass because this might be a little bit more grounded in reality than Charlie's Angels.
You never know when a skill will come in handy. No one in the world seems to notice there's a civil war here.
Oh no, we were very well aware of the war happening in Afghanistan that didn't have anything to do with us. Afghanistan's been at war for a long time, ladies. A long time. They were at war with themselves, then Russia, then back to war with themselves, then war with us. Now they're back to war with themselves again. So, that's like a never-ending cycle. I don't know why you sounded so surprised there, but damn, I can't rewind either. This is an ad. Fuck.
ISIS is closing in on us. But we have no choice. We're not leaving them.
Man, so you're going to be fighting some female Taliban too? I'm really going to have to suspend my disbelief a little bit for this one. But I like the concept a little bit of like, because this is a real thing, man, when you're dealing with the female population of Afghanistan or talking to them or doing like, you got to have females with you, but this is taking it like overboard, really. You could have accomplished roundabout roughly the same fucking thing with, but maybe there's some politics in this movie, which is why they need an entire team of females, right? Or maybe there was just politics in the movie that makes it to where they need female, because they said they needed 67% of females to make it believable. But again, man, I really do hope that y'all have like an actual squad of like dudes somewhere on the perimeter, maybe some snipers or something. Just you ladies. I feel like this is I feel like they tried to make a sequel to the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, but just with ladies. Kind of the vibes I'm getting a little bit.
So call it. We shoot our way out.
Oh god, they dragged Ruby Rose into this. This is definitely Alright.
We have 12 hours to find the girls.
Just so you guys know, the last two things Ruby Rose has been in was the TV series that was dog shit, Batwoman, and then The Meg. Just so you know where this movie's at right now with its cast.
We never find the line again.
I feel like I'm gonna have to suspend my disbelief a lot for this, but I might watch it. Maybe. Basically, the premise is, Taliban kidnapped a school of girls, which, man, just from that perspective in and of itself, people in our village, people in the village that we patrolled that got kidnapped sometimes, and we didn't really do anything about it. But it's a school full of young children, young female students, probably 60 of them, and then she was a soldier. She deployed. She got captured. When she got rescued, she saw some shit that just rubbed her the wrong way, and then the Taliban kidnapped these kids. Really do feel like Taliban would have just killed the kids in real life, to be honest. But maybe this is politically motivated, and maybe this is just propaganda, and they're going to make a video out of it and put it on national TV, right? And all that stuff. So the story happens, and to make it believable, it has to be 67% female, so they can infiltrate and maybe dress the part of maybe a local female to blend in, try to find these children. And it's like on honestly, you know what this movie reminds me of? It reminds me of Extraction with Chris Hemsworth, which was a good movie. So this could be good, really. Laying on the girl boss shit a little too thick, but I'll watch it. I'll watch it when it comes out for free. I'm not going to the theater. This isn't a theater movie. This isn't even a rent on YouTube movie. This is a free one that I'll check out when it's free. There's that. We'll see. Could be good. It gives me vibes of like Extraction, and also gives me vibes of like what's that movie with Jake Gyllenhaal, where he goes back to Afghanistan to save his interpreter because his interpreter gave his life for him. Amazing movie. I can't remember the name of it. The Covenant. Covenant. Kind of reminds me of that. Has like that Extraction feel to it. Covenant, saving people, going back, retribution, doing right by that country's people. That I can't relate really, because I would never go back there to do right by anybody. I just wouldn't. And none of those people gave their life for me. My friends did. So, but it might be something entertaining for an hour and a half. We'll see. Okay, guys, we're gonna do some Angry Cops when we get back. Give me a second. There's an actual female engagement team in the military. I never seen them. I've never even heard of them. When we were over there, we had females that got pulled into our my platoon was called SNS, which stood for like search and security or something. SNS platoon. That's what my platoon was called. It was like search and security or something like that. And a lot of our foot patrols were just escort missions for the most part. Presence patrols. Sometimes we'd actually do some cool high-speed tactical firefight shit on some of these patrols, and sometimes we didn't, right? And we would have these patrols where we would take someone from civil affairs, which was a captain, and we would take a female. And we would do this occasionally. The civil affairs guy, he came with us often. Sometimes he would do his thing, sometimes he wouldn't. Sometimes he got bored and just wanted to go on mission. But this female, by the name of Corporal Frutos, did not go on every mission with us. The only time she went on mission with us was when we had to purposefully engage with the female civilian population. We were not allowed to talk to the females. We were not allowed to shake their hand. We weren't even allowed to make eye contact with these females, man. Which is why for most of us, we always would like to crack jokes of like, God damn, look at the ankles on that one. Holy shit, I bet she's bad. Because we couldn't look above, bro. And we were very mindful of that because even if they didn't look at us, if we looked at them, their men would get mad about that. And they'd be like, he looked at you. Why didn't you do anything or blah, 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 all this stuff. They get very mad about that. It's just like their culture, bro. It's like the no interaction with us, period, whatsoever. And if you interact with them, you are endangering the life of that female in that country. You really are. You are putting her in danger. And if she decides to interact with you, like one female decided to interact with me when I was in that country, she walked up to me and she shook my hand. And the very next day, I saw the very same lady that shook my hand. She had 2 black eyes. She got her ass whipped for what she did. She got her ass whipped for shaking my... I couldn't even believe that she did it. What was I going to do? Be rude? Tell her to get the fuck away from me? Slap her hand away? Hearts and minds, man. That's what we're there for, right? So, yeah. She got her ass whipped for that. So it's a little hard to imagine that the Taliban would simply kidnap these kids and not just fucking mow them down like they've done everyone else that I've ever seen them mow down, man. Anyone that's ever defied them, anyone that has ever snitched on them, anyone that has ever helped Americans, and they find out that you helped an American, and they ain't kidnapping you, bro. They're killing you. Really. For the most part. And to the Taliban, these girls at that school was built by guess who? Us, probably. So in their warped, sick, and twisted fucking mind, these children, these female students, they're helping and aiding the enemy because they're using something that we built for them, right? And it's a school. You really think they give a fuck about if their females get an education or not? No, not really. It's not even that's not even number 27 on the priority list. It's not even 100 on the priority list. And let's just assume that the priority list has 100 things on it. Females don't make that list at all over there whatsoever. So when it comes to that movie, I mean, there are some accurate things that I saw in there. I'm probably going to see, from what I saw, I feel like I'm going to see a lot of like combat mistakes, really. But we'll see, because that's what I'm going to judge it on the accuracy of the combat, really. More so than anything else. It's Hollywood, so chances are lingo will probably be a little bit different. Verbiage will probably be a little bit different. SOPs may even be a little bit different. I don't know. When I was in the service, I never went on a rescue mission of that caliber. Because usually, people in rescue missions of that caliber, man, they're special operations, so... yeah, they are. They're property. Women are not... They're not... They don't get seen as human. They don't get seen like we see women here. Which is always so confusing to me. Whenever I see some fucking middle-aged white woman in a 3-bedroom house in a fucking Yukon with blonde hair complaining about how awful her life is and about how awful America is to women. When in these countries, well, I don't have to say it to you guys know, but it's baffling, isn't it? Downright baffling. They look at cattle over there as more important than they look at their women. The only thing they look at their women, man, is a forms of reproduction. That's it. That's it. So, excuse me if I get a little bit...
Didn't seem real.
Excuse me if I get a little bit fucking irritated when I have to listen to you fucking shit out verbal diarrhea out of your fucking face hole talking about the patriarchy, because I've seen other countries and how the women are treated there. So excuse me if I can't take...
That I would ever achieve.
If I can't take your suburban ass seriously when it comes about women and the treatment of women here in this country. I've seen worse, man. So just blow it out your twat, really, for the most part. That's all I got to say about that. Oh, I clicked on the wrong song. I would love to be able to get away with playing some Lil Wayne right now.
If it wasn't for Wayne.
But I clicked on the wrong thing. I swear to God, I'm going to go smoke here in a second. I just don't want to leave y'all sitting in here in silence. I gotta find what I usually play. Okay. I know a lot of them can't vote, can't drive, can't fucking make decisions for the household, can't make decisions for the children, can't fucking do shit. Not all. I mean, I saw plenty of women over there that had really good husbands, and they're just like us. They're just trying to make a living and live their life. But man, generally, for the most part, that's just how they get treated. That's just how they get fucking treated. Like, dude. Prime example. Do you know how many fucking death threats Mia Khalifa gets on a daily basis? And let me tell you something. The death threats that Mia Khalifa gets, they ain't from white dudes. The death threats that Mia Khalifa gets, they ain't from black guys. They're not from Asian guys. They're not from Hispanic guys. They're not from nobody. The death threats she gets are from her own people. Because they don't play that shit, bro. They don't, like, that is frowned upon so bad that they'll kill you. They'll kill you in the street and they'll let everybody see it. So, it's like, yeah. Just saw a deer outside your window? Was it just standing there? Menacingly? Sorry. I'm gonna excuse myself. Be right back. Yo, so I had a lighter, it ran out of gas, and then I went into the kitchen and found a candle lighter, and that ran out of fuel too. And because I've been kind of like a lazy little Larry today, I didn't go to the gas station. So now I'm having to light my ganja. I just set myself back like 150 years with this. I'll be right back. Okay. Man, you know what's really annoying? Using matches. You know what's even more annoying? Using matches outside, trying to light something, and the wind is blowing. You want to talk about pissed off? Okay. Yo, terminated. What's good? I know, Kevin, it's bullshit. I fucking hate it. It's throwing me off so much. Like, the past couple days I've gone live, I've looked outside and seen that it's dark, and I'm like, oh, time to end the stream. Time to get off. Only to look at the time, and it's like 5. And I'm like, oh my god, I just started the stream. Never mind. Because usually I judge by looking outside, like, when I'm gonna get off, because I can usually tell what time it is. I'll just, like, glance. I'm like, oh, it's probably like 6 or 7. Nope, can't tell anymore. Man, you know what would suck? I can't tell if I would hate it or like it, but the North Pole, where it's like 100 days of darkness. Is it the North Pole or the South Pole? It's the most northern part, I think, of the world, where it's like 100 days of night. Or 100 days of darkness. I don't know if I would like that or hate that. And I can't just think about it, I'd have to experience it. I don't know. I can't tell if I would hate that or enjoy that. Because naturally, I'm a night owl. Right? But I have a feeling I would like it. But then after a time, I'd be like, okay. Where's the fucking light? I need the light. I need to see some semblance of light somewhere. I feel like that would screw up your sleep schedule. No, because when I go to... So, I haven't done it because I don't feel like going to buy one, but I just have the blinds on my window, and the sun comes through my window in the mornings, and the sun would just wake me up, or my phone, whichever one comes first. But usually when I sleep in pitch blackness, pitch dark, and I just haven't gone to the store and gotten like curtains. I'd get black curtains. I usually have black curtains. That wouldn't throw me off at all, because normally, for the most part, I sleep in just complete darkness. So it doesn't really matter what it is outside. I'm sleeping. Because I sleep in complete darkness. Even if I decide to go to sleep during the day, no sunlight gets in my room. Because I sleep in complete darkness. So... The Proposal, yeah, Ryan Reynolds, Sandra Bullock, good movie. Funny movie, actually, from what I can remember. Part of the movie was set in Alaska in the summertime. They used blinds to help with sleep schedule issues. Oh yeah, I forgot. Alaska's probably like that too. Here we go.
GameFly is the best way to try new games.
Yo, GameFly still exists?
Buy it at a discount or send it back. Keep the games you love at a great discount.
I don't know why that's so surprising to me, because GameStop exists and GameStop is trash. I don't think GameFly still existed. This was a thing when I was like my early 20s, I feel. I think GameFly became a thing like when Redbox started popping up everywhere.
Recruited out of...
All right, what is this? We're doing basic training shows. Basic training show nails drill sergeants. Drills by Vet TV. There's a reason they're so good at portraying the military. I have a strong feeling that most of them or prior service. Especially the main guy, the white guy that always has a dip in and is always either very racist or very savage. One of the two. He's got no in between. He's either being racist, sexist, or savage. He's got 3 modes. And he's awesome. He's hilarious. That guy's great. Can't remember his name. Yeah, Vet TV is like the go-to. I'm pretty sure that Angry Cops knew of Vet TV before he made this video, and maybe decided to make this video to showcase how awesome Vet TV is. Maybe on Kick we could watch some Vet TV full episodes. If y'all wanted to do that in the future, I wouldn't mind buying it. Vet TV is like a subscription, right? They have free videos, but they also have shit you can pay for, I'm assuming. Deadpool and Wolverine is getting a sequel. I doubt it's going to have Ryan Reynolds in it, so I don't know why. Like, Hugh Jackman had to come out of retirement to make this movie, and I already saw somewhere where Ryan Reynolds said he's not doing a Deadpool 4. So, if there is a Deadpool Wolverine sequel, and it's not going to have Ryan Reynolds, I hardly see a point. I don't know. All right, we're going to go. Basic training, show, nails, drill sergeants. Drills by Vet TV. Vet TV's awesome.
Recruited out of a dump.
O'Malley, that's his name, I think. Okay, here we go.
Recruited out of a dumpster behind an abortion clinic. Get on now. What the f is your first stone? Crystal meth? All of a sudden, look how motivated everybody is. Drill Sergeant Cox, motivate him.
Basic training, one of the most, if not the most, iconic moment in a young military member's life.
Yeah.
Not even young, from ages of 17 when you first joined, all the way to 80-something years old, from World War II veterans telling stories around the campfire the days their drills.
You never forget basic training. Ever. Just like some of you probably never forget college. Right? For a lot of you, your college was my military. You never forget it. Stays with you forever. And the people that you met. Even the people that you didn't like, you will remember their faces.
Sergeants used to beat the living crap out of them. And some of the hysterical things that they used to say. Now, Hollywood seems to have an issue with trying to portray basic training.
My favorite thing that I've ever heard a drill sergeant say, and it made me laugh in formation, and I got yelled at for laughing. The funniest thing I've ever heard a drill sergeant say, he was yelling at us. He was yelling at a private. He's like, "God damn it, private. You want to play fuck games? You want to play fuck games, private? Well, I'll play some fucking fuck games, private. I got so many goddamn fuck games, private. I'll put Milton Bradley out of business." And bro, at the position of attention, I fucking broke. I broke. I got yelled at, and I had to drop and do push-ups. And I couldn't hold it, man. I was just like, "Come on, dude. You can't just say some shit like that. That's just like comedic gold, and then like
land in the way that it actually is. A forbidden hellscape with tomfoolery and shenanigans that make you sweat and cry and want to give up, but also build you up stronger, all at the same time sometimes. The better ones, obviously, being Full Metal Jacket.
You're a worthless piece of pile. Then quit, you slime walrus fucking piece of
And I would say Starship Troopers, too.
I love Starship Troopers.
if you disable his hand.
Honestly, I connect a lot with that drill sergeant in that scene.
Yeah.
But let's forget about Hollywood for 1 second, and let's talk about veterans that actually lived that life, trying to portray their experiences on the big screen. My friends at Vet TV have a new series out that focuses on the drill sergeants and drill instructors.
You know, I forget the name, but I believe that once upon a time there was a drill instructor. Real drill instructor for the military that ended up becoming an actor. Black guy. I think this is the story. Ended up becoming an actor and portrayed a drill sergeant in a movie, and everyone thought that it was the greatest shit ever. He got an award and everything. He won an award for his performance, But I can't really truly 100% accurately remember if he was indeed military, but I think he may have been. That's why I bring it up. No, not the guy from Full Metal Jacket. The guy that I'm thinking of is a black actor, and I think that he was in the service, and I think he was a drill instructor in the service, and then he became an actor after the service. And bro, he won an award for his role as a drill sergeant or a drill instructor for the Marines or something. He won an award for his portrayal of it because it was so good and everyone loved it. I just can't remember, and I may be wrong about him being in the service, but I just talking about this, and I'm thinking of other stuff, and it's just like brain's going. So,
Drill, the funniest place you can't laugh, and the shared experiences that we all seem to have from basic training land. Now, I figure if somebody's gonna let you know whether or not a basic training video.
Can't remember his name, man. I'd have to see his face, but we'll check it. We'll talk more after this. We'll figure it out.
Series, movie, etc. is any good and touches on the real thing, it would be yours truly. But enough lip flapping, let's get down to the nitty gritty.
Recruited out of a dumpster behind an abortion clinic? I've seen tie hookers with more balls than you. What the is your first stone? Crystal meth?
The first thing that caught my attention in the show is how they use the drill sergeant's ability to berate people. Once again, I know everybody's very familiar with R. Lee Ermey's depiction of a drill instructor in Full Metal Jacket.
It looks to me like the best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as a brown stain on the mattress. I think you've been cheated.
And why that scene in Full Metal Jacket?
One thing that is still true, regardless what's coming out of their mouth, one thing is still true. To this day, every drill sergeant will be right here in your fucking face. Imagine that this microphone is your face. This is the drill sergeant. And his round brown is poking you in the forehead like a chicken, pecking at you, right? And he's like this, and he's in your face, and you can smell what he had for breakfast. Like, bro, you can see the color of his corneas. Like, you can see where like he missed a part right here where he shaved, right? He's like, he is this close, but he's screaming, man, screaming. Just imagine my voice like 1,000 times louder, this close to your fucking, and like screaming like this with fucking, oh. Oh man.
Jacket is so iconic is because of R. Lee Ermey's ability to just quickly rattle off insults.
Actually might be that guy, Al Matthews. Maybe. But we'll find out soon enough.
Faster than you can think. Now, drill sergeants may not.
Might be. And I think he did a light beer commercial long before Aliens. I don't know who we're talking about now.
Be sitting here with a sketch pad trying to think of interesting and funny things to say and writing them down for later so that they can go up and down the line berating each and every individual.
I don't understand why Hollywood just doesn't get real drill sergeants to do their drill sergeants in the movies. Because they're not acting at all. Like, the guy that did the dude from Full Metal Jacket, he was a drill instructor too. He didn't have to act. That should be done more often, really. And not just get someone that's never been a drill sergeant to try to portray a drill sergeant. Because there's so many nuances that it comes to being a drill sergeant. So many mannerisms of a drill sergeant, ways of speaking, even ways of looking at you. The eye contact that they make. Just the way they look like they're always perpetually gritting their teeth. Like right here, you can see their jaw. It almost looks like their jaws are constantly clenched all the time, right? Like, to do that more often. Get actual drills to do these things. Because at the end of the day, bro, they're not acting. They're just channeling their old self. And they like that.
Well, no, we don't have that amount of time. And honestly, I don't give about giving each and every one of you your own special individual nickname for something that you f***ed up. You'll do something stupid later on, and then I'll call you whatever name that is. I'll call you Landmine if you dropped on a...
Names for your recruits as a drill instructor, they happen organically over the course of time.
Landmine. Or call you Rambo if you put on your face camouflage all jacked up and you look like some sort of weird thing that came from the Black Lagoon.
Trying to think of any names we had. We had
Here I am.
But quickly and randomly,
we had this guy in my basic training from Africa. Last name Iklu. Like African. Like hella African. Last name Iklu. Not very good with the English. But he wasn't stupid at all. And for a minute there, our drill thought that it was a language problem. But then our drill realized that it's not a language problem, that this motherfucker just wasn't paying attention. And he went from calling him Iklu to Clueless for a while. Which didn't really stick, but yeah, really. And I remember it. He's like, well, God damn it, Iklu, I thought that it's just because you couldn't fucking speak English. Turns out, you're just fucking lazy. Oh, that was a good day.
Coming up with colorful language to talk to your trainees is definitely something that I have been a part of. Even just as recently as this past summer, I had a troop whose last name is Quintard. And yes, Quintard, you've left a mark in my life forever. Just as in the...
Yeah, I left a mark on my drill sergeant because my last name is Falcon, and if you've ever been in the military, well, you fucking know. You know, bro. Go ahead, flood the comment sections with it and do it. I'll laugh and be irritated all at the same time. Do it. Put it in chat too. Yeah, I had to live with that. Yeah, that was my nickname. Blue. In basic training. Blue. My homie tried to call me Swallows, and I put a stop to that shit real goddamn fast. I was like, no. Blue is fine. If I'm gonna take any kinds of disrespect, I'd rather it be Blue than fucking Swallows. You can get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Same way that I used to make your name ring throughout the barracks. Get over here, Quintard!
My last name is Falcon, for those of you that are new, that don't know. And in the military, the term Blue Falcon is what you call someone that fucks over his friends. A buddy fucker, if you will. A snitch. Someone who rats you out. Who tells on you. No, he's not late because he was at an appointment. He was hungover, and he skipped work today. That's a Blue Falcon, man. Hey, where's Private So-and-so? He was supposed to be in the motor pool. I think he's sleeping in his car, Sergeant. That's a Blue Falcon. And that was not me. So I gotta get called these things in basic training, even though I was a very good friend, man. I would lie for you. I would die for you. I would steal for you. Still got called Blue.
I think my favorite line from the show is the birthstone being crystal meth.
What the is your birthstone? Crystal meth?
This could possibly be my most favorite episode of this longer series because in this...
We gotta start watching some Vet TV. We've watched isolated episodes before, but we gotta do the whole thing. We gotta do the whole thing.
Same episode.
Because I know, I've seen the one episode about the... not the Barracks Bunny, the Desert Queen. Barracks Bunny is when you're CONUS. Desert Queen is when you're OCONUS. Unless you're like at a OCONUS garrison place. If that's the case, then you'd revert back to Barracks Bunny. But their episodes on the Barracks Bunnies and the Desert Queens are fucking hilarious.
Drill sergeants get a little sneaky, don't they? Oh, they think of a way to sneak inside and infiltrate the privates, which is something I have absolutely done. Now, I've never seen anybody go quite as far as the drill sergeants in this sketch to shave one of their battle buddies' heads so that they can fall in and disguise themselves to live amongst the privates. But for the...
Oh, that right there is just diabolical. Oh my god, could you imagine? That right there is a good basic training. Because that right there teaches you trust no one. Really. But then again, that could be a bad basic training because you got to trust your teammates. But think about it. The drill sergeant leaves. Y'all start fucking around. Regular basic training, soldier shenanigans. And the drill sergeant's nowhere to be found, right? But somehow, some way, the next day, the drill sergeant knows. How does he know? Because there is a drill sergeant in your midst, disguised as a trainee. God damn, that's a good idea. And I hate that had I been a drill sergeant, I would have never thought of that. I think that's what disappoints me the most. my lack of creativity had I been a drill sergeant, because I wouldn't have minded being a drill sergeant. I would have excelled at that. Oh my god. I would have one, either turned out the best troops that this nation has ever seen, or two, I get relieved of my duties because I'm too savage and harsh. One of those two is going to happen had I been a drill sergeant.
Those of us who are follically challenged as drill sergeants, it's a little bit easier. And you don't need much to do it. In PT uniforms, the only thing that makes a bald drill sergeant look different than a private is the fact that, one, we're usually a little bit older and more developed as a man.
Check the pack.
The days are over of having 21 through 25-year-old drill sergeants. That was back in the day. Not so much these days. We talked about this earlier a couple of videos ago. Back in the day, you probably did have a drill sergeant that was 21 years old. Not today, bro. Not today, bro. Most drill sergeants today, if you're coming in at the same age I did, which was the whopping age of 18, your drill sergeants are probably going to be old enough to be your father. So.
And two, we've got a large reflective vest on that says, Drill Sergeant, do not touch. Danger. Stay arm's distance away at all times. Let me tell you about one time when I blended in with the privates, because it's real. We do this. Now, I've hidden in wall lockers and in latrines and under beds. Everywhere! Trying to, like, scare them, but that's as a drill sergeant. Like, I got the hat, I'm in uniform, they know who I am. One day during PT, we're all done with it. They're about ready to go upstairs, quickly shower, get ready for chow. I don't know if they actually showered in the morning, but they're getting ready to change.
Yeah. Actually. Yeah, from what I can remember, basic training, we did Nah. Well, yeah, we had to, because we did PT. So we would wake up, do PT, finish PT, go shower. I think we would get to shower. Yeah, just shower, get ready for I want to say 7:30, no, like 8 o'clock formation. And then at 8 o'clock formation, we march to the chow hall and we finish. And by the time we're done, the duty day begins at 9 a.m. And we do whatever training we have to do that day, whatever classes we have to do that day. And that was usually, unless we were in the field, there was no showering. But for the most part, yeah. And obviously you could shower at night before bed, and then in the mornings for the most part. Unless you didn't do PT that morning, and then you could skip your shower, but no one really skipped showers except for one guy that went 6 weeks of not showering and no one noticed until week 7. I didn't notice because I wasn't in a bay. I was in a side room. And my side room had 3 other people. It was a room of 4 people. The bay had like 35 to 40 people. And this motherfucker got away with not showering for like 7 weeks, bro. He got in so much trouble. And he pissed the bed like on 4 occasions, didn't tell anybody. The only reason people found out is because the bay started to smell like fucking piss no matter how much we cleaned. And we were like, what is happening? You. And no, we didn't beat his ass. He didn't get a fucking, he didn't get the pillow treatment. He didn't get the soap and the pillow treatment. The drill sergeant pretty much took care of that so fucking fast and so viciously that we didn't have to do anything. So, anyways, that's besides the point.
So we can go get some chow. And before they get released from the PT pit area, I take off my vest and I hold it in front of my chest so that from behind, you just see a bald dude in a PT top and shorts, just walking around with the rest of them. Now, if they were intelligent privates, they would have looked at my shoes and said, those aren't the basic training issued shoes that I've been given before. That's probably a drill sergeant, but they're dumb and stupid.
They're dumb.
And so, yes, falling
I wouldn't have noticed that either.
in with a group of privates just randomly is something that's extremely believable. But I digress. I'm walking in the PT area, outside the PT area, about to go into the barracks, and I'm fake jogging, and they all start running around.
Oh, yeah, he finished basic training. Oh, yeah. And for a whole week, guess what he did? For a whole week, guess what happened? Every time he showered, Our drill sergeant was standing right behind him. In the shower. Uh-huh. So there were times where I would shower and my drill sergeant was in there because he was in there. And our drill sergeant, he wasn't naked. All of us were naked. He was in his PT uniform and his PT shoes, standing in the shower like this, watching this man clean himself like this. No, you're not done. Not even close, bro. Keep fucking scrubbing. Don't look at me. Nope, you ain't done. Not even close. Nope. And he would make for a whole fucking week. He stood there like a statue watching this man. That show was so good. I was like, that's what you get, bro. Like, Jesus Christ. It's already embarrassing enough that we have to like sit in this open shower with a whole bunch of dicks swinging. Now we got this guy purposefully in here staring at us. Not really so much at us, but at you. But it's just still, it's just an uncomfortable scene, period. Like, fuck, man.
On me. And then, of course, once they all start running around me, one of them touches me.
I don't like to be touched.
And that drill sergeant reflex kicked in. Don't fucking touch me, private! And you gave yourself away, right?
And because they're not paying attention that I am a drill sergeant, I freak out. And I give them the proper warning of privates do not touch me. And I flail around like this because they're supposed to keep 1 arm's length distance away from me.
Angry Cops was like Megamind. Y'all ever seen Megamind? Where at the end of the movie he saves the day and the humans are trying to give him praise and they're trying to like shake his hand and he's like, "Get back, you savages!" And that was Angry Cops in that moment. He was like, "Fuck, touch me. I'll fuck karate chop all you motherfuckers. I can fucking take all of you. I'm your leader." Like,
because it is for their safety that they stay that far away from me.
Listen, that is for your safety, not mine.
I have PTSD. Don't sneak up behind me, Private. Sounds like a you problem.
Good evening, Drill Sergeant.
Shut up. Check it out, weirdos. Gonna go over to the end of the bay.
Jesus Christ, the amount of times. Oh my God. The amount of times. Holy shit. The nostalgia is flowing through me. Check it out, weirdos. The amount of times I heard that come out of a drill sergeant's mouth. Check it out, weirdos. Listen. Exactly like that. Exactly like that. And the way they approach you, you're like, "Good morning, drill sergeant, shut the fuck up." Listen. Like, there's no, like, they don't want to be greeted, bro. They're just, like, there's a plan, there's a task, and we have a day today. And listen, God damn, yeah. So accurate. So accurate.
Put your nose against the wall, and you're not gonna move until I come get you. Tracking? Yes? No? Me?
Yes, Drill Sergeant.
Oh,
Go.
yeah,
Execute.
that too. I remember like it was yesterday. Yes. Yes, what? Fuckface, asshole, douchebag, drill sergeant, what the fuck am I? God, I remember that like it was yesterday. Fuck, yes, drill sergeant. Oh, Lord.
Sorry I bumped into you, ma'am.
Next time you have to pay for it.
You didn't see anything here tonight. Understand? I need this.
Yes, Drill Sergeant.
In a later episode, while some
I can explain this one to you. This soldier right here, fire guard. This drill sergeant, he is the SOG. SOG stands for Sergeant on Guard. In this case, drill sergeant on guard. This is the drill sergeant that is also going to be awake while you're awake. And there's always going to be one person on fire guard. Fire guard rotates once every hour, or it's 2 hours. I can't remember. I think it's once every hour. Fire guard rotates. And the same drill is on the same shift for every rotation of fire guard. So a drill sergeant, if he is awake, he will see roughly about 6 to 7 different people wake up and go to bed throughout the evening because of fire guard. And he took this opportunity to bring in a late night Netflix and chill, which I don't hate it, man. Do what you do. Fucking, you got to be awake anyways, right? Might as well make it fun.
Here tonight. Understand? I need this.
Yes, Drill Sergeant.
In a later episode, while some shenanigans and hijinks go down in the barracks, after hours, a little late night rendezvous with the lady of the night. And I can't say that I've seen drill sergeants bring in ladies or gentlemen's for their pleasure, but I've heard a story or two. But that's not what I want to talk about. There's a small moment in this sketch of the debauchery going down in the barracks that is such a perfect representation of...
It encapsulates the spirit of lower enlisted, really. Because the highest ranking motherfucker in that building, bro, is a E6. An E6. And there's some good soldiers, and they got some decent rank on them, but they still have leftover remnants of the E4 Mafia in their system. You know what I mean? They're not fully cured of that yet. So even the E6s, they still get up to some risky business. The E7s, on the other hand, they got a lot more to lose. So they'll be way more careful or just abstain.
All moments in basic training.
Shut the fuck up.
And that's just how we tell people to shut up. There are many times where drill sergeants on the trail just don't want to deal with your shit, trainee, okay? And honestly, my favorite word is weirdo. Shut up, weirdo. Don't talk to me, weirdo. Don't look at me, weirdo. I've made privates run back and forth or do push-ups every time that they come up to talk to me because I'm just too tired of dealing with their shit.
I had a drill sergeant who called, every time he addressed us, it was men. Listen, men. All right, men, today we got this. Take a seat, men. He always referred to us as men. And men, we were not. We were just children, man, 18 years old. But I have a feeling he called us that so that he could make us feel like more, right? Because that's the whole point of basic training. Break it down to build you back up to something better or something that you never were to begin with. And I think that was just like his way of maybe motivating or maybe like just making you believe in yourself or making you, I guess, have extra confidence in yourself because you're just young, man. You really are. So I guess that was his way. He never called us weirdos or anything. I was just like, all right, man, that's what we got today. So.
And even them screaming, hey, it's at the top of their lungs. They'll be like, no, now's not the time. I need to put out information. Shut up, just shut up. Everybody shut up.
Shut the fuck up.
And what really made me happy is the end scene where the privates are doing exactly what Drill Sergeant told them. Hours later, just face up against the wall.
Think we can leave now?
If I know.
I have definitely forgotten about privates, intentionally and unintentionally. I'll give you a quick story. Down on the trail, it was my last day. I was going back home, so I had all the troops, the trainees in the barracks, had them line up. I gave them a little speech. Listen, don't move, toe the line, everybody stay on line. I'll be back in a little bit. None of you move. I'm gonna put out something later on. Stay right here. So they're there at parade rest in the barracks, just waiting for me to give them their final instruction. It's like, I don't know.
Please tell me that you made it home, you greeted your wife, you gave her a kiss, you sat down to eat dinner, and before you take a bite, you're just like, oh my God, they're still in formation. That would just be the best story ever. I hope it plays out like that.
1800, 6 p.m.
Oh.
And I leave and never came back. So what ended up happening is, and I didn't find this out until later on, like literally years later, I met up with one of the other drill sergeants again. You know, our paths cross. And they go, hey, you remember that one time when you left us and you left the private standing at parade rest, like in the bay? I was like, yeah, I always wondered, like, you know, when they got done with that. And the drill sergeant was like, hours later, hours later, they were still standing there like, where's Drill Sergeant High? Why isn't he telling us to do anything? And this drill sergeant came up from CQ duty to check on all the barracks, on all the bays, and when they got to my bay, she sees everybody standing there at parade rest, toeing the line, by their bunks, just waiting, pops their head in and goes, what are you privates doing in here?
Toes online, man. That's what he said, and he
They're like waiting for Drill Sergeant Hyde to give us the next block of instruction. Drill Sergeant, he told us to wait here for him. And of course, the drill sergeant.
I feel like those soldiers should have gotten like some kind of POB or like maybe like an extra hour or two of personal time for that. Probably not though, because this fucker left. But there's some good soldiers, man. They followed all three of their general orders. They did.
Responded with, trainees, he's gone. He left.
Yeah.
He's not coming back.
Nope.
How long have you been standing here? It was for a while. It's for a good time.
Golly.
Discipline. That's what I taught you. Discipline.
Hey, listen, if that happens in basic training, whatever. What else do you have to do as a trainee? Are you going to go to the strip club? No. Are you going to go to the club? No. Are you going to go to the restaurants? No. You going to go to the mall? No, you're going no fucking where. So if you leave me standing there in basic training for 6 hours, whatever. Now, if you do this at 1700 on a regular duty day at Fort Stewart, Georgia, woo, I'm mad. But in basic training, I'm just like, whatever, dog. That's just basic training. I got nothing else to do anyways. Which promotion zone is it where a soldier gets promoted ahead of schedule because they're either shit hot or under someone's desk? Is it secondary zone? I've never heard of anything like that before. I know when my dad was in the service, he made sergeant in less than 2 years. But that's just because my dad was just like a high-speed motherfucker. Man, like, my dad was on it. On it. Always at the right place, at the right time, in the right uniform, knew everything. You asked him a question, he knew the answer, and if he didn't, he had it to you within the hour. Like, it's just like, he got promoted so fast. And then he went on to spend the next 12 years as an E6. But, yeah. I don't know. No clue.
On to the next one. I can't tell you the amount of strange things privates have done. I can't tell you the strange things privates have done to injure themselves because they're just so freaking spastic.
Why did you two come in here to bother me anyway? Huh? What's so doggone important? You run out of toilet paper again? There's no boxes on your bunks. I already checked. What is so important?
Drill Sergeant. Private Howard drank bleach from that accident. Private Howard's been vomiting in the bay for the past 10 minutes.
Move.
Oh man, vomiting in the bay. That nice clean floor that you just spent 2 hours buffering. This private's throwing up all over it. You see where my priorities lie? I don't even give a fuck about that soldier. The only thing I care about in this situation is that now the bay floor is ruined. And someone's gonna have to clean it.
And yes, every once in a while, you start yelling at somebody, and you're like, I'm tired of you, what's wrong with you? And then when they get a second to talk, what is it, private? What do you want? Drill Sergeant, Private Stuffy fell off the top bunk, cracked his head open, he's bleeding all over the place, and we don't have any aid to give him.
And the drill sergeant's like, well, why didn't you say that? We did, Drill Sergeant, you were yelling a lot, like really fast, we couldn't get in a word otherwise, and, well, goddamn it, Private, if it's something like that, you need to say something. Yeah, I've been there.
Oh, Private, why don't you say that? And then you gotta go fix Private Joe Snuffy's head. Now, I can't remember an injury, but I can remember a strange thing that a private did. So
I got injured twice in basic training, actually. And I got interrogated by my drill sergeant. When you go to basic training, you don't go, like, your first week, you don't see your drill sergeants for the first week. Your first week is in processing, getting your uniforms, getting all your equipment, going through CIF, blah, 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 paperwork, dental, medical, all this shit, right? And then after a week, your drill sergeants are going to come get you. So in that first week, I fell down a flight of stairs, cracked my face open. The entire left side of my face was just like crazy, bro. I looked like Harvey Dent. I go to the hospital. And they scrape all the concrete off my face. I look terrible. I look like I was just in Fight Club. And I go back to the barracks. The drill sergeants come, put us in formation. Drill sergeant looks at me. He's like, "Who did that to you?" I was like, "Nobody. I fell." He's like, "Yeah, that's what they all say, Private. Who did that to you?" I was like, "Drill sergeant, I fell." He's like, and then he leaned in real close. He's like, "Private, you're here to train for the military, and you can't train for the military if you're not in a safe environment. Who did this to you? I can't protect you if I don't know who did this to you." And I was like, "Drill sergeant, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying. I really did fall." He's like, "If you say so, Private. Okay." And that was the end of that. But he interrogated the shit out of me. And it was just like, God damn. Anyways, so that was one injury, and then another injury that I had was in AIT. Funny that he just said Private Snuffy fell off the top bunk and cracked his head open, because that's exactly what happened to me, except I wasn't on the top bunk, I was on the bottom bunk, and I just like passed out, hit my head, cracked it open, had to go to the hospital, I had to get my head stapled shut. That was just an AIT. There was no drill sergeants there. Anyways, yeah, and then there was another guy who nah, that's not even worth.
Base. Just, I'll break it down with you.
Old Captain Z, what's good?
Right. There's the first floor area where you have formations. The second floor is actually an enclosed space. That's one of the barracks. And then the third floor is another barracks, right? It's usually got 4 barracks rooms. There you go. A long empty rectangle with beds in it. And at either end of it are the latrines, the bathrooms, and the laundry stations. And there was one private in a previous class before I got there who had found out that if you go on the third story, the barracks on the third floor, which above that is just the roof, and you go into the laundry room and you climb up the wall, there's the attic space, which is just, the roof. There's not really a lot of space, but it connects the entire one barracks to over the drill sergeant offices, big problem, and over the next bay. And what this private would do is he would put on his freaking face paint, his face camo, climb up the wall, get into the roof, go to the other bay on the other side of the building, and start with privates and making them think that ghosts were there and taking their and moving it around and make them fight one another, and nobody knew. We had a ninja private. I'm not even mad, I'm kind of impressed.
Free radicals are everywhere.
Bro, that is so good. That is so good. I thought that was gonna go south. I thought that was gonna go bad. I was like, oh man, this is probably like a fucking co-op. This is probably like a co-op basic training, and there's females here, and he's going over there to beat cheeks and fraternization. That's not gonna be good. That was great. Oh, the payoff on that was fantastic. That's the first guy I'm promoting, man. As soon as I find out that happens, man, I'm calling him into my office, and I'll be like, "Son, have you ever thought about special operations? We could use someone like you." Okay, all right, golly.
Everywhere. Protect yourself against them with palm.
Oh my god. Yeah, all these stories, bro. I was a fucking saint in basic training. Jesus.
I bet you $20 we get 2 unwaverables.
Over. Definitely over. You know damn well these recruiters are always sending us these goddamn window lickers trying to make their goddamn mission.
There's one thing that drill sergeants hate more than trainees. Well, it's on the same level, but sometimes it's more. Peaks and valleys.
Is when recruiters basically just pencil whip some shit, and they basically give you the equivalent of Forrest Gump, but without all of the good luck and the good fortune and all of the fucking coincidences that make him an amazing human. That's what recruiters give the drill sergeants sometimes, and the drill sergeants are like, "I'm a drill sergeant. I don't work in special education. Okay, like, I don't know what the fuck y'all are doing, but stop this shit." Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Valleys. They constantly fight one another in the ebb and flow of what we hate more, trainees or the recruiters that brought those trainees there. Now, we get it. We understand that recruiters have a job to do. They've got to pick sometimes not the cream of the crop to come in. And hey, we've got minimum standards because sometimes people just barely meet the minimum.
So we reach the bottom of the barrel.
But let me tell you, a bad recruiter is the bane of a drill sergeant's life. What's the point of getting the fat kid in and lying on his tape if he's gonna have a heart attack and nearly kill himself in basic training because all the kid's done is mainline Funyuns and sit down and play Call of Duty every single day, never ever moving the joints in his body.
To be fair, I saw a couple of fat bodies in basic training that when we were done with basic training, their bodies looked better than mine. And I was in shape too. But yeah, I get what you're saying. It's one thing to be a fat body. It's another thing to like, you're like Boogie 2988 trying to sign up for the service, bro. That's not gonna happen. That like what? Yeah, like nah.
Or, true story, have some crazy kid that emigrated from another country who hates women, disrespects them, and in order to get out of basic training, decides that he's just gonna walk around naked and flash his dong to female drill sergeants.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, I thought this was the baby's room. I'm really sorry.
Until he's wrestled to the ground, nude by the MPs. If I'm lying, I'm dying.
It's me.
Why even join the service? If you're gonna do some shit like that, you could have done that shit without going to basic training. You could have done that. I could go outside right now and whip my dick out without military service. I won't. Did you really have to join the service to do this? I feel like you could have just gone to the mall. Jackass.
Tony Lasagna from the neighborhood.
So yes, there are moments where I look and say, if I could find the recruiter of this unique turd that is making my life more difficult,
I would like to sit down and have a conversation with that man and ask him what the fuck he sees that I don't.
I would gladly nut punch them.
Are you starting first class Freeman?
Yes. Oh. And my favorite part, because it's just so true, out of this entire series, which by the way, in case you haven't figured it out yet, I really enjoyed.
Yeah.
You should check it out. I've got a link.
I can't believe you just now found it. Or maybe you found it a while ago and you just thought of it now to make a video about it. Either way, I'm glad you found it. I've known about Vet TV for a while. I've seen a little bit of their stuff. I haven't seen all of it. I plan on it, but yeah, glad you found it.
Link below for the Vet TV.
I just think it's absolutely crazy that, like, dude, people that watch Angry Cops, the Angry Cops fan base, what have y'all been doing this whole time, man? Because, like, I remember, like, 5 years ago, like, when I discovered Angry Cops, bro, I was at like 70,000 subscribers, and bro, everyone was telling me to watch Vet TV, check out Vet TV, this, Vet TV this, Vet TV that, and it was because they knew that I was a veteran. Or maybe y'all have been telling Angry Cops, and he just now saw it, and he just now got around to it, but I mean, damn, this long? I'm just saying. Yo, Nolani, what's good? How are you? You're right on time, because after this, we're gonna watch some Trump meltdown videos.
TV app and their videos, and they've got a whole catalog of content for you weird veterans that you need to check out.
We've always called them dicks.
It's tradition, First Sergeant.
Regardless, cancel culture is real and dicks are out.
Dicks out. Pussy mouth.
You can't cancel the military. You would think that, like, the military would be the one thing that can't be canceled. Right? Who's gonna cancel us? Oh, are you gonna go fight the Taliban on your own? You ain't canceling shit. Really. And I hate when senior leadership caves to that kind of shit. It's kind of annoying, man, really, because you can't cancel us, man. Are you gonna do the job yourself? No? Okay then. Take your hands off that goddamn cancel button, bro. Please, for all of us.
Comp bubble.
Chicken vagina.
Vegan.
All right.
Chevy Equinox EV
I don't even know where that one was going, really, to be honest.
gives you the range you need up to 319 miles and the tech you want with best-in-class touchscreen. A vehicle you know, value you'd expect, and a dealer right down the street. Go EV without changing a
It's been longer than that. Terminated. I didn't show up on YouTube until 2018. So even longer than that.
Part is the no-no words. Can't call him a dick bag.
Dicks are out.
Dicks out.
Can't call him a pussy.
Same category, gentlemen.
You can't swear at him. You can't intentionally swear at him. You can't just like dump an entire vitriolic paragraph of F-bombs and C-words.
Yeah, you can't do that really anywhere, and you do that in the military to the wrong person that's having a bad day, regardless your rank, that person might swing on you. Sometimes there's taking things too far, but other times it's just the way we speak. And when I was in the mainly when I was at Fort Stewart, my first sergeant and my commander when I was at the 173rd, they didn't really care about this too much, and they didn't say anything. Mainly, I want to say mainly because I think it's because they were white. But when I was at Fort Stewart, I had a black first sergeant, and we could say whatever we wanted to one another, and like cursing was just like bad words, dickhead, like bitch, pussy, stop being a little bitch, like all that stuff. That was whatever, no one cared, right? But our drill sergeant did not play the N-word. That was his only rule, really. When I was at Fort Stewart, he did not play the N-word at all. He's like, no one's going to use that motherfucking word, bro. Like, nobody. I don't even care if you're black. I don't want you using that word ever. You're not going to use that word to one another. You're not going to use that word to me. You're not going to use that word to your homies in the motor pool. Fucking nothing. You want to call yourself something, call each other douchebags or soldier or... Nobody's black, nobody's white, nobody's nothing. We're all green over here, all right? And that was his mantra. When it came to like dickhead, bitch, pussy, that didn't even matter, bro. No one cared. There was that we did have one soldier, Sergeant E5, had the truck nuts hanging on the back of his truck. Some lady got offended and pissed off and bitched and complained, and they banned having that on your vehicle for a time. I don't know if that's still a rule, but I think they just did it to make that lady shut the fuck up or something. And I don't even know if it was a service member that complained or if it was a civilian, but yeah, that was a thing.
You could be creative, and that's what these drill sergeants have to do. You gotta figure out new and interesting words. Now, I love saying dude and weirdo. If I say guy or dude, that means you That means you have made it to a level of which I am now going to seek retribution for your stupidity. And you will pay for that in sweat. Yes. If I say dude or guy, you're done. Weirdo is just like, what are you doing, weirdo? Just like, what? That's my general term. Can't say retard, even if they're acting retarded.
I'm kind of retarded.
Or quintarded. One of the words.
One I heard a lot was, are you fucking dumb? That's it. Another one I heard a lot, and this is something that my sister says a lot, Jesus, is, don't fucking piss me off. That was a common phrase from drill sergeants or just leadership or just like your NCO. Maybe you're getting on his nerves. Maybe you've asked him one too many questions. Maybe you've asked him if you can go home way too many times, which is something I used to do to my drill sergeant, or not my drill sergeant. I used to do it to my NCO when I was in Italy, Sergeant Vasquez, and he used to get so fucking mad at me. I'm like, hey, Sergeant V. And he's like, what's up, Falcon? I was like, can we go home? And he's like, Falcon, it's 10 o'clock. I'm like, okay. An hour later, hey, Sergeant V. What's up, Falcon? Can we leave? I mean, yeah, you can go to lunch. Like, no, I mean home. No, Falcon, you can't go home. We got work to do. 1500 rolls around. Hey, Sergeant V. Falcon, I swear to God, you asked me if you can go home one more goddamn time, bro. You're doing push-ups. I promise you. Never mind. I'll go back to work. Like, bro, I used to do it to get on his nerves. I wasn't serious about leaving. I just did it to be annoying, right? Because I used to get so mad. Oh, dude. And I would piss him off to the point where he threatened me with push-ups, and then I'd stop for about like an hour, 2 hours or something like that. And I know one day I waited until like it was like 16:45, 15 minutes before final formation, and then we go home. Like 16:45. And I found him. I was like, Sergeant V. He's like, what's up? We got formation. What is it? What do you need? I was like, can I leave? And he's like, push-ups right now, Falcon. I don't even have time. Just do push-ups. He didn't scream at me either. He didn't yell. He didn't raise his voice. He was like, just do push-ups, bro. Just 30. Do it. I told you. You've been pissing me off all day, man. Like, all day. It's been all day. 30. Go ahead. Do it right now. And then my first sergeant walks out, and he's like, Sergeant V, stop that. We're about to start final formation. And Sergeant V's like, no, hold on. He's got 10 more. And first sergeant's like, what'd he do? Sergeant V's like, he pissed me off. And first I was like, okay, go ahead. All right, Falcon, finish. Hurry up. And then the whole company had to wait on me to do like 10 more push-ups. And then I stood up, and then we got on with final formation. Man, good times. That's
phrases, names that drill sergeants are not supposed to be calling. They hit it really hard.
I don't think anyone got through basic without being called shitbag. Yeah. Shitbag, turd, dumbass, guy, high speed, which I hated high speed. I hated guy too. Shitbag was a one. Oh, there was one sergeant. He was a sergeant first class. He loved the sound of his own voice. When I was at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, and his go-to phrase when he saw you like doing something or like something like that, he'd be like, "Freeze, shitbag!" That's exactly how he sounded every single time, and it's just like, are you robbing me? Or like, are you like trying to steal my wallet? Are you a cop? What is your deal, bro? And that's how, freeze, shitbag. He sounded just like that. And it was always so funny. I was just like, oh my God, this guy, what now? What did I do? Get off the grass! Man really loves his grass.
Like half a dozen years ago, was calling the trainees privates. Hey, drill sergeant, you can't call the privates privates. Why, sir? That's their rank. Well, drill sergeant, some of them are specialists. So if you're calling them private, then it must be their rank. But if they're a specialist, you can't call them private. Who
okay, well,
cares?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say that too, but check it out. Check it out, weirdos. So most of the people that are in basic training are going to be privates, either an E-Fuzzy or either a E1 no insignia, which is a E-Fuzzy, or a E2, which is private with the insignia. Okay, that is 98% of your soldiers in basic training. If you have a specialist in basic training, there is a 10 out of 10 chance that that specialist, after basic training and AIT, he's going to officer candidate school. Those are the only people I've ever seen go to basic training as a specialist, and they are going to be an officer. They get to the highest rank they can besides sergeant, because when they get to OCS, they make sergeant and then get their officer. I don't know, man, but most specialists, I had a Specialist Brown. He was our PG, our platoon guide. He went to officer school after basic training. Most people of that rank, so he didn't get bent out of shape getting called private or getting called private. It's an overarching term because that's most of what the ranks are going to be in basic training. That's it. And when Specialist Brown was addressed individually, he was addressed as Specialist Brown. What do you want?
Who fucking cares? So then they started giving drill sergeants like secondary words, right? Hey, use this word instead of like use trainees. I use trainees all the time, but they wanted us to call them war.
Our drill sergeant Ratney, would have us toes on line in the bay, and he would walk up and down the bay with his hands behind his back like this. He would just be walking. He'd walk by one person, look you up and down, keep walking. Get to another person, look you up and down, look to the other side, look at the other person, look you up and down, and then eventually he'd reach somebody that he found fucked up. He'd walk up to him, look at him, and be like, "Nasty private." And then just keep walking, doing his inspections. But that's what he would say. When he would find something subpar, he'd be like, "Nasty private." Just keep walking. That's like... It always made me giggle when I heard him say that.
Warriors for a while. Oh my God, I hated Warriors. Hey, Warrior. We had to use Warrior, but we made it sound like.
Do you know what I hated? I hated Killer. Come here, Killer. Come here, Killer. Like, oh, that's cringe. Ugh. I didn't really mind Warrior. Really. At the end of the day, we kind of encapsulate that term. But just the word kill. Hey, Killer, come here. I'm a cook, though. Like, who are you talking to? It's just, I always found that cringe. I always found that one, like, It's like, get it off. That's, ugh.
Hey, Warrior. Interchangeable with hey. Like, really just the way that you said Warrior and its placement in, like, the yelling scene that you were at and, like, that specific moment of time, it could mean a multitude of insults. Anyway, even though these new rules...
You're also forgetting, like, the most iconic one, which is like, hey, you! With the face! Come here! That one, right there. That's the one. That one's just legendary.
Of what we can call them and what we can't, whether it's warrior or soldier or trooper, trainee or private or whatever.
Hey, where you going, hero?
You know, fucking hero. Speaking of like stupid shit that the military doesn't let you say anymore. One time I was at Fort Stewart, and my platoon sergeant, Staff Sergeant Kelly. Platoon sergeant was giving the status on our platoon. We were having formation. First sergeant was there. Fucking our commander wasn't there, but our XO was in the back. And giving status like fucking we got and the platoons were giving their status to the first sergeant, right? Like we got 2 on appointment, we got 3 on leave, we got 4 doing this, and 42 accounted for, right? So it gets to my platoon, and Sergeant Kelly starts to give the status on our platoon. He's like, we got 2 on leave, we got 4 on appointment, we got 3 in training, and specialist so and so is not here. She's got 1 in the oven, implying that she was pregnant, right? Wrong answer. They informed Sergeant Kelly that he was no longer allowed to say that. And he's like, what'd I say? And they were like, the oven thing. He's like, yeah, I know, she's pregnant. What's up? What happened? And they were like, you can't say it like that. He's like, but that, everyone knows what that means. She's pregnant. What's the problem? And they really couldn't explain it. They were just like, you see, here's the thing. And he was just like looking real confused. He's like, okay, but whatever. She's pregnant, and she's at the hospital, at the OBGYN. That's where she is. It was like the dumbest thing in the world.
Even if you limit the space that a drill sergeant can work in, we will expand it in our own minds. And my favorite insult has got to be...
vegan.
Oh, chef's kiss. So good. Now, like I said earlier, there's a lot of episodes of this basic training drill sergeant, drill instructor.
So what would you rather have, Army? Would you rather just call our soldiers that are acting like bitches a bitch, or would you rather us call them a vegan? Because now we're just insulting vegans. Really. So what would you rather have? The soldier have a little bit of hurt feelings because he got called a bitch? Or all the soft fucking vegans that are not going to get mad because you approved us to use vegan instead of bitch, which is essentially the same thing, but it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
World. There's Marine Corps drill instructors in there too. I just touched on the Army ones because, you know, that's my purview. But if that interests you, then go ahead and check out Vet TV.
Does interest me. Love Vet TV.
I've also been in...
We're going to watch more of it.
A series that they did called Checkpoint Charlie.
Lawrence, my baby wipes!
Based on MPs. So that was a good time there too. Best way to support the channel is get yourself a shirt.
Yeah.
We've only got a couple hoodies left.
Oh, and you know what's worse, bro, is when you wake up at like 2 o'clock in the morning to go take a shit and you forget you just forget your toilet paper, baby wipes, and maybe there's not anything in there. You can't yell for anybody. You pretty much just gotta duck walk back to the tent, get your toilet paper, and it's just like, or if you don't really mind discarding the shirt you're wearing, you can just make some shit happen, which I've had to do plenty of times before. on a convoy. Several places, actually, now that I think about it. And I've even done this in the civilian world. So, yeah. And my friends did it too. You just have to sometimes. Sometimes you don't have toilet paper. We were on a convoy one time, somewhere in Afghanistan. Dark, empty road. We stopped for something. The wrecker crew is behind my vehicle. And then the wrecker crew is 2 E4s. One E4, in particular, last name Hunter, 6'5". Built like Jack Reacher, actually. Same size. Huge. Big man. I rotate my turret 360 degrees, check behind me. I see Specialist Hunter squatted next to his wrecker, taking a shit. He did the same thing I did. He fucking lifted up his vest. Well, he took his vest off. Because he didn't give a shit, bro. It's like pitch black. Took his vest off, kept his helmet on for some reason. Took his vest off and tore off part of his brown t-shirt. Wiped his ass with that. That's how it goes sometimes. You don't always have a porta-john. And sometimes, man, those porta-johns are just like not the best thing to be using. Because lots of times, the military would leave it up to locals and or contractors that were local to clean these things. And sometimes they wouldn't. Sometimes the piss and shit would like pile up to the fucking rim to where it's just like, I'd honestly rather just piss in my truck, actually. Or shit in my truck. I feel like that would be more sanitary than any of this. So, did it ever rain while you were in Afghanistan? It rained one time. Once. And my wallet survived it. Let me show you something. I can show you proof of the time that it rained in Afghanistan. I don't know how many veterans can do this, but I can show you proof. So this is my wallet, right? It rained one time when I was over there. Once. And we were on mission. And we were on a convoy. And I was in the turret. Naturally, half my body sticking out of the truck. And I had my wallet. I carried my wallet with me everywhere. My wallet stayed on me at all times. Why did I take my wallet on mission? Because I take my wallet everywhere. Don't you? My wallet goes with me everywhere. If my neighbor invited me over for some hot tea right now, I'm taking my wallet. Why? I don't know. I'm taking it though, because I'm used to it and I've taken my wallet everywhere. So naturally, when I would go on mission, I'd have my wallet with me. And when I had my wallet with me, in my wallet, I have a letter that my little sister wrote me while I was deployed. And it's the only letter that I still have. She wrote me this letter. And in this letter is the lyrics to one of her favorite songs at the time, which is by System of a Down, called Chop Suey. And she wrote me this letter, and she wrote down the lyrics, and she wrote down how much she missed me, and she wrote down a whole bunch of stuff. And this letter was in my wallet that day that it rained. And I gotta be very careful. I feel like I'm opening up, I feel like I'm handling the Declaration of Independence. I feel like Nicolas Cage in the movie National Treasure. But this is it. This letter, right here, is from roughly about almost 20 years ago, guys. More than 20 years ago. And it was in my wallet the one singular day that it rained in both of my deployments. And as you can see, some of the writing is gone. More of a sentimental value kind of thing for me that I keep on me at all times. And this is the only thing that really survived, that I kept on me from my travels. Oh no, I didn't fold it correctly. That's the bad part about taking this out. Oh, there it is. Wrong. Fold this up. No. No. I had it right. Pretty bad. Can't get it. No, I forgot how I refolded it. think it. No, bro, I did this all fucked up. Like, dude, the paper is so brittle, it almost feels like tissue paper. Okay, I'm just gonna go back to the way I did it. That's the safest to do it. Okay. That's it. Oh, let me carefully put this back in here because this is like a relic, dude. There we go. And the only other letter I have in there is from my dad that I've had in there since basic training. The day I left for basic training. That's the only other letter that I have in there, and it survived all that shit too. I just don't want to pull it out because it's just as brittle. And the only thing it has on it is outdated addresses, outdated phone numbers. Whenever I left for basic training, my parents really did treat me like a little kid, man. They were like, here's my phone number, here's your mom's phone number, here's your aunt's phone number, here's the address, here's this, here's that, here's this, here's that. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call. I'll come get you. That was mainly my mother, but okay. All right. Now, we're going to get to what's really important. And that's some Trump meltdowns videos. But before we do that, your boy is going to take a quick little smoke break. And I'm going to go to the kitchen real fast without my niece looking. I'm going to sneak a candy or 2 or 3 out of her stash. And I don't consider it stealing because over half of the candy that's in there, she either doesn't like or doesn't want to try. So she's not really going to be missing out on what I take. So. Machine Gun Kelly came out with a new song. Wonder what it sounds like. If it sounds like early 2000s pop punk, I'm good. If it's rap, maybe. Oh yeah, that's what we're doing here. So, if you guys and gals can just give me a minute and or 2, would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm up on the clock.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna. I'll let you know when I come back because I don't know what's in there. And there is quite a bit of candy in there that I don't like. Like Whoppers. I hate Whoppers. I think they're fucking disgusting. Those little circular black ball things that are like chocolate and some other. I fucking hate them. I think they're gross. There's some stuff in there that I really don't like, but we will see. Yeah, that's good. Oh, actually, in her bag, she did have a Warhead sour gumball. And I got her to eat it because she's like, "Ooh, I like this." And I was like, "No, Mama, I don't think you're gonna like that." And before I could say it was sour, she opened it and put it in her mouth. She put it in her mouth, and then I got to watch her go through the cycle of sour, and that was just hilarious. She took it like a champ though, and she ate it. And then after she ate it, she's like, "Theo, I'm never trying that again. I tried to tell you, and you didn't want to listen, but you know everything at the whopping age of 3. So there you go. It sucks for you." I did. Y'all can hear it, right? They still make Warheads? Hell yeah. They still make Warheads. And I like Warheads actually, but Warheads is that's not an everyday candy. I don't know for who it could be. Warheads is like, "Oh man, I haven't had this in a couple years." Oh. Ah, good. and then you don't eat another one for a couple of years. That's the way I eat warheads, really. I can't just pop them bitches like fucking Tic Tacs. That would just kill my teeth. And I feel like it would just destroy my taste bud. Moderation with those warheads, man. Otherwise, warhead soda? Nah. Ew. How does that work? Because the whole appeal of warheads is they start sour and get sweet. How do you do that with a drink? Is it all sour or all sweet? Or in between? Is it more sour at the bottom? I can't imagine that they could split a liquid like that. I don't know if I trust that. That seems problematic. But Deborah, hi. And if you can just give me a second, man, I'll be right back. Just take a quick little smoke break, and then we'll start with the Trump meltdown videos. Sour Patch Kids? Yeah, I don't mind the Sour Patch Kids, but, you know, it wouldn't hurt them to give us some fucking lore on the Sour Patch parents. It really wouldn't. Like a story, a backstory, maybe a prequel. Come on, man. Like, what happened to the parents? Has this never occurred to you? Have you never thought about that? I don't know, man. I smell human trafficking. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry. Fucking wind blowing and shit. Okay. Ugh. What? Sour milkshakes? I mean, you can just leave milk out. Get a sour milkshake then. That just sounds gross. Sour milkshake. I don't even sound good. Okay, so yesterday we watched fuck. Hold on. We watched it was on Poor Man's podcast. So I'm just gonna find his channel again because he's just been uploading them nonstop, like back to back, so because his channel's the one we watched it on. So we watched the first one. Since that one, he's uploaded like 5. Yeah, number 5 right here. So we're just gonna go here and we're gonna go to number 2. We will watch all of these in order over the course of the next couple days. Number 2 right here. Perfect.
The only thing better than wearing a well-made gun belt is knowing you got it on sale. For a limited time only, our handmade in the United States tactical gun belt is 43% off.
How long is the video that you're requesting, Captain Z? Because I plan on ending with this stuff. So what is it? I wish you would have like requested this earlier. That way I could have knocked it out instead of like coming to this. Okay. What is it, Captain Z? We'll do it. I was unaware that there was anything else, because... Is it in the Discord? I don't even know what this is. Okay. We can do this first, guys. Then we'll get to what we want to watch.
Do we have a good one today, boys and girls? I'm gonna need some backer for this one, because this one's gonna fry your damn brain. And I sound stopped up right now because I found out I'm allergic to my dog. So I've been dying for like a month thinking I got pneumonia and asthma and all kinds of fucked up shit. Nope, just allergic to my damn dog I rescued. Alright, so you're probably wondering, why is this a juicy one? I'm finna tell you, cuz. I'm gonna talk about the 4B movement. 4B, okay? It just sounds stupid. And it is. Would you guess that? Because I did not.
I don't even know what it is.
Definitely didn't profile anybody. Now, what is the 4B movement? The 4B movement is a group of women that are obviously liberals, because nobody else makes a fucking group to do dumb shit. It's not a liberal. Respectfully, okay? There are good liberals, there are good Democrats. Not everybody's stupid. I will say this as a preference. Both sides have bad apples. There are Republicans that are God-fearing, that love our country, that are just rooted in being pro-American and putting our country first, putting our working class people first, putting Americans at the forefront of everything. And then you got Dale that drinks beer all day, that's racist as fuck, and has all kinds of weird shit on his truck that makes you think, I probably wouldn't spend the night with that guy, especially if alcohol was involved. And then on the Democrat side, you got people that believe in having more government, having this, and I support this part of being a Democrat. And then you got others that are like, I think it should be standard to have a purple mohawk and wear a dildo in your fucking forehead. That's what I think. Just because, you know, just be rad, bro. Be fucking rad. So as I'm saying, the 4B movement is a group of women that are anti-Trump, obviously. And the idea is that they want to be...
Does it stand for Biden, I think? I guess? Man, if that's what it stands for, y'all slogans really do suck. I mean, I know that Trump's isn't original, but at least it's cool.
Different and separate themselves from other women that voted for Trump. They want to be clearly distinguished. Like, you can see them in public and go, they didn't vote for Trump. Not like them having a resting bitch face and looking like they fucking ate a bowl of dick-flavored Cheerios doesn't tell you enough.
Bro, don't forget the early 2000s short little fucking haircut style that they all used to do back in like early 2000s. You guys remember all the fucking middle-aged suburban white women rocking the same fucking haircut that you would see on Pink? Remember the singer that had like that short hair with like the spiky back to it? That's part of the starter kit for being a Karen, actually. Yeah. Y'all remember that haircut? I do. It was hideous then, and it's still hideous now. I mean, it works on some of you ladies, but I say some.
No, we needed you to change your whole appearance so we would clearly distinguish who you voted for. So these women in their super awesome club want to shave their heads. Yep, you're probably laughing. You're like, that's funny. But that's not even it. Like, that's just the beginning. That's just so you see them and go, hey, they're in that club. They're cooler than fuck.
I saw a Twitter post, and I don't even have Twitter. I saw it off Twitter. I'm not calling it X, fuck you. Saw a Twitter post that said, this girl, she said, let's stop having sex with men so that no more men are born during the Trump administration. So, like, maybe that's who we're talking about. I mean, look, listen, if you want to go celibate, by all means, that is a life choice. But here's what I'm saying. Some of you bitches don't have to go celibate. You already are that by default because you're yourself and you look how you look. You know what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? You see where I'm getting at? See where I'm getting at? Like some of the ladies that were bitching and moaning about abortion. Knowing good and goddamn well there's nobody lining up to get their asses pregnant. You know what I'm saying?
The idea behind them is to just not associate with men at all.
Oh, yeah.
Because Trump and abortion. No.
I think that's what it was. But we might be talking about the same thing, actually.
Flash. Trump is not out to get women, big dog. These liberal women that push their agendas and these crazy democratic like views, this is how they like imagine or try to
4B started in Japan? Bro, what is it? What is it?
Sway people into believing the election actually went. Hi, I'm Donald Trump. My goal here is to take rights away from all women. And then they think 80 million people went.
Woo! Yeah! That's something I can finally fucking get behind.
Right.
All these women out here fucking minding their business, being good wives.
Yet, a majority of the country voted for this man, which means that you're hearing something that all of us clearly are not hearing. And there's a lot of smart people that voted for Donald Trump, man. So clearly you're hearing something, or maybe you're just lying to yourself. Or maybe you're letting your favorite media outlet lie to you. Man, really?
And fucking taking care of our families, holding the fort down. I'm tired of all that shit.
Bro, think about it. That's no, come on, no. You're dumb, but you're not like stupid. There's a difference, okay? Dumb and stupid, there's a slight difference, okay? Kind of like G.
I believe I've seen a video by Colby before. Now that I'm like 3 minutes in, and I've been staring at his face. Which now that I'm staring at his face, bro, Colby, I don't know if anybody's ever told you this before. Maybe they have, and if they have, I'm sorry that I'm about to repeat it. Has anybody ever told you that you look like a skinnier version of Ryan Upchurch with long hair? Just an observation. And if they have told you that before, my apologies for you having to hear it again. Sorry.
AMC and Chevy. They're the same thing, but the logos are different. Anyways, back on track. These women are on this abortion kick. Because that is the
I
most
know.
important rule in the whole world right now.
Bro, that dude, I'm saying, and isn't it telling, Colby? Isn't it telling that a lot of these ladies are pissed off about the sheer fact that they won't be able to kill their kids with as much free will as they're used to or want to? And on top of that, man, I think I was half-ass paying attention, bro. I don't think Donald Trump is trying to do away with abortion, period. You still have the cases of ladies that have been forced, right? And if they want to get one, by all fucking means, I'm not going to stand in your way or tell you can't, right? I just think he's trying to get rid of late term, bro. And hell, even in some cases, midterm. It's not too hard to figure out that you're pregnant, ladies. Grow a fucking brain, okay? It's not that goddamn hard. You got the stick, you got the morning sickness, you got all that shit. You got so many signs to figure it out. And I'm not talking about like the 0.001% that didn't realize until the motherfucker came out. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about majority. Most of you ladies fucking know. So to wait until halfway or until the very fucking end to get rid of it is gross. It is gross, bro. It is disgusting. You get rid of that shit right immediately if you want to. I can live with that. You have sex the next day, you don't feel all that great. You take a pregnancy test, and a day later you find out that you're pregnant. And now you have a substantial amount of time to make a decision whether to keep it or to get rid of it. And in that moment, as soon as you find out that you are pregnant, if you want to get rid of it, by all means, because it's barely even there. Some people might make an argument and be like, hey, that's life. But again, I'm not going to stand in your way. I'm indifferent about it. But when you start to do it in the middle or at the end, it's disgusting. And in my opinion, inhumane. And I think that's where Trump's going, and I think that's where he's trying to go. I don't think he's trying to do away with it altogether. Matter of fact, wasn't he wanting to just give the option back to the states? If I'm remembering correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't he trying to give power back to the states for all this stuff? And ladies know that if power goes back to their state might say, fuck that. You're not getting an abortion. Ladies know that. Places like Alabama, if it's up to the state, you ladies ain't getting abortions. Up to Texas, you ain't getting abortions. Georgia might be 50-50. I don't know. But there's some states that ladies know if it's up to their representatives in their state, yeah, it ain't happening for you. That's why they're so mad. But they're not saying that. They're saying, oh, it's Trump's fault. Like, this is... But it makes sense that this kind of thought process and logic is coming from the side that wants more government. Whereas in the other side wants less government, which is why we want that particular thing to be left up to the states, not left up to the federal government. Aren't you ladies saying all the time that y'all are tired of these old white men in Congress telling you what you can and cannot do with your body? Here's your chance to where those motherfuckers no longer can tell you. Now it's up to a whole bunch of different set of fucking white dudes, but you know what I'm saying? You hate that these old fuckers in Congress and in the Senate make decisions for you. Okay, well, let's take away their decision making and give it to the states. That's still not good enough, though. Because you don't want to deal with any responsibility for your decisions. You just want to freely have sex with whoever you want and not give a fuck and be like, oh, if I don't want it, bye. I can always have another one. I can always make another one, right? Like, y'all want to live so willy-nilly with sex and with procreation that it's just like it's like staggering, kind of like.
It's abortion is the problem. It's not the high gas prices.
That's what I'm saying too, and it's just like, man, y'all are, the ship is sinking, and y'all are worried about makeup. That's the equivalent of what's happening here. The ship is going fucking down, bro. And y'all are worried about posting on Twitter. Y'all are worried about social justice. Y'all are worried about, yeah, I get what you're saying, Colby. I have the same gripes. It's just like, it's a dumpster fire, and you choose to instead go fix that leaky faucet over there instead of putting out the fire. That's what y'all be doing, man. That's where y'all's heads at. That's where y'all's logic is at. Makes fucking sense.
It's not the unaffordable groceries. It's not the inflation. It's not having an issue finding a job. It's not wars going on around the world. It's abortion. I can't kill a baby. And you know what else, bro? How many people have you seen on Facebook share a status about abortion that doesn't even have kids? So are you like needing an abortion or what? Oh, no, I'm not pregnant. So are you planning on getting pregnant and then aborting it or? Well, like, I'm not understanding. That's the point. It has no logic, you know, because 2 + 2 is 75. Yeah, you voted for Hillary a couple years ago. Anyways, back on track again. These women want to take everything away from men. I don't mean literally like take from them. They want to have they want to cut ties with men. Keep in mind, these are like married women too. Like there's people out there that are like, this is their whole like.
Bro, that's good. That's good. You want to cut men out of your life? Fantastic. You do what you want to do. But I'm going to say the same thing I said a couple days ago. And I'm going to keep saying it. Until y'all either do it or until y'all get so fucking fed up of me saying it that you just, I guess, cry more because that's all you can do. But if you can kill your kid, we should be allowed to abandon it. Why can you kill your kid, but we can't just leave? Scot-free. No responsibility, no child support, no nothing. You can kill it, but we can't abandon it? That hardly seems fair. That hardly seems fair. And if you think about it, who's actually denying the child the most? The one that's robbing the kid of a father or the one that's robbing the kid of life? Ah, when you put it that way.
Forte, bro. Go home, leave your husband. Why would I go home and leave my husband and my kids? Why would I do that? Because Donald Trump gave abortion to the states. But what's that got to do with me though? We're fighting back against the system, baby girl. I mean, I get that. Like that's all cool and shit. Like that's like hella chill. But I don't think I just need to like abandon my whole family. That doesn't seem very like I would have a good moral compass if I did some shit like that. Trust me, girl, it's gonna make a statement. The whole world is gonna stop spinning for 48 hours. I don't believe that's.
Misery loves company, bro. Miserable bitches will always look at the married ladies and be like, you should just leave him. You should just be your own girl boss. You should just say fuck that. You do the dishes and you do all this stuff and like he should be worshiping you. You should be the one making millions. You should be the one that's CEO and blah blah blah. You should do it. It's always the worthless bitches that are saying this shit to the ladies that actually have something great because misery loves company. Ladies, do not let these single broads, these single hags, miserable ladies drag you into their existence. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's always, bro. Always. Always.
I don't think, I'm going to ask Elon Musk if that is true, because that does not seem factual at all, according to my calculations. So these women are trying to tell other women, leave your boyfriend, leave your husband. You know all that till death do us part, in sickness and health. Hey, that was just words on the paper, bro. That was nothing. Just like the Constitution, you know, we the people, like serving the people as like, you know, a president and shit, that's just words. Like you ain't gotta do that.
And on top of that, do you ladies not realize that, so the ones that don't realize, do y'all not realize that, you know, divorce affects your credit, right? At least this is what I was told. This is what I was led to believe. Divorce affects your credit. How so? It's a canceled contract. You can call it whatever you want, man. You can call it marriage. You can call it matrimony. You can call it true love. But at the end of the day, that is a contract that you sign with another person, and it is notarized by the government. It is recognized by the government as a legal contract. You can call it all these pretty words. At the end of the day, it's a contract. I'm almost pretty sure, bro, that like divorce affects your credit. Just like if you stop paying on your car, just like if you stop paying on your house, just like anything else, your phone, rent, all that shit, right? So, whose credit it affects, I don't know. Maybe it's the person that filed for the divorce. But I would assume it would just affect both of you because it's a cancel contract on both parts. It doesn't matter whose idea it was, but I'm just saying. Abby, what's good?
I mean, if you want to, you can, but like, why would you do that? So they're telling people, women specifically, don't have sex, shave your head, leave your husband, leave your boyfriend, and just fucking hide from the world, I guess. Go into your dungeon and wear latex and fucking drink margaritas all day and don't go to work because women are strong and independent. That doesn't seem very strong. That seems like you might need to go to a insane asylum. Maybe you can go in Mexico for that, where they're letting all the illegal immigrants out that you just don't seem to care about.
I get it,
Hey,
bro.
this might rub
understand.
people the wrong way, but I'm gonna say this, bro. The women that are staying with their boyfriends and their husbands, they're telling them not to have sex with them for 4 years. Yeah, that sounds a little bit crazy. You know, we're all adults here, I'm assuming.
I knew this was a real thing. I saw that Twitter post and I was like, I don't know, man. Maybe that's just like a case of like some YouTuber making up some bullshit for a thumbnail because they all do. But no, I'm starting to realize that what I read on that Twitter post was a real screenshot from some wackadoo fucking girl. And ladies, do not take advice from these wackadoo fucking girls. I highly suggest that if you are married, you don't take advice from your single girlfriends. Ladies, best advice I can give you. I mean, what I know about your gender, I can fit into this fucking dip can, but one thing I do know is you should not listen to your single friends when you're married. You shouldn't. They don't give good advice. And all they're gonna do is try to drag you down to their level, which is fucking nothing. Because they got nothing. They ain't got no kids. They ain't got no husband. They ain't got no dogs. They ain't got nothing. Everything they want, you have.
I know my demographic is 30 and up, for the most part. Pulling them old heads, baby. Yeah, old country's back in town. Shout out to Mark Chestnut. Now, like I said, this might rub people the wrong way. I don't know about you, but if I'm in a relationship, after 30 days, I'm hunting, dog. I'm sorry. If you think you're going to be like, hey, we can do it again in 2028.
Oh, come here. I love you, but come here. Just follow me. Go on. It's just, come on. I got to show you something. Look.
Get the fuck out. Get out. Yeah. I don't know about you, but...
Chicken and Bubbles.
No. You're not okay in the head.
I am a full-blooded American man, okay? I like Chevy Novas with blower motors on them. I like doing burnouts and wheelies. I like titties. A lot. Like a lot. Like it's it's a problem. I think about them all day, okay? It might... I need to call my therapist. If you think that that's a good idea and that's
It's not just you, bro. It's pretty much all of us.
a recipe for success, I
You get better at managing it as you get older.
don't trust you to operate a vehicle, bro. I'm taking your license from you, your keys, just fucking walk to your little meetings to sit in the fucking parking lot of Costco and shave your heads and talk about how women are oppressed. Another thing, you know who the least oppressed people are in the fucking world? Women, bro. You know what happens when women have an issue? Oh, baby, we're here to help. What is it? What can we do for you, darling? There's resources.
In a world full of white knights, hard to imagine y'all being oppressed about anything. But I know what happens. Y'all get bored after Murder, She Wrote, and you start taking on the world's problems like they're your problems. Because you have nothing else to do. Because you're a bored middle-aged white lady. Really. So, you behave this way. And you try to convince other women to throw their lives away in pursuit of vindication. That'd be the only thing to hunt for here, doing what you're doing. Shaving your head, ignoring men, all that stuff. Do what you do, man. It's so weird. And you know what's funny about the ladies that are doing this is I guarantee that they didn't have a boyfriend before they decided to do this. I'm telling you, man,
We're here for you. You know what happens when men have an issue? Oh, that sucks, bro. I'm sorry that you lost your house and your wife and everything you own. Do you own a 45? Have you ever thought about just seeing what it tastes like? Or, I mean, it would end all the suffering and shit, you know? I mean, I'm not saying to do it, but hey, it eliminates a problem. Say I'm lying, bro. Y'all like pulling up statistics? Look up men's suicide rates. Come on, let's check paper, big dog. I'm waiting. I'm gonna be waiting for a long time.
It's not just suicide rates. Most of the people incarcerated. We've gone over this, Brian. I kind of sound like a broken record. Most of the people incarcerated, and most of the people on death row, men. Most of the suicides, men. Most of the military service, men. Most of the law enforcement, men. The most victims of a violent crime, men. I could keep going, but there's no point. Y'all are just gonna hear everything I said and be like, patriarchy! So there's no point, man. So I'm just gonna stop right there.
For 4 years, I'll be waiting. So that's what y'all do. Now, there are ways to go about things. For one, you can have political differences. I have friends that are full-blown liberals, and that's okay. I still love them, bro. I will still take a bullet for them. If they need me, call me. I'm there, bro. I'm on my way. 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm coming. People push this agenda to be like, oh, hey, they're Republican, Democrat. That's 2 different sides. Bro, this is not team. This is America. Land of the free. You have the freedom to believe what you want.
Right.
Eminem's music is good. I don't agree with his political views, but I don't think he's stupid. I just know he's a celebrity. His views are going to be different. He hasn't been broke since the mid-90s, big dog. That's like 30 years ago. 30 years is a long time to be a millionaire. You're going to be a little bit disconnected. And this is all coming from a 22-year-old in the middle of Texas. Oh, that's probably why you're a damn Republican, because you're from Texas. Well, yeah, dude. My dad worked in the refineries for like 25 fucking years. The oil and gas industry has kept me fed as a little boy. You know what
the whole Eminem thing. You know what kind of rubbed me the wrong way? Really? Is he releases that album, his most recent one. He releases that album, and that album is full of nothing but shit that the side that he decided to endorse would cancel him for, kill him for, strip him of his money for, just ostracize him, cast him out, exile him without a second fucking thought. And he puts out this album talking about, look how non-woke I am. I'm sick of all you woke motherfuckers. I'm sick of this woke bullshit and all the people in it. And then a couple months later, you go and do that. So basically, everything you said in your album and how you said you feel is just, I think it's just bullshit then, really. I think you were just saying that shit to earn some goodwill with your fans and with everybody before you pull the rug out from underneath them and be like, oh, by the way, when I'm not making fire raps, I'm secretly a bitch boy mouthpiece for this garbage ass leader that could give a rat's fuck about me, and if I wasn't famous, she'd think I was trash. That's kind of what got under my skin a little bit. He's still a great rapper, and I will refer to him as such for the rest of time. You can't discount the talent, but ugh. It's like, ugh. Really? That's all I can really say about it. Just I just like lost a shred of respect, really. Just like a modicum of respect. I kind of don't even you know, just gross.
The first thing Kamala did, along with Biden, because they claim Biden didn't make no decisions, they wanted to end all that shit. Do you know how many people lost their jobs? Millions. And then they stood there 2 weeks later like, we have made history. We have brought back more jobs than anybody ever in the history of job bringing back in this. Believe me, I don't lie at all. But Hunter Biden, laptop, cocaine, and prostitution. No, Donald Trump is racist. Look this way. Look this way. No, don't look at me. Look at that. And it's not that I hate Democrats, but you cannot deny that Democrats sell you.
Y'all are very easy to dislike. I don't inherently hate you. I don't even wake up hating you. But I turn on the fucking TV or the internet, and there you are, giving me 1,000,001 reasons to fucking hate you. That's it, man. Point blank at the end of the day. I don't wake up and want to dislike you, but then you start talking, and it's just like you don't really leave me with much of a choice. It's difficult.
You a bunch of false hope and empty promises. You know what they always run off of? Now it's just hate Donald Trump. That's all they have to run off of.
Oh, that's it.
But this is what they usually do. We're going to give you money. Vote for us. You know what Donald Trump ran on? Hey, do you want a secure country so you can raise your kids without illegal immigrants coming in your house and taking advantage of you? Cool, vote for me. Hey, are you tired of it costing $115 to fill up your Silverado? Hey, vote for me. Hey, do you want less government and to be able to make your own decisions because the government should be making decisions for you? Vote for me. I said shouldn't, by the way. I got a dip in, okay? Got a little bit of a slur. That's just my southern drawl, y'all. Shout out to my homie Morgan Whalen. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. And why am I talking about this? Because it's comedy gold. I cannot wait to see one of these people out in public. Unlike radical Democrats, I won't harass them. I'll just look at them and go, oh, huh, ooh.
Right? Same reaction.
It's back, and it's only 6.
Same reaction that I had with that whole Eminem thing. I was just like, ugh. Really? Like, he actively criticized their cancellation attempts and then goes and helps them out. I always liked Eminem because, well, not just because of his music, but he made fun of everybody equally. That was the appeal to me. That's what I liked. I genuinely enjoyed that. It didn't matter who you were, you could get it. Really. He's not like that anymore. There's clearly one side that, like, there's clearly things he won't touch on anymore, man. He doesn't have the same level of, he's just not the same. Like Colby said, dude's been a millionaire for a long time, so I guess, you know, he grew up with a red mindset, but the millionaire lifestyle changed him to a blue mindset, really, for the most part. And that's just weird, really. I love seeing the what? Oh, she got booed twice. I didn't see all that. That probably was funny. But yeah, it's just, I just thought it was so strange, dude, because it's just like, he made fun of Bush's dad, fucking celebrities. It didn't matter who you were, politicians, and he didn't take into account politics at all, whatsoever. His song "White America" was just like, imagine him putting that song out today. Oh Lord, I don't know it.
I mean, poor they, them, zer, whatever you identify. Microwave toaster, whatever you identify as. I'm sorry, but I'm not like supporting a party that doesn't know the difference between a man and a woman. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not doing that either. I can't. I can't. It's pretty basic at the end of the day, and I can't. Well, let me rephrase that. It's not that I can't. I could. I refuse. So, I had to fix that. Play for good weed. I appreciate I appreciate the sub, man. I want some good weed too. You find some. Hey. What do you play? Video games? That'd be some shit.
At the beginning of time, men have been men, women have been women. Quit trying to change this shit, bro. It's weird and just delusional. Just so you understand, Donald Trump is pro-life. We get it. Some people are. Me personally, believe it or not, I'm pro-choice. I'm a Republican. I'm a Southern dude from the middle of Texas. And I am pro-choice.
I don't know what I am. Really. What do you call someone that just doesn't give a fuck either way? The word for it is indifferent. But I don't care. Do it. Don't do it. However, don't get on fucking TikTok or Twitter talking about people can be really mean. They said that I was a terrible person because I had an abortion. I don't want to see those videos. I don't want to see those videos. So do what you want, man. Do what you want, but do not get on fucking Twitter or fucking TikTok and start fucking bitching and crying when you start being treated a certain way. Maybe keep it to yourself, but some of y'all don't. Some of y'all tell people. Some of y'all let it slip. Some of y'all can't keep that secret all that well. Some of y'all break, right? And then people look at you differently. I don't want to see no fucking crying videos on goddamn TikTok. Do what you do. Get as many abortions. Get 20. I don't care. But I don't want to see your bitch ass on fucking TikTok crying about fucking, they were making fun of me and I didn't feel very good and I felt so attacked. I don't want to hear it, bro. I don't want to fucking hear it. Shut up. What would you call that? If he's pro-life, what would everything I just said, what does that make me? So
I believe that women should be able to do whatever they want with their bodies. Who am I to tell you? That sounds like some government shit. That is your cross to carry. That is your burden to hold, not mine. Donald Trump did not want to be demonized like he is now. They're like, oh, he said he does it. He's pro-life. You can't do that. Instead, he gave it to the states. It is up to your state what they allow. Just like in Colorado, you can light up a fat bleezy. In Texas, you cannot. If you want to live like California, go to California. But I'll tell you, a lot of people in California have moved to Texas specifically.
And let me tell you something right now. I would much rather carry the burden of quite possibly getting caught with weed in Georgia and maybe serving a little bit of jail time than to willingly live in California and do it all the time. Because fuck California.
They are running from what California has turned into. There's a reason.
So, yeah, I would love the legalization of marijuana everywhere, but until that happens, I gotta make do with what I make do. That's it. I survive. I still get my ganja.
While Elon Musk and Joe Rogan have left California, they have been there their entire lives. It is not what it used to be. When Democrats get in control, they sabotage everything. Look back on the first 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency.
Yeah, that's also a good point. That's also a good point. Donald Trump was president already. How many rights did you lose as citizens when he was president the first time? Tell me. How many rights did females in specifically lose? You know, y'all are always talking about how men have more rights than you do. What are they? How many rights did you lose as a Hispanic in 2016? How many rights did you lose as a black person in 2016? How many rights did you lose as a female? How many rights did you lose as an Asian? How many rights did you lose? How many rights did you lose at all? I didn't lose any. I don't know about you. I lost nothing. At all. And I don't know if you noticed, but I ain't white. You see that? Missed out on the white privilege by like a couple shades, man. I was almost there. Ah, well. Maybe in the next life. Maybe in the next life, God will have, you know, made the character customization a little bit better. And I can just choose my color before I come out. Be born with that good credit. Oh, it's all fucking stupid, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like...
The entire 4 years they spent trying to smear him and sabotage everything he did. Now, did they try to pass a bill to fix the border? Yes. Did Donald Trump sign against it or refuse it or whatever, or one of his people? Yes, that is true. Why is that? Probably because Donald Trump's ego. It is politics. He has to have something to run off of. The Democrats, Biden and Harris administration, ruined the border. It is wide open. Millions of illegal immigrants are pouring into our country. I live in Texas. The border is like right behind me. Do I agree with it? Absolutely not. But that means he needs to come in, and when he gets in, fix it, bro. I don't worship everything Donald Trump does. I don't agree with everything he does. I love his policies. They're great.
You know, what about any state that's on the border of Mexico? Those states have the say on the wall, because Texas would love it. Texas would love it. Think about it. That'd be a good idea or a bad idea. Letting Texas have the say on if there's a wall or not. Because think about, you own a house, right? And you want to build a fence that separates your yard from your neighbor's yard, right? But before you do that, if you live outside of the homeowners association, before you do that, the entire neighborhood as a collective has to come together about the fence that you plan on building that's going to affect your backyard, not their backyard, your backyard. So you have a whole bunch of outside people saying what's going to happen with your backyard. It's your backyard. So therefore, I should be allowed to say what the fuck goes in my backyard, not you, because it's not your backyard. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know.
Policies. But do I think that he overtalks and starts dissing people and attacking people like a child? Yes, dude.
Yeah, he rambles sometimes for a little too much, but that's neither here nor there. You know, bright side, at least we can understand the ramblings of Donald Trump. Can you understand anything that Joe Biden said? Tell me one thing he said. Do it.
All the time. There are so many times whenever he's doing a press conference that I'm just like, stop talking. Just stop. Just nod your...
Yeah, maybe that's the libertarian in me too. Like, leaving it up to Texas to decide if there's a wall. There's a lot of shit that the Republicans be pushing forth that I'm just like, man, I could really give a rat's fuck about that policy, actually. I don't care. And then there's other policies that they have that I'm like, yeah, do it. Pull the trigger on that, please. Right? So I've always been in the middle. And it only solidified it for me because I took a political compass test a couple of years ago, and that's what it said. Right there, libertarian. I was way further removed from the Democrat, but I was like still kind of close to Republican, but I was in the middle. I was like on the closer end of the middle to Republicans, way further away from the Democrats on the scale that I was looking at. So it was just like Republican, Democrat, and then I was like right here. Because like the middle spans a good way into Democrat and into Republican. And so like mine leaned more towards Republican, but was still libertarian in the middle of sorts. That's just the results it gave me. And I was like, that makes sense because, you know, so anyways.
Head, say thank you, and just exit the stage, please. But find the staircase because Biden couldn't. I'm way off topic for this 4B stuff, but I'm on my rant bullshit, bro. You know what I think? I think it should be illegal, or they should be held accountable for lying to the American people.
Colby, if that was the case, me and you would have to start running for office. Because there would be nobody left there. Nobody. There would be nobody there. Everyone would be in jail. Really. That's just... Yeah, me and you would have to take up that job. Somebody, yeah.
4 years, they said Biden was competent. There's nothing mentally wrong with him. He's great. He's just awesome. He does cartwheels out of his bed.
Only to let Kamala Harris take the job because he was indeed incompetent. There it is.
Every morning to get into the Oval Office. And then whenever they replaced, not even the right way, Biden with Kamala to run when she wasn't even voted in to run, they're like, oh, we had to. Biden's not competent. Like, all of a sudden he's not?
Yeah,
Or-
no, that shit just
What?
doesn't materialize.
Look at the amount of people that voted for Biden and have voted Democrat for years and years and years and years that have switched sides to say, look,
That's what I said. It is very telling. Like, you see all these fucking, especially in these meltdown videos, you see all these liberals and Democrats, and they're screaming, bro. They're just like, "Why do you hate me?" I'm like, why are you asking me that? You should be asking your neighbor that, because your neighbor probably voted for Trump. But you're not gonna go get in their face. You're just gonna get in our face about it. Like, bro, your neighbor probably voted for Donald Trump, man. And your neighbor probably lied to you and said that they were voting for Kamala. In reality, though, they were voting for Donald Trump, man. Because that's one thing about Republicans. They're very proud on who the fuck they vote for. And if they get driven to the point where they feel like they have to vote for a Democrat, they're going to be proud of that too. Democrats, on the other hand, they will never be proud, or will they ever admit that they voted for Donald, not even to their own, ever. So your neighbor probably lied to you because your entire blue community went red. But you're not going to say anything to them. You're just going to say something to the already pre-established red states. And it's just like, girl, shut the fuck up, man. Don't nobody hate you. We hate these motherfuckers. They gotta go, bro. And I don't know why you love them so much. And I don't know why you put so much of your hopes and dreams and your future in these people. That is madness. That is wild. You just leave your whole thing up to these people. You don't forge your own path. You don't forge your own destiny. You don't make your own future. You're not in control of your own life. You just want to leave it in the hands of these people, and then yell at us whenever we change up the roster a little bit because your current roster fucking sucks. Like, man, fucking miss me with all your bullshit. Really, truly.
they have not done anything for the black community. They have not done anything for me. They have lied to me. They give me empty promises. I'm switching sides, okay? Seems a little bit better over here.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody's going to agree on everything. Trump's going to have great policies, but people are going to disagree with abortion. Democrats are going to have good policies, but somebody's...
And I said this before. On some wild shit. If the Democrats actually went, you know what, Donald? You can run for us. I would vote Democrat. I don't know about you guys, but if by some insane series of events, the Democrats just said, you know what, Donald? Take the wheel. And they let him do everything he wants to do, guess who we're voting for? We're going blue, baby! That's it! Like, so it's... You go with what's the best for the country, not with what's best for your agenda on Twitter to look good to your fucking friends.
Going to disagree with this. The problem with the Democrats is they don't take care of the working class. The working class keeps everything moving. That is how the world goes. That's how they send money to Ukraine. Taxes from the working class. That is how welfare gets funded. The working class. You know why Trump won? Because the working class is tired of getting taken advantage of. And that's all I'm going to say about it. I'm getting off here.
They're tired of getting dicked on, bro. They're tired of inflation. You know what people are really tired of? And I'm just guessing here, and feel free to correct me if you've ever fallen into this category. And I mentioned it the other day. You know what middle class people are fucking tired of? They're sick of making life decisions during one election cycle, and then the next election cycle comes around, and every decision they made in 2016 is now a terrible decision in 2020. Every good decision they made in 2020 is now a terrible decision in 2024. The middle class is sick of that shit. The middle class is sick of buying a fucking house because they can afford it, only for 8 years later, they can't afford it no more. Bruh. That's what they're tired of, I feel. And it's just like, Democrats don't give a fuck about those people, and those people are the backbone of this goddamn nation. Without them, you got nothing. Middle class people, man. Everyday people. Work at the mall, work in retail, work in fast food, work in construction. Well, then again, I mean, some construction workers, they've been making bank. But you know what I'm saying, dude? It's like the blue collar people. What do you do without them? Fuck all? Nothing? You gotta protect your best players. You gotta protect your best assets. And the Democrats don't give a fuck about that. Republicans do. So it doesn't matter if the Republicans are offering 10 bad ideas. Guess what? They're offering the ideas that matter. That matter. you know, the Republicans can be like, oh, we're going to do this shit in the Middle East, and that's probably not even that good of an idea. We're going to do this right here for foreign relations. We're going to do this right here for this country. But also, we're going to do this. Yeah, that other shit can be fucking terrible, but you're getting to the core issues that need to be addressed. The other side don't want to address the core issues. The other side just wants to keep playing what country can we give more money to? How much more taxpayer dollars can we spend on fucking bullshit, right? And people are sick of that shit. They hate it. They hate when you take their money and give it to something else. They hate when you take their money and you don't reinvest it into their community. They hate when you take their money and you don't fix the infrastructure or the fucking roads that have been busted for 20, 30, 40, 50 fucking years, bro. It's just like one side is willing to deliver on that and the other side isn't. So it doesn't matter if Republicans have crazy ideas in the background. It doesn't matter because their crazy ideas, the good ideas outweigh the crazy. And that the crazy on the Republican side damn sure outweighs the crazy on your side. You're nothing but crazy with bad ideas. Republicans are crazy with good ideas. What do you think we're going to vote for? Yeah, it's probably a pretty shitty choice no matter what you pick because at the end of the day, it's government. But you gotta go with the turd that smells the least like shit. And that's what people don't understand. They think that one side can be all good and the other side is all bad and vice versa. That's not the case. Both sides have bullshit. You gotta get a fine-tooth comb and you gotta weave and you gotta find all the good shit in between the bullshit. It just turns out that finding the good shit on the Republican side is a lot easier than trying to find the good shit on the Democrat side. It's easy mathematics. At least to me, anyway.
I got regular people shit to do. I'm not gonna go shave my head, run down the street, yelling weird shit, okay? I'm probably gonna go play with a set of titties, so do what you're gonna do. I'm gonna do what the fuck I'm gonna do.
My man.
Goodbye.
Let me ask you a question.
Have fun with the titties. I'm gonna play some video games. Well, actually, I'm gonna watch some fairies meltdown about Donald Trump. Then I gotta go to the gas station. Then I'm gonna play some video games. Okay. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Oh. Lord have mercy. Good video by Colby. Honestly, I feel like I was just listening to myself speak, to be honest. There is not much difference between me and Colby and the way that we think. Really. That kid right there is like a spitting image of my brain. We just look different. We're essentially the same fucking person. We just look different. Really. That on the same page with everything you said, and I don't disagree, and you see it for what it is, man. And I'm just so happy that this go round, a lot of people saw it for what it was. Like, tired of this shit, man. Like, I just hope that the same energy continues. Really. They're just tired of it, man. Like, dude, you keep calling this man a fucking Nazi, but this Nazi's gonna get rid of this inflation. So, like, I mean, what? I don't know what you want, man. You when it comes to politics and it comes to government and it comes to voting and it comes to these people securing your vote, you have to look at it like this. Whenever you're putting a politician into office, you have to look at it like you're making a deal with the devil. You have to. Man. You have to look at it like you're making a deal with the devil. Man, like, okay, I'm going to get these things, but it's not going to be all sunshines and rainbows, right? There is going to be some negatives. There is going to be some cons. That's just the way it always is, even for your favorite party, even for the person that you think is just amazing. There's going to be cons with everything in life, right? So that's how you have to look at it. You have to look at it like you're making a deal with the devil. And would you really make a deal with the devil based on abortion? I got more things on my mind than something minuscule and so innocuous as abortion if I'm going to make a deal with the devil. Okay? So if you add that level of gravity to it, then I don't know, man. You might turn it around mentally, but that's how I've always seen it. You're always making a deal with the devil, man. That handshake has sharp edges on both sides of it. It really does. So, like, I mean, I don't know, man. I've made some pretty bad deals in my life, and I've made some deals with a devil before, and it fucked me. Really, it did. I got humbled early in life. I got burnt early in life. I got fucked early in life. I got bent over a barrel and got shown to 50 states, bro. I did. So, like, when it comes to letting these motherfuckers get one over on me, or bamboozle me, or trick me, or lead me astray, fool me once, bro. Fool me once. Life has taught me. And I've gotten fucked over, but not just fucking politicians. I can't even tell you the times that a politician has fucked me over, really, outside of just sending me to combat. But that's not fucking me over. That's just sending me to do my job. But it's just, you know? So, David, what's good? Captain Z, I've seen Colby Myers before. I just can't remember what it was. It was a couple of years ago. Yeah. So. Yeah, Abby, that's exactly what I'm about to do right now. I'm about to take great pleasure in watching this. Let's see. Oh yeah. I wanted to go take another fucking smoke break, but I already took one. I was gonna take a smoke break before I watched this. That's what the smoke break was for. I'm glad I have chicken so I don't have to pay $12 for eggs. Yo, dude, back in the day, I used to live that life when I was younger. When I was a teenager, living at home, where I grew up. We grew up in the out in the middle of nowhere, and we had chickens, we had roosters, we had guineas. That rooster was a piece of shit. God damn, I hate that thing. If there is a hell for animals, I hope that rooster's there. Fucking hated that goddamn thing. I'm just getting mad thinking about him. He still lives rent-free in my head, I hate to say. But yeah, never paid for eggs. That shit was great. It was real good. Fantastic. I really like that about living there. Yeah, there was no love lost between me and that goddamn rooster, bro. There wasn't. It was he was fine with my little sister, but when it came to me, it was on sight. Man, I whacked that fuck with a broom a couple times, and he ate the hit too. He tanked it. He must have been running overshields that day or something, because, like, God, I hated that thing. I hate that I just remembered that. That little thing drove me insane. Golly. Ugh. Nah, okay. Quick little light stretch. Real quick. All right. Okay. That fucking matches. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back. Well, I don't want to leave y'all sitting here in silence. Give me a second. And dude, back then we had chihuahuas. My sister had 2 chihuahuas. I had a black lab. The lab and the Chihuahuas never intermingled. The black lab was a wild one, man. He wasn't fixed or nothing. That was a wild boy. That's just I was. So I never let him mingle with the Chihuahuas, but the Chihuahuas would mingle with the chickens. And 2 Chihuahuas. One was all white, one was all black. And the white one got along really well with the chickens. The black one was always starting shit. Always. Like, and the chickens wouldn't even fuck with him. He would go over there and like walk by them. And if they like looked at him, or if they like walked towards him, or if like they flapped their wings too hard, basically if they even breathed in the wrong direction, bro, he would just go ham on these fucking things and like try to fight. You know how many times I broke up a fight between a fucking Chihuahua and a chicken? And there was no injuries either, because both of these animals are weak as shit. It was embarrassing too. I was just like, God damn it. I'll be right back. Okay. We are ready for the main event, really. Oh no. All right. Damn, did I not start any music before I left? Damn, my bad. I didn't mean to leave y'all in like complete fucking silence. My bad. I do that way too often. I'm sorry. Dude, speaking of that, Abby, on Twitch, there's this thing that we have on the Twitch channel called channel points, and you can redeem these channel points. You can earn these channel points through watching the stream, and you can redeem these channel points to, I don't know, just like get me to do shit or stuff like that, or just like do shit on stream. And the channel points, you can name what the channel points are, and I named them liberal tiers. I thought that was fun. We're not supposed to be here. Going here. Number 2.
So I bought a $500 bottle of Creative Rentis because it's the world's most popular fragrance, potentially of all time.
Then Karen,
oh man. CNN. Well, no, first is ABC, but CNN is the biggest joke of them all. What are you saying to me, Daniel? I know what that says. I'm reading it. I just know what the fuck you mean. Me? Oh, The View. I still haven't seen The View's reaction to all this. Oh, Lord. I bet you they were bleeding more than usual. Oh, Lord. I wonder in their reaction how many times, just like all the other ones, they bring up race, gender, which there's some statistics for the polls that matters, but just not in the way that they talk about it. Probably. I have a feeling that The View, they're gonna say something a little like this. Well, I think this with this new administration, I think that the nation has basically told us that you know, they just don't value the women and the safety of the women and the health of the women in this nation. And we have been told loud and clear by all of that floating garbage that yeah, you abortion. Because that's all it is. All it is. I'm trying to, like...
Surprised at the result, but I'm not surprised. As a woman of color, I was so hopeful.
Oh, why can't you just say American? Why can't you just say American? There's certain times where that's just like, that's appropriate. You know, I see a video about military and then I look at the comments and someone says, as a veteran, that's understandable. I see someone out here faking fucking cancer and I see a doctor go, as a cancer doctor myself, I'd like to say that, right, that makes sense, but color, I told you. And not in the way that they depict the statistics, like 80% black males voted for Trump and this many percent white females voted for Kamala and blah, blah, blah. Not in that sense. That's fine. That's just giving statistics. I'm pretty sure people want to know and find that interesting. But again, I told you, bro, just not in the way that they articulate it. It's just like...
That a mixed race woman married to a Jewish guy could be elected president of this country. And I think that it had nothing to do with policy. I think this was a referendum of cultural resentment in this country. Well,
that's the exact same excuse that y'all used last time. And it wasn't you saying it, it was some black bald guy. He's like, this was a white lash in this country. This was a white lash in this country, and all the white people just voted to spite the blacks and this and to do this and to racism. They didn't vote for policy. They just voted because they can't take a woman or they can't take a black guy. This was a white lash. Oh man, let me tell you, same excuse y'all used last time. Damn near, you just said it in a different way.
I think it your candidate win, then Kieran, if that
told you, bro, read them like a fucking book, and I hate reading.
It has nothing to do with whether or not we won. The point, my point is, we can't. You're gonna get in a
Oh,
time.
it has nothing to do whether or not we won. As you're losing, as you lost, said every loser in America. Every loser throughout the course of time that tries to justify their defeat. Well, we're not talking about a loss. Well, no, because if you won, that's exactly what you would be talking about on Trump's end. So, that's funny.
Time machine and go back 4 years.
The vice president win if the economy was so great?
That's not the point I'm making. The point. Don't look at me like that.
What's the point?
The point that I'm trying to make is that where we were in 2017 and 2018, we can't just get in a time machine and go back.
My point is your message didn't resonate.
That's said that.
Point. And I think to try to pretend and paint a picture, and Bakari, I get your points in terms of the charts. I get it. I'm a numbers guy. But most people are saying, I get the numbers. I don't have a 401k. I'm not invested in the stock market.
I was just saying.
You know what I'm going to do when Kamala...
That guy right there, he was taking these fuckers to task on CNN, and they were not liking that shit. You see how they were looking at him? They were just like, how dare you? How dare you come on this show and not agree with us? What? And you're black? I bet that's what they were thinking. Because that's how they are. The Democrats, man, they have this thing like that because you have to vote for this side if you're a certain color. And people have said that shit to me. A brown Trump supporter? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would you vote for someone that clearly fucking hates you and is a racist? That's what they always do, bro. They always do that every single time.
401k. I'm not invested in the stock market.
I was just saying.
You know what I'm going to do when Kamala Harris...
For anyone struggling with ear ringing, do not drink cold water. You may not know this, but the biological reason why some people struggle with ringing...
Harris wins. Right.
I was just going to get the VA to pay for it, but whatever, dog. Here we go. You know what I'm going to do when Kamala Harris wins? Continue to not be a man? Because you're not. Whatever you're going to say, I don't know.
I was just saying.
You know what I'm going to do when Kamala Harris wins? What? I'm going to get pregnant and then have like 50 abortions. Oh my God. But I want babies.
Well, from the sound of your voice, I don't think you can. And from the look in her eyes, I think that you, my friend, should get as far away from this one as humanly possible. Actually, man, y'all claim to know so much about abortion, but if you actually did you know how much do you know what kind of toll that would take on your body? 50 abortions? Do you know how much one abortion takes on your body? I don't know personally, but I've heard stories from other women. So, yikes.
All right, guys, it's time to go to bed.
Let me guess. Abortion?
None of us are stressed about the election, right?
No.
We all are gonna just go have the best night's sleep of our lives, aren't we?
Absolutely. Since I've been alive, I've slept like a fucking prince on election night. Since I've been born, and I've been alive for quite a few presidents. I sleep great. I mean, minus some of the nightmares and the PTSD, but, you know, outside of that, on election night, I'm good. You don't seem good. Maybe it's because you put way too much of your life and hope into a politician. I myself have never done that, so I don't feel the need to get overtly emotional about these things. I sleep pretty good.
Well, Donald Trump is now our 47th president of the United States.
And you are not Chris Pratt.
America. This election was not even close, which I find odd considering Kamala Harris's rallies. However, how can that compete when you have Elon Musk paying $1 million per day to encourage people to vote for Donald Trump?
One of the best, most famous, most influential rappers of all time, who I have revered in my day, spoke on behalf of Kamala. And that didn't work, bro. So, like, I mean, what are you talking about? Elon Musk helped Trump, okay? Eminem helped Kamala. I can look up 10 celebrities right now, influential, famous, rich-ass people that have helped your candidate. What are you talking about? I'm confused. I confuse easily.
Personally, I'm disgusted by that. I'm disgusted enough to delete my X account. I'm disgusted enough to...
You actually should delete Twitter because Twitter is just AIDS. And it's always been AIDS, regardless. I think you should cut that out of your life because I think you'll be happier regardless of the politics or the president. I know that when I deleted social media, my mood got better. My general state of mind improved. Really, so you'll be good. I mean, you're not doing it for those reasons, but you'll really see some improvement.
Never order a Tesla as long as I shall live.
Good.
I want to take this moment to congratulate those of you who voted for Donald Trump,
Thanks,
which was the overwhelming majority of Americans.
Mm-hmm.
You chose to vote for a dictatorship.
Yeah.
And that is what...
So what? You mean to tell me that 2016 through 2020, that whole time, we were in a dictatorship? That's the best goddamn dictatorship I've ever seen! Sign me up for another 4 years of dictatorship, because I gotta tell you, it didn't feel all that bad. Maybe your definition of a dictatorship is different from my definition. I don't know, bro. You look like you just snapped into a Slim Jim, but what the fuck are you talking about, man?
What you will get. America is no longer the land of the free. You have chosen.
It isn't? So wait, I can't get in my car and go get a gallon of milk? Like I just did that yesterday. So you mean I can't get in my car and go to my bank and deposit my money that I earned? Like I did that a couple weeks ago, man. You mean that I can't go outside dressed however I want and say whatever the fuck I want? Go wherever I want at any and all times? Regardless of day, month, year? I feel like that's all I've been doing all year. Man, because, like, if this country wasn't free, that means that people couldn't leave and people couldn't enter. But people leave and enter all the time. I know this to be true because I went on vacation to Puerto Rico a couple months ago. Would a dictatorship allow you vacation? I wonder how much vacation Hitler allowed the Jews during his reign. Maybe it wasn't actually gas in those chambers. Maybe it was just a really cool-ass jacuzzi, and the reason we never saw them again is because they were living large and they didn't want to come out. Strange. That's... Man, if that's a dictatorship, I hope this dictatorship continues. You're not really making a good selling point, my man. You're not convincing very many people.
By siding with Donald Trump to throw our United States Constitution and our United States flag in the garbage. Personally, I am embarrassed.
I think that happened.
I am ashamed.
I'm not.
To call myself an American. In fact, I no longer call myself an American.
Okay.
So Donald Trump has won, and honestly, I would usually say be humble, but that shit. We've been called garbage. We've been called fascist. We've been called racist. We've literally been called subhuman pieces of shit, and it's fucking done. He won the popular vote. He won the Electoral College.
I had so many friends just like this. They were like, man, for 4 years, I have kept quiet. I have kept my mouth shut. I haven't said shit. I've just been biding my time for this very moment. And you know good and goddamn well that all you fucking Democrats and liberals were the same fucking way whenever Trump lost in 2020. Y'all were the same way. And y'all celebrated. As you should. Right? But God forbid when the other side does it. Because, you know, we're just a whole bunch of racist, deplorable pieces of fucking shit over here, man. But hey, guess what? Shit's cheaper over here.
We won the Senate, we won the House, and that big fucking red mirage everybody was talking about, turns out it was a fucking wave. With all the extra money I'm gonna have under a Trump administration, I think I'm gonna go buy a kayak. So I...
Johnson, you're fired.
So I can swim in your fucking tears. I hope he says it, you goddamn ad. Oh.
Why? It's not you. It's your shirt.
Hold on. Is he gonna say the thing? Is he gonna say the thing?
Under a Trump administration, I think I'm gonna go buy a kayak so I can go up this fucking river of liberal tears.
He said the thing! He said the fucking thing. Oh, man. Oh,
there are
shit.
straight up women that are filing for divorce from their husbands this morning.
Good.
That are leaving their boyfriends.
Gentlemen, if you are one of these men, you're welcome. You're welcome. On behalf of all of us, we just did you a massive favor. Especially if you're just a boyfriend. You don't really have anything to split with this bitch. We did you a favor. She's willing to break up with you over this. She's not the one, bro. She's 50 Shades of fucking crazy. You're welcome. Free of charge, by the way. You only have to say thank you.
Over this fucking election. That's derangement. I saw another video of a lady saying,
you're welcome. Don't worry, you be sad now. You be sad tomorrow. You might even be sad 6 months from now, go through depression, lose a lot of weight, or gain a lot of weight. But about a year from now, you will be saying thank you. Just saying.
oh, what do I do now? What do I do now? You guys have been scaring me about Project 2025 for the last year. No, nobody's been scaring you. You've been brainwashed. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is a good fucking day.
Don't you get tired of getting told that there's a boogeyman chasing you and the boogeyman never shows up? Don't you fuckers ever get tired of running? Because eventually I would just be like... There is no goddamn boogeyman, is there? And I'm just running for no fucking reason. They lie to you, bro. They fearmonger you all the goddamn time. And you just be running from shit that don't exist. Like...
It is a good fucking day, and I feel good. I know there's a lot of people that don't feel good, but honestly,
I don't give a shit.
And now that we're gonna have 4 beautiful years of prosperity, now what we need to focus on is JD Vance 2028.
I love that his videos aren't strictly just tears, it's also joy as well. My neighbor the other day, I cannot believe I forgot to tell you guys this. But my neighbor the other day, he had one of his cars has like a crazy sound system, and he played. I heard like the tail end of one of Trump's speeches playing through his stereo system. And like I heard the tail end of it, and then I get up, I go to the window, I look outside, I see it, and all of a sudden I start hearing USA. I start hearing this chant coming from his stereo system. And it goes USA for like, I don't know, 8 to 10 seconds. And then it transfers from USA, USA into some Motley Crue. And I was just like, I think my neighbor voted for Donald Trump. I'm almost pretty sure. I think. And I believe they're either from the Philippines or from Venezuela, I think. I've met one of them before. I can't believe I forgot to tell you guys that. Anyways, yeah. But there's also some Biden-Harris fuckers back here, like around the way. I saw their house during Halloween trick-or-treating when I took my niece. I don't know how they're doing, but... That's got to be at a university or something. Looks like it, I feel. Because only at a university can you get away with rolling trees like that, really, for the most part. Even if it's in celebration, cops would be pissed, but this looks like a campus or something. And this is really nothing different than what would happen on a fucking Friday night for football. So that's the vibe I'm getting from this one. USA, 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 USA. These are the people, these right here, these are the people that know how awful the rest of the world is. And they compare their own existence here in America to the rest of the world. And they're like, damn, not only do we not have it all that bad, we're actually great, man. We're actually great. Compared to other countries. And then the flip side of this coin, you have these very same people that they want to take the values and the way that these other shit countries run their country, and they want to apply it to our country. It's so strange. Weird. Like the whole idea of communism. Yeah, let's take this one fucking concept that has failed most of the fucking civilizations that have tried it, and we want to introduce it into our country. Just... that baffles me, and I'm almost pretty sure those people, y'all eat paint, bro. Y'all have to. There's no other explanation as to y'all eat paint.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with you. I'm done with you and your mother and your sister. I'm just done with all.
Hey, man, my mother's a nice lady. And my sisters are beautiful young ladies, man. Like, they did nothing to you. And matter of fact, I think my youngest sister voted for Kamala. So, you watch your goddamn tongue, Miss Sesspants. Little bitch.
all of this.
Senate race. It's not gonna happen. Republican Kevin Go Kamala will be returning to the Senate. Can also project a winner in the Senate race.
Guys, we literally don't.
I wonder how many people became alcoholics on election night. That'd be a very fun statistic to run for shits and gigs. I'd like that. I'd like to see those numbers. Oh man.
We don't even have to panic. We literally don't have to freak out right now. We don't.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down here, Harriet the Spy. You're going way too fast, and I am kind of stoned, so.
Guys, we literally don't even have to panic. We literally don't have to freak out right now. We don't even have to fucking, like, we don't have to freak out. We don't have to freak out because it's not even real. Because, bitch, recount the vote!
I'm cool, man. I'm cool. I'm cool. Nobody touched me. I'm not freaking out. I'm cool. I said don't touch me. Oh, holy shit. Okay. White guys for Harris. Unless you voted, I don't know. I can't tell. We're gonna see.
It's not even real. Because, bitch, recount the vote!
Guys, I just voted, and I chose family.
Let's end this reign of terror now.
I chose family. I chose women. I chose America.
I can't tell if he's being sarcastic. I'm waiting for the punchline.
I love you.
We're moving on. I'm moving on. We're moving.
I found it.
Oh no. I don't think there's a punchline coming. Oh no. Sorry, Diet Chris Hemsworth. I gotta go. I gotta get off you. I don't think there's a punchline, guys. I don't think there's a punchline. Hold on.
We're moving on. I'm moving on. We're moving on.
I love all of this. Let's do it. Let's do this. We were wrong.
You know what that reminds me of, bro? This right here, this dude reminds me of that one episode from The Boys. I think Homelander sees something on his phone that really pisses him off, and he's pacing up and down that empty hallway where he's just like, oh my god. Fuck! Oh my god, holy shit. That's this guy. He's oh my lord. Jesus Christ. Dude just speed ran all the stages of grief in like 30 seconds. Shit. Oh my god, this is too good. Man. And this is only gonna get worse, guys. And I'm so fucking ready.
We were wrong.
I believe what you mean to say is we were lied to. Because, girl, I turned on the TV from time to time during the election, and there was still a couple of media heads on your side that were still giving you motherfuckers hope when they shouldn't have been, because I looked at the score and I was like, oh, it's over. And then you got this fucker like, well, technically, actually, she might still have a chance in these states right here, you know, given everyone dies and doesn't vote for Trump because they died before they got to the polls. But aside from some of that, you know, these key swing states over here, they were just giving you, they lied, man, they were lying to you so hard, just like they did in 2016. They tried to make you believe. 2016 was actually closer than this. But, I mean, there you go.
It's an utter betrayal.
I never really had any allegiance to you to begin with. I don't think. I don't even know your name.
For anybody that is not a cisgendered white Christian.
Okay, but for real though, Joe Biden could actually save us from a Donald Trump presidency. Yes, you're seeing this after the election results. It is 100% possible for Joe Biden to step down and make Kamala Harris the 47th president and claim that making Donald Trump president would go against the oath of upholding the Constitution. Therefore, a new election has to...
Yo, girl, let your fucking dog out of the kennel and stop bitching about Donald Trump. Oh my god, he probably has to shit or piss. Go tend to your animal. And what are you saying? Like, what? So, like, Biden steps down, makes Kamala president, and that, what? Trump can't run? Or what are you talking about? I'm sorry, I can't get past your fucking animal.
President and claim that making Donald Trump president would go against the oath of upholding the Constitution.
What does that mean? Biden steps down, makes Kamala president, and then tells Donald Trump that he can't do anything because they have to uphold the oath of the Constitution. Someone explain. Someone explain. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss. I've understood everything up to this point, even the abortion shit. I'm at a loss on this. I don't get this one. Let's hear it one more time, and then let's let her continue. The dog's really irritating me. It's not the dog's fault.
It is 100% possible for Joe Biden to step down and make Kamala Harris the 47th president and claim that making Donald Trump president would go against the oath of upholding the Constitution. Therefore, a new election has to take place and Kamala Harris will be the president until then. Will that happen? No, I doubt it.
What do you... I don't...
Oath of upholding the Constitution. Therefore, a new election has to take place and Kamala Harris will be the president until then.
Okay. She still loses. We still arrive at today. I don't understand. She still loses. What are you saying? Are you saying that had she actually been the president when she ran against Donald, that would have helped or been better? Or she still loses? All roads lead to today. All roads lead to Donald in office. It doesn't matter if you put her in. Obviously, wait, hold on. Are you telling me that you put Biden steps down, you put Kamala in, which forces another election? So is this your way of, like, getting what? What do you mean? You can't, that's not the way it works. It's because she seems like she knows what she's talking about, but like, and she's saying it so convincingly. It just doesn't make sense. Are we talking pre-election? There was an election, girl. The election happened. Did you miss it? That was the election. What are you saying? So make her president and then have another election, which was the election we just had? So are you talking about that election? And what would her already being president do for her anyways? It's not going to unfuck her policies. It's not going to unfuck her character. And it's not going to unkill those goddamn soldiers that died whenever they decided to pull out of Afghanistan in a retarded fashion. So, what are you talking about? I understand.
Will that happen? No, I doubt it.
Because I don't think it can happen. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something.
But that is the only thing left.
I just called my brother and I said, who did you vote for? He gonna say Trump for president. I said, hang up on you. Not in the fucking mood. Because right then and there, you're not my brother anymore. And I blocked you. What is you talking about?
Good riddance. Really. I mean, yeah, sure, that kind of hurts because it's family, but that's your loss. You're just gonna keep cutting people out of your life if that's the case. You'll never have friends. You're like, what? The fact that people would do this to a family member is beyond me. Really. My youngest sister voted. I'm pretty sure. Or maybe she voted for Trump. I don't know. She always surprises me sometimes in the shit that she says, because sometimes, like, she'll say some liberal shit, but then other times she'll say some hardcore Republican shit. And I'm just like, God damn, G, I wouldn't even recommend that. Good Lord, girl. So, like, I don't know, but I was under the impression that she supported Kamala. We don't talk like that about politics. Me and my sister talk about video games. But if she did vote for Kamala, I don't care. Even if she won, I don't care, because I love my sister, and because she's my blood, and because we were raised in the same roof, and she's always looked out for me, and I've always looked out for her. And I'm not so fucking pathetically weak-minded that I'm willing to throw away a perfectly good relationship with a family member because of that. You want to say fuck you to a coworker? Go ahead. You want to say fuck you to your neighbor? By all means. Your family? Weak-minded. You can be mad. You can be upset. But what you did, you're weak-minded. You're mentally inept.
4 years of a majority Senate, of a majority House, most likely 7-2 Supreme Court, a red president,
What are we talking about?
a convicted felon, a rapist, a racist.
Can you point to one racist thing he said? Because I can point to a slew of things, a slew of racist shit that Joe Biden said. Rapist? But where? Who? When? Are you talking about all those bullshit ass ladies that came out of the woodwork talking about fucking Donald Trump said he likes to grab women by the pussy? Are you talking about that? Is that what you're referring to? Probably. And what else did you say?
Supreme Court, a red president, a convicted felon, a rapist.
Well, actually, you know what? That's probably true. He is a felon now, right? Is he? He did get a mugshot. It was federal. Homie might be a felon. Best felon president we've ever had. What do you want from me? You ain't getting it.
Racist. And you're going to tell me this is God's will?
No, it's America's will, actually.
Project 2025. This is going to F us over. It does not matter if this is the last time this man can run. It honestly does not, because I don't know how we can undo this next.
Really? Because y'all said the same thing in 2016. Y'all said the same thing in 2016. Remember in 2016 when y'all said, Donald Trump gets into office, we're going into nuclear war. Donald Trump gets into office, it's over. Donald Trump gets into office, that's effectively the end of this nation. I remember y'all saying these things. Do y'all remember saying these things? I remember y'all saying these things back in 2016. You know what y'all remind me of? Y'all remind me of those doomsday motherfuckers. Every year, like clockwork. The world is ending! The world is ending. The time is nigh. The rapture is incoming. And then nothing fucking happens and they crawl into their fucking caves until the following year and they repeat the same shit. Year in, year out. That's you. That's you.
Time. How can we undo this? Because y'all are racist. Because y'all are misogynist.
That's fine. all these racists and misogynists over here, we gonna be affording gas and eggs and milk. So all my racists out there, hey, you gonna save some money today. That's it. So I don't really know what to do. Y'all say that like it's supposed to offend us, because we know we're not racist. It's just something that y'all say, something that y'all like to say because, you know, your side and your pundits and your media outlets have convinced you of this when we're actually not. But if you say we're racist, bet I'll gladly be a racist that's saving some money. You bet your sweet ass. So what else you got? Bigot, Nazi. But I'm a veteran, so throw baby killer in there. Fuck it, whatever. Let's get crazy with it. What else you got? I'll be that too. Anything else? Let's see. Anything?
I have no words. Like,
yeah, I kind of figured that was it, because that's all y'all have actually. So yeah, that makes sense.
like everything.
Oh, these mushrooms make you feel better, like a lot better.
Everything is everything. Like, forget about it. Oh my gosh.
What are we forgetting about? You said everything. Forget about it. Chances are, when you say everything, you actually mean abortion. That's it. Yeah. That's it. That's all y'all got. That's all y'all got. Y'all tried the racist way, that didn't work. You tried the bigot way, that didn't work. You tried the jail way, that didn't work. You tried the assassination way, that didn't work. I mean, Jesus Christ. Are we get tired of losing? I don't know.
You voted against me. You voted against my right to live.
Explain. You won't, though.
You voted against all.
Let me guess. You voted for my right to. Sounds like something only a trans person would. Because, you know, for some reason they think that they're like. What's the word that I'm looking for? They always feel like they're being picked on or something. I don't know. That they always feel attacked for some reason or the other. They think that everyone's out to get them, and they think that they're being slaughtered in droves when that's just not the case. They say that a lot, like you're threatening my way of life because we're targeted individuals. Not really. I don't think so. Your kind has existed way longer than it has been popular. Trans existed in the fucking 60s, 70s, and 80s. They just weren't out there like y'all are now. So stop thinking that it's a novel idea. It's not new. They're the only person I think that would say that. Let's see.
About it. Oh my gosh.
You voted against me. You voted against my right to live. You voted against all the women and their rights.
Oh, you mean by not allowing you to kill the baby late term and giving all the power back to the states so that the states can make their own decision, given on what the community within that state wants, which is effectively giving more power to the people, instead of having such massive government oversight and overreach? Oh, you mean that? Oh, okay. Oh, that doesn't really bother me at all.
I hope you enjoy your cheap fucking gas.
I will, good sir. Good day to you. I was wrong. I was really confused by what he meant. You attacked my right to live. What do you mean? You're a white dude, bro. Who's out to get you? Really? Seriously? What are you talking about? Your right to live? Who's targeting you? What are you talking about? I don't know. I was so confused there. So confused on that. That's why I thought it was like something trans, because, you know, they're always saying that. if you vote for him, then you're voting against my right to live and existence. Because what's the word that I'm looking for? They always feel like they're being oh my god, can't think of the word. Subjugated. That's a good one, but not the one I'm looking for. They always feel marginalized. That's the word. They always feel marginalized. Like, you vote for him, we're a marginalized group, and people are out to get us, and blah, blah, blah. That's why my first guess was trans when he said that. And if he's not trans, which clearly he's not because he didn't say it or bring it up, then what the fuck are you afraid of? Like you hear he was talking? My right to live and my safety. What are you talking about? Brad from America? I doubt you're in any danger of anything. Brad from America?
Hey, Mom, Trump's our president!
Is he really?
Yeah!
Oh, thank you, God. Thank you. I've been up here praying and praying.
Yeah! Trump, motherfucker, yeah!
Let me see. Let me look. Let me
No, you come downstairs if you want. That's what you wanted, Mama.
No, I've been praying up here all night.
You got us a good president that gives a care about America for once. Puts us first instead of non-citizens.
I thought they said
Oh, that was a good touch. Putting us first, not 9 people that, might I add, are here illegally. Oh, that was good.
they weren't gonna know nothing until tomorrow.
No, they're celebrating down there. Let's do it.
Yo, Roth, take it easy,
I
man.
will make it my life's mission, my dying wish, that none of you weirdos can hide in the future. You can't lie to your kids.
What do
You
you
can't
mean?
lie to your grandkids about, oh, it was so confusing. It was hard to see the truth. He was so convincing. I will not let you
No.
get away with that. Like,
Oh, sweetie, we don't plan on doing that at all. Because you forget, he was president once already. And nobody's saying that. None of us are saying that. Even the people that fucking hate him can't deny it. Nobody's saying that. And he was already president once. So if we were going to say these things, we would have already said these things, homegirl. You see what I'm saying? You don't make any sense. Go dry your hair.
truth. He was so convincing. I will not let you get away with that.
You won't have to, man, because that's not going to be the case. So, you're welcome.
Like, that was not normal.
And whoever your ex-boyfriend is, hey, bro, you're welcome.
This is not normal. I will make it clear to everyone. Like, I will make sure no one is confused about how things were right now in this very vital, crucial time in American history, that it was not confusing. It was not confusing at all. You just stood for that.
That's fine. You can tell them all that stuff, and then we'll also add to the fact that the reason y'all didn't want this man to be president so bad is because he wouldn't allow you to kill your child. At the point in the pregnancy where it is disgusting to kill your child. So, who do you think they're gonna look at in a different way, right? Donald Trump and blah blah blah, and your daddy voted for this man and this and that and blah blah blah, and the dad's gonna be like, yeah, son, she's right. I did vote for that guy. But the only reason she's mad that I voted for that guy is because, like, she just wanted to have sex with a whole bunch of dudes without protection and not give a shit about her future and just have as many abortions as she wanted. And we collectively came to the conclusion that we didn't want that because it's wrong, son. So, yeah, she's saying all that stuff, and yeah, she's probably right. She's true. Yeah, but yeah, just know that the person that's saying these things also wanted that other thing. You know what I'm saying? Got me? Gotcha. I knew you were smart.
In American history, that it was not confusing. It was not confusing at all. You just stood for that. You stood with that and for that. Like, I can't emphasize enough, there will be nowhere to hide, and history is going to look back on this and look back on you.
I won't be hiding. I will be standing front and center on my front porch with an American flag right there, holding a salute with my dick out. Position of attention. And I'm not talking about the military stance either.
In a very negative light.
So the election between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris has not been called yet. We do not know who the winner is, but it is pointing in one direction. And it's not final, but I just wanted to say that
I recognize this guy. Yeah. He spews a lot of bullshit, I think. He's just like a mouthpiece. If being a cocksucker was a profession, without actually having to put a dick in your mouth, this guy is the CEO of it. I think. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember.
America failed women tonight, primarily. Trump has insulted women.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
Rated them, has been found liable in court for assaulting a woman.
Are you talking about the one that he grabbed by the pussy? Are we still talking about that? And where is she? I wonder what she has to say. I don't know.
And he took women's reproductive rights away.
No, he gave them back to the states. Whether they get to keep those rights when they go to the state, that's a different question. Stop lying to people. Or just refusing to acknowledge the actual whole truth. You little turd. And I've seen your videos before. You're always such a smug little goddamn bastard. And now look at you. Now look at you. Looking like the male version of Rachel Maddow. Jesus Christ, and y'all even got the same fucking haircut. Shame. For fucking shame.
And instead of standing up to that, people voted for it. And we failed our daughters, our mothers.
Nah, I think he's talking about Stormy Daniels. Hasn't everyone sexually assaulted Stormy Daniels? I hate to say it in such crude terms, but isn't that girl a porn star? She takes dick in the ass for money. I doubt that she's drawing the line at the president touching her, if he even did. Do you really think that's the case? I don't.
Our sisters, our wives. Tonight, America failed them. We failed them.
I didn't do a goddamn thing. I don't know what you're talking about.
It is unfortunately the reality of the situation. So I'm sorry to everybody out there who will be impacted by what may come.
And you're welcome.
She don't like black women because she did not put not one.
I already know what's coming out of this man's mouth. Oh my god. This guy right here is a mainstay on my YouTube Shorts feed. Charleston White. This man always has something wild to say. And I knew that he was gonna have something to say about this. Oh man, here we go.
One black woman on her platform, she went and got black itches. She went and got them rapping itches that shake their ass and pop their pussy. She did not go get a woman that could talk. She did not get a black woman. She went and got black itches that know how to shake their ass and pop their tussies. She did not go get an upstanding black woman to speak to black people. I keep telling you, she did not go get upstanding black women to come talk to upstanding black people.
You say what you want about Charleston White, and some shit that he might say sometimes is a little bit off the reservation. But just like Andrew Tate, sometimes there is a lot of shit that he says that I do be agreeing on, man. Really. And just like the way he articulates it is always fucking funny. I like Charleston, bro. He like... Oh, man.
She went and got Glorilla Talk about Moose Knuckles. She went to go get Cardi B, who cheat on her husband. She went to go get Megan Thee Stallion, who done slept with over. She went and got Megan.
All these trifling ass hoes, basically, is what he's saying. But you can't get no actual fucking real woman up there with values. That's what he's saying.
The Stallion, the industry who done slept with over.
He ain't wrong. That's what I'm saying. That's why, like, but they're he ain't wrong. But see, only Charleston can say some of these things. He ain't wrong. But I'm definitely not getting on the fucking internet with my Puerto Rican ass and saying the same shit he's saying. Same with all my white people here. Some things, just leave it up to Charles, bro. He'll say it.
Oh, she went and got hold.
Oh, man.
To try to talk to black women. Oh, I can't wait to do a Say Cheese TV interview. She went and got hold of.
You know who would be a fantastic, interview? Charleston, and maybe it's already happened and I don't know, but Charleston White? Is his name Jesse Lee Peterson? What's the black dude? That he's kind of like older. He just be telling black people like it is. I think it's Jesse Lee Peterson, right? That guy? Bro, an interview with him and Charles? That shit would go so hard. That shit would go so hard? I'd watch that. And if it already exists, link it to me.
Talk to black women. Oh, I can't wait to do a Say Cheese TV interview. She went and got hold of to talk to black women. My mama wouldn't dare listen to no woman that come out talking about Bodak Yellow. This ain't bloody shoe. This bloody shoe. Ah, she went and got a retarded woman to shake her ass and pop her pussy that get bumps on her lips to talk to black women. HPV packing. Oh, Lord, thank you, Jesus. Oh, we got my president back. Oh, we got my president back. Oh, I just fall to my knees and praise you, Lord. Oh, I just fall to my knees and thank you, Jesus. Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm so goddamn happy. Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm so goddamn happy.
I love Charles, and I gotta be honest with you. I have no idea what Charleston White is famous for at all. But I just know every time he talks, I listen and I laugh. So, and a lot of shit that he be saying, it'd be rooted in truth and fact. And a lot of people, they just don't like the way Charleston White articulates things. He be saying the truth, and he be saying what a lot of us think, but it's just sometimes Charleston White, he just be going, like, he Hail Marys everything he says. Kind of like Trump, actually. He Hail Marys everything he says, right? And so, I like Charles, though. All right, here we go. Something about your eyebrows tells me that you're crazy, and you probably voted for Kamala. I don't know. Let's see. Please prove me wrong.
Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm so goddamn happy. Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm so goddamn happy.
Because right now, it just looks like you're going downhill on a bike really, really fast. Fucking wild. Let's see. Please prove me wrong. Let's see.
Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm so goddamn happy. Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm so goddamn happy.
I hate to break it to you motherfuckers, but guess what? The lesbians are gonna fuck all your wives now. Ask my ex.
What do you mean? That didn't even seem like it was about politics. You just seem like a really mean lesbian. What the fuck? What the fuck was even that? What? I don't even know how that makes sense. I don't know. Okay. Let's see what you got.
Lesbians are gonna fuck all your wives now. Ask my ex.
So it's almost 2 a.m. Pacific time, which means it's well after polls have closed. And I am still just genuinely confused as to what happened. So if anyone wants to offer some insight, I'm happy to take it. I just also think that maybe what I've noticed is that men are just genuinely not as concerned as women and don't quite take our
Wait. I don't.
happy to fucking take it.
You just said, I don't know what's going on. Can someone fill me in? And then go directly into that? I'm confused. I confuse easily.
Confused as to what happened. So if anyone wants to offer some insight,
Seems like you did know what happened. I think you're just looking for a reason to bitch. I don't know. Let's see.
I'm happy to fucking take it. I just also think that maybe what I've noticed is that men are just genuinely not as concerned as women and don't quite take our concerns as seriously. And
I ran a survey asking people what is their number one favorite fragrance of all time.
I don't know, that fucking sucks because I met a lot of women tonight who are just genuinely so fucking scared.
Yeah. Well, look on the bright side. Ice cream will be so much cheaper now, and you can just eat that by the gallon while you cry yourself to sleep. You're welcome.
So yeah, let me know, I guess. How am I supposed to go to work?
The same way you went yesterday. I'm almost pretty sure. I think. Unless you teleported to work. I don't know. But I'm assuming one foot in front of the other. You push the door open. And I would assume there's like a clock-in procedure that your employer has. You do that, and then you make money. I went slow as to not lose you. But I believe that's how. If it works out, you're welcome.
How am I supposed to go to work and...
Or, hold on. Let me guess. Because this is commonplace for y'all. You're afraid to go to work. I don't think that has anything to do with abortion, and I think that has everything to do with the fact that I think that you went to work and you've been talking that good shit all month, all week, maybe even all year. Fuck you, racist bitches. Kamala's winning. Kamala's winning. I know that I said that Joe was great, but he's not great, but Kamala's winning. Fuck you, assholes. Talking that good shit. And you probably talked a little too much shit. And now you don't want to go to work and face all these people that held their tongue while you're all sassy. I think that's what it is. I think that's what we have here.
Do all of my normal daily activities
when all I can think about is the fact that I can't willingly just have sex carelessly so that I can kill my kid in the future free of any repercussions or responsibility. Yeah. You can just think about that shit on break, girl. You'll be fine. Really, that's what the break's for. State mandated is 15 minutes. Plenty of time to think about that shit. Your employer's not paying you to be sad.
But I know that we all just chose for things to get exponentially harder.
I know. Now you actually have to take a pregnancy test. And now you actually have to fucking, I don't know, choose wisely who you sleep with. And now you actually have to wear those pesky condoms and shit. Crazy. Now you actually have to pay attention after you have sex. So that you can find out that if you're so that you can find out if you're pregnant. That way, if you do want to terminate it, you still can. Given that it's very, very early, that middle to late term shit is no longer acceptable. And now it's up to your state. You didn't want those old congressmen making decisions for you anymore. Well, guess what? They're not. Now it's up to your state officials. There you go. And why don't you just move to a state that would allow it? It's up to the states, right? Which I'm assuming there's going to be states that allow it, states that don't, and states that allow things in between, with outliers and special exceptions and all that shit and everything, and yada, yada, yada. Right? So, if it really meant that much to you, move. I've seen people move for less. I don't know, man. I just think that it's crazy that the country is about to get so much better. And y'all can't see that because y'all are stuck on this one singular fucking topic that y'all fully don't even understand. Really. And why is this so important to you? You can still have it. You just have to pay attention more closely now. You can't be careless. You can't be negligent. Jesus Christ, God forbid, if you have to have a little bit of responsibility. Heaven mercy, you can still have them. You just can't have them at 9 months anymore. You trashy bags.
I live in Texas. I don't...
Yeah, so yeah, your state is definitely not gonna move. Move. Or, you know what? Be abstinent. Try to find a nice man. With a nice job. With some good family values. That loves his mama and his daddy. And says yes ma'am and no ma'am and yes sir, no sir. And then you have a baby with that man. And the best part about having a baby with that man is you're not going to want to get rid of it. Because you got a good man. So for some of you ladies, the fact that y'all are getting so upset about abortion, but you will probably never have one in your entire life, or even need one, or even have to get one, or even consider getting one, is just baffling. And you know this to be true. You just want to bitch about something. Because women stick together in times like this. But y'all are sticking together for something so fucking irrelevant and innocuous that it's just like, man.
I don't understand how I'm gonna go through the day. And I just want my mom. But my mom voted for him.
My college.
Oh, the man. That's a better plot twist than what I saw in fucking Ex Machina. Jesus. That was great. That was worth all the tears and the illogical ramblings just to get to that. You couldn't have scripted that shit any better. Not even the most talented writer in Hollywood could write that shit. Or maybe he could. That's pretty standard comedy. God damn, that's funny. Oh, man.
Campus after hearing Trump won.
What college is this? You should use this for the next 4 years as your intro video for like for recruitment for kids to your school. Use this in your next commercial. What college is this? Use this in your next commercial. Recruit more kids to come to your school. More eyes on your school. There you go. Come down here, get an education, party like a fucking rock star whenever we win. There you go. What better way to try to sell the college experience, right? But no, these days it's fucking DEI and critical race theory, and you need to be ashamed for being a dude and white and American and fuck you and wah. Okay, here we go. Sorry. I bet you the campus at Berkeley was quiet as fuck, though. UC, Berkeley, Caltech, all those fucking foo-foo ass schools in California. Oh yeah, you know it was quiet as hell over there. That's
Y'all want to violate my stuff? I don't give a fuck about none of that, because all the people that's violating my freaking life right now are Trump supporters.
how though.
Y'all the only ones happy about this shit right now.
Well, yeah. Naturally. When you get a victory, you do a little celebrating. Have you never watched sports before? Never? You've never won a fight? You've never... Have you ever won any... Have you ever felt a sense of accomplishment? Oh, wow. What a sad life that is. Yeah, naturally, when people win, they celebrate, girl. What are you getting at?
Y'all the only ones.
Yeah. Of course, because why would your side celebrate? Y'all lost. That doesn't make any sense. I'm confused. I confuse easily.
Y'all see I got my blue on. I done cried so fucking much that my blue went up. And I have to wear red because it's my freaking job. If I didn't have to wear this stupid ass color, I wouldn't be wearing it. Trust and believe me.
Man. She really stuck it to me, guys. Oh. She really stuck it to me. I hate that. She really stuck it to me there, man. I hate that she hates that she has to wear that red shirt. Oh, that pains me so deeply. It pains me so deeply that she hates wearing the red shirt, and that if she could wear another one, oh, she would. Oh, man. Oh, that stings. I'm gonna have to go talk to my therapist tomorrow. That one right there, that one just, ooh. I'm gonna need a friend after that. A friend, a doobie, a good wank, and some bacon after that. Oh man, that's just... Well...
Trust and believe me. I hate red so fucking much in my... Right now, I don't even know what to do. I've never hated red so much in my life until now.
Yeah, I know, that's crazy. You went on like a crazy rant about the color red. That's wild.
I hate red. Hate the fact that I have to wear this color today. I really do.
Okay.
Because I don't represent Trump at all.
Okay.
Go Trump? Honey, you gonna say... We'll see if you still scream Go Trump in the next few fucking months.
Have y'all forgotten? Oh no. Another one. Have you forgotten that he was already president once? And no one was not saying Go Trump. People have been saying Go Trump since 2016. What makes you think that's gonna be any different 4 years from... Y'all confuse easily. Oh no. Oh.
Let's see. We'll see. Oh, y'all...
You know, my favorite color is actually blue. It is. My favorite color. When I was younger, it used to be green, and then, I don't know, as I got older, it naturally just transitioned to blue. I don't know if that happened to you guys, but my favorite color is blue. But for the next 4 years, I think my favorite color is now red. Why? Because it pisses you off. And I'm petty. My favorite color is now red, girl. Hell yeah, Team Red. I love your shirt, by the way. Where'd you get it? Where'd you get it? It really brings out the evil in your eyes. Oh, Lord.
Y'all say Go Trump, we'll see if y'all still screaming that. We'll see.
Oh, we will.
Because I bet you won't.
Bet. How much you want to bet? Bet. Let's do it. How much you want to do? Find me, girl. I'll bet you something.
Because that man about to walk up in that White House. And he about to tear shit up. He about...
But he was already in office once, and the country ran significantly better than it's running right now. So when you say he about to tear shit up, you right, girl. He about to tear shit up. He about to make shit happen. You goddamn straight. That, I mean, I agree with you. Hell yeah. Yeah. Just like he tore shit up in 2016, you know, when the country was better than it is now. Yeah, man, for sure. Yeah, that's good.
To be so much police brutality. It's about to be so many black men being pulled over and gunned down for no freaking.
Wow, you're so ignorant. It's insane. I don't think your people claim you. I've seen some stupid people in here, but even those people, I think, would roll their eyes at what the fuck you just said. Wow, you're so ignorant. You really think that falls at the feet of the president? Like what? I don't. Jesus Christ. What are you talking about? That plenty of people get killed by police, girl. What do you mean? Plenty of people got killed by police during the Clinton administration. Plenty of people got killed by police during the Bush administration. During the you know what the crazy part is that there was a lot of killings during Obama's time. There was, mainly in Chicago, but it wasn't the cops that were present. It was just, you know, people killing each other. Really. I wonder if you were mad about that at all. I wonder. You know, we have lots of presidents and polices no matter the president. I mean, yeah, some new things could get put into place, but what do you think's going to happen to the police department when Trump gets into office? Do you think that he's going to come in and remove body cameras and remove all of the progress that has been made to protect citizens and officers alike? We've made big strides in that, man. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but we haven't had a Trayvon Martin situation in a fucking while. We haven't had a fucking George Floyd situation in a fucking while. People get fucked up by cops all the time. White people, black people, brown people, Asian people get fucked up by cops all the time. No matter who the president is. Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? I don't think your side would claim you, man. I think you're way off the reservation. I think you're all the way stupid, man. Like, we've made great strides in that with the police department, and you think that the president is going to come in and undo all of the progress that has been made on that front? Remove body cameras. Let's go back to the way it was. What do you think's going to happen there? If anything, the streets might actually be safer because we have a president that doesn't want to defund the motherfucking police. And that's another goddamn problem. Is you stupid bastards. Y'all want to defund the police, so police get less training, they're less effective, they're less good, they go out there and fuck shit up because their training is awful because they got defunded, and then you get mad all over again. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? We're going to defund the police to have shittier officers so that the shitty officers do shitty shit and then you get mad all over again? And then who do you blame? Well, I mean, we thought this was going to work. It didn't. Let's just go back to blaming Trump. That was easier. We actually don't know what we were doing here. So shut the fuck up. Please.
Reason. It's supposed to be so much unnecessary white racism. And guess what?
There's always unnecessary racism in this country. And man, I don't know about you guys, man, but some of the most racist people I've ever met are not white. Let me say that again. Some of the most racist people I have ever met in my entire life are not even white. So, I mean, I don't know what you're like on some fear-mongering shit, really. Like, you're on some, like, the KKK is about to come back and start fucking actively looting neighborhoods. Like, that's the type of shit you're on, man. And that's like, see, this is the type of person on that side that I'm usually talking about.
I know that there's a lot of you Democrats and liberals out there that are not like this lady. And whenever I talk shit about your side, just know that I'm not talking shit about you. I'm talking shit about dumb bitches like her. Because everyone up to this point has been just whiny and cryy, and it's been funny. That's ignorant as fuck. You're a stupid bitch. That's all I can really say. Really. That's just... So when I talk shit about this side, just know that these are the kinds of people that I'm talking about. And if you don't fit this category, then I'm not talking about you. Like, that's what Colby was saying earlier. Like, you got good Republicans, good Democrats, but then you got these kinds of fucking people, and then you got the Republicans that are the actual racists that she's talking about. But that's the thing. We shouldn't even have to pay attention to either of these people. These are two extreme sides to the side that is just like, and they get the most attention. They get the most attention, so you automatically assume that that side is what it is, right? It's like videos like this, they get more attention than normal Democrats because you know what normal Democrats are doing? They're going about their fucking lives. They're not on TikTok losing their fucking minds, right? So this gets the most attention, so naturally you think that everyone on the side is like this, just like naturally people think that every person that's a Republican is a fucking Nazi flag flying racist, and that's just not. The extremes of both of these sides is just fucking. Y'all are like down bad. Y'all are pathetic as fuck. Y'all are weird. Y'all are. It would be an insult to the word subhuman to even call you that.
But it's just gonna get looked past. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing about it. It's gonna get looked past with him in office. Oh, white privilege is gonna be so high right now, and it's so sad. It's so sad. Y'all really voted for a man to control our pussies. Y'all really voted for a man that wanna make sure your ass can't never get an abortion.
Lies. He's gonna give it to the states, and he's gonna make sure that it's not late term. There's stipulations, but you can still get abortions. You're an idiot. There will be stipulations to it, but you can still get it. It'll be up to the states. And if your state says that you can't have it, then you can't have it. Man. That's it. I don't understand how y'all are lost on that one singular fact. I don't get it. I don't understand, man. That's like asking for that's like asking your mom for something. And she says, go ask your dad. And your dad says no. And you want to get mad at your mom. She didn't tell you no. She didn't even do anything. She just said, go ask your dad. Your dad said no, so that's what it is. Same concept here. The president said, ask your state. If your state says no, that's a personal fucking problem. Right? I feel like it is. I mean, and,
Y'all voted for a man, so if you get you will not, you have to keep that baby.
That's actually not true. I doubt it, but.
Y'all voted for a man who's gonna keep track of every miscarriage and pregnancy that goes,
He's not gonna keep track of it. The state's gonna keep track of it.
Happens. A man controlling our pussies. A man who don't even carry kids, don't even know shit about carrying kids. Y'all letting him control our bodies.
I genuinely hope you never have children. Really. Because you're gonna birth an idiot. Guaranteed. You're gonna birth a fucking moron. I hope you never have children. I hope you never have to get an abortion because I hope you never get pregnant.
I'm a lesbian. I don't have those issues with abortion. I'm a lesbian. I don't have those issues with abortion. I'm a lesbian. I don't have those issues with abortion. abortion and all of that. I'm a lesbian. I don't have those issues with abortion and all of that. But I'm a lesbian. I don't have those issues with abortion and all of that.
One more time. Shall we? Shall we? We're gonna. That was rhetorical.
I'm a lesbian. I don't have those issues with abortion and all of that. But I know for a fact people get raped on a daily basis. And for them to be forced to carry kids, it's sick. It's sick. It's very sick. I'm not responding to any of y'all.
No, don't say that. You can't respond to any of us. That's just something you motherfuckers say when y'all say ridiculous shit, but you know that someone's gonna come back with something smart or a quip or hit you with a gotcha moment. So you say shit like that. It's not that you don't want to, you're not going to. You can't. I can read straight through that kind of behavior. I've seen it so many times before. You're trying to preemptively soften the blow of any kind of backlash that you're going to get for all the dumb horseshit that came out of your face. No, it's not that you're not going to. You can't. Man. It, spoken like a true politician right there, too. That's wild.
Because y'all don't get under my skin. If you're not for Kamala, I don't give a fuck about y'all.
Good. It actually makes me feel so much better that you don't give a fuck about me, because if you did give a fuck about me, that would just be strange. Like, who is this fucking psycho lady that cares about me? It actually brings me great joy and peace and some solitude that you don't care about me, because if you did, that would imply that you knew who I was. And, ugh, I don't even want to have that kind of an association with you.
It is what it is, and if you're saying MAGA, you're a fucking maggot. You're a maggot, so you're a maggot. If you're saying MAGA, you're a maggot.
Okay, that's see, this is why, man. Y'all try really hard. Yeah, y'all really try, man. But stick to the insults. When y'all try to be funny, it just, man. And as someone who is just, I don't know, naturally funny. I'm not a comedian by any fucking means, but just like I've heard from people that sometimes I can be funny. And when you're funny and you see other people try to be funny or make a joke and fail, it's worse than if you're not funny, right? Because it's just like getting punched in the comedic dick, really. And you screaming MAGA? Yeah, a maggot. I mean, god damn, man. That's no creativity. It just you're just throwing bullshit against the wall and hoping that it sticks. Except it ain't sticking. You're just throwing runny diarrhea at plaster. Rough, man.
That's what I'm gonna look at, because you put MAGA on here, you're a maggot.
All right.
He's won the national popular vote for the first time for a Republican, for the first time since 2004.
Wow. Dude, look at this man.
Popular vote for the first time for a Republican, for the first time since 2004. This is a big deal.
Hold on.
Republican for the first time since 2004.
Look at this man's face. Look at this man's face. Tell me that does not look like the same face that you have when your doctor gives you a terminal diagnosis. I have to imagine that's the same look that you have on your face. It's gotta be, man. The same look that you see on a football fan from the SEC when their team loses or gets upset. The same thing right there. Looks like he just got news from his doctor that he's terminal. Look at him, very somber. Man, even when Trump lost, I I still had a good day. I didn't really care too much that he lost. I was just like, oh well. The memes about this garbage fucking administration are gonna be clean though, right? And it was good. When Trump lost, I think I got baked that day. I had mac and cheese with bacon, actually. God, that was good. It was a good day. I don't remember how she made that mac and cheese and the bacon, though. That was on fire. Anyways. You, sad man. Okay, let's continue. It's a Tuesday when I had that mac and cheese, by the way.
Popular vote for the first time for a Republican for the first time since 2004. This is a big deal. This isn't backing into the office. This is a mandate to do what you said you were going to do. Get the economy working again for regular working class Americans, fix immigration, try to get crime under control, try to reduce the chaos in the world. This is a mandate from the American people to do that. I think I'm interpreting the results tonight as the revenge of just the regular old working class American.
Oh my God, here we go. Y'all said, matter of fact, it was that guy. That's the one who said it, I think. White lash, white lash, white lash. Revenge, revenge, revenge. No, bro, y'all keep throwing out these words to make it seem like we're the supervillains and y'all are like the fucking Fantastic Four. No, bro, this was just, we're sick of your horse shit. We're going in a different direction. That's it. Yeah,
And the anonymous American who has been crushed, insulted, condescended to. They're not garbage. They're not Nazis. They're just regular people who get up.
Maybe he gets it.
And go to work every day and are trying to make a better life for their kids. And they feel like they have been told to just shut up when they have complained about the things that are hurting them in their own lives. I also feel like this election, as we sit here and pour over this tonight, is something of an indictment of the political information complex. I mean, we've been sitting around here for the last couple of weeks, and the story that was portrayed was not true. I mean, we were told Puerto Rico was going to change the election. Liz Cheney, Nikki Haley voters, women lying to their husbands. Before that, it was Tim Walz and the camo hats. Night after night after night, we were told all these things and gimmicks were going to somehow push Harris over the line.
Because that's all. It seems like this is the only guy right here sitting on this panel of people at CNN that's actually, that I don't know who he's for. He's on CNN. I'm assuming he's for fucking Harris, right? But he seems like the only one that's coming to terms with it in the right way. I feel. I think.
And we were just ignoring the fundamentals. Inflation, people feeling like that they were barely able to tread water at best.
See, that's what I was saying, but instead, y'all keep talking about fucking abortion. Over and over and over and over again. The ship has a whole bunch of holes in it, and you're worried about what color to paint it. It's sinking, man. See? You get it now, don't you? You fucking get it. I'm glad you fucking get it. Jeez, it took you fucking forever to goddamn get it. Welcome. I'm so happy that you've decided to join us in this conversation. Dude. And I hate that it takes these motherfuckers so long to realize, bro. It takes y'all so long to realize these things. The American people, we realize what needs to be fixed almost instantaneously because we're in it. Because we're it. It takes y'all ages, eons, man, to figure anything out. To realize anything. Analysts, scientific, bro, what do y'all even do? What do y'all even do with these projections and these charts and these numbers? Because it's clear that it's all for fucking nothing. It's all for fuck all. It doesn't matter. You get better accuracy from fucking analysts on ESPN than we do from you motherfuckers. So at the end of the day, it's just a show. What I've been saying for fucking years. It's just reality TV. With people that try to convince you that they know what the fuck they're talking about. And they don't. They don't. That's one thing that's gonna hit you like a ton of bricks when you get older in life. If you're young, that's one thing that's gonna hit you like a ton of bricks when you get older, is that the people that are running the show are no smarter than you. And when you realize that, you're gonna be like, fuck. Yeah, that's it. So we gotta put the right motherfucker in there, man. And
that was the fundamentals of the election. And so I think that both parties should always look at
see, he understands it. The fundamentals of the election. No one cares about the bells and whistles of like all this other shit, dude. Like, this is why y'all lost. This is why y'all lost. Y'all had two things: abortion and Donald Trump is a racist. That's all y'all had. And do you want to know why you lost? That's why. The same reason you lost in 2016. You refused to tell the American people what your candidate was capable of. Instead, you wanted to tell the American people what your opposition wasn't capable of. That's not how you win votes. That's not how you win confidence. That's not how you win anything. Show me what you can do. I don't give a fuck what that guy can't do. I want to see what you can do. And that side never wants to show you what their candidate can do. Because it's nothing, bro. It's paper thin. It's like a paper fucking mache that just falls apart instantly when you apply the least slightest bit of pressure. That's why y'all lose, bro. Every time. And that's why y'all will continue to lose. Because y'all aren't going to change y'all's ways at all. Way too much ego on that side for y'all to change y'all's ways. Nope, y'all are going to stay the course. Maybe you win again sometime in the future. Maybe you don't. I don't know. But this side ain't going to change, bro. They've been the same for like hundreds of years now. Really. So like, you think they're going to change up now? Even when they're in their most dire need of changing and revamping and restructuring and rehauling the whole entire administration as a collective? No, we're not going to. That would require thought. That would require logic. That would require brains. That would require foresight. Something that this administration simply does not have at all whatsoever. They never have. They never have. So,
results of an election and figure out what went right and what went wrong. But I think for all of us who cover elections and talk about elections and do this on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, I think y'all are full of shit. Y'all have no idea what the fuck y'all are talking about, and y'all literally make this shit up as y'all go. Really. And y'all have convinced y'all have convinced millions of people that y'all are the standard or the benchmark or the buck stops with you. No. 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 Y'all have proven time and time again that y'all are absolutely fucking worthless.
We have to figure out how to understand, talk to, and listen to the half of the country that rose up tonight and said, we've had enough.
But y'all aren't going to do that. Y'all could have done that 4 years ago. You didn't. You could have done it 8 years ago. You didn't. You could have done it 16 years ago. You didn't. You really think that I have faith that you'll change now? No. Why would you? Why would you? At least he admits it. We need to get better at understanding what now the majority of the country wants. Now you have to understand it. Funny how there would be nothing to understand had you won, but because you lost, we got to figure something out, man. We got to do something. We got to figure out what these people want. You know, it's something that we should have been doing this entire time, because it's called journalistic integrity, and it's called having morals and ethics and being a good reporter and news anchor. You know, we could have been doing that stuff this entire time, but it was just working too good. There was just too many dumbasses voting for us and believing us. But that's not working anymore, and our facade is starting to crumble. So yeah, maybe I think we probably should pull our heads out of our asses, but here's the thing with you Democrats. Y'all have a long history of saying you're going to do something, and you either don't do it or you turn around and do the exact opposite. So my apologies if I don't believe anything you say, even if you say it with sincerity. I don't believe you. I don't care to believe you. And I have no dog in that fight, really. I wouldn't even benefit anything from believing you or not believing you. It's just, but I just know that you're full of shit. Your whole side is full of shit. That's all it ever is. That's all it ever is, man. Empty fucking promises. Empty fucking promises. And some of your voters are the same fucking way. Yeah, I think next time I am gonna vote. I am gonna vote for Trump. Yep, I think I'm doing that. And then they still go blue. Okay. Right. Right. The meltdown is glorious. Let's read some comments. All the people saying they're gonna leave America when Trump wins, get your plane tickets ready. Let's be honest, Spammy the Hedgehog, they're not gonna go anywhere. The only place they're going to is into a dark hole, and they're gonna cry on TikTok. Whatever that thing was that said, I'm going to get pregnant and have 50 abortions is disgustingly evil. We see you for what you are. They tell on themselves. Like they stay telling on themselves. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of people in the comment section had a problem with that one girl. Kamala Harris didn't even show up to her losing speech. That's cowardly and awful. Well, Hillary didn't either. She just made a phone call. And back in 2016, after all that bullshit that Hillary talked, I would not have conceded. I would not have accepted her concession of defeat unless she walked out on stage with me, shaking my hand. That's what I would have done had I been Donald Trump. Nope, but not these cowardly trash bags. You can't even show up to your own goddamn losing speech, yet you want to lead the country. You want to send our military to combat. You want to send our men and women to war. And you can't even have the intestinal fortitude to show up to tell your supporters and or the nation and or just anyone at all that I lost and Donald Trump won and congratulations to Donald. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't, but bro, just like, and that this whole administration is full of cowards, man. Kamala, Joe, Tim Walz, like full of fucking cowards. That's all they recruit. It's crazy. Why do Democrats think it's the end of the world? They always think it's the end of the world, man. Hilarious. Hilarious. Disowning your brother because he has his own ideas and opinions is true derangement. I told you. Told you. I'm telling you. Am I a terrible person for enjoying their whining? No. You're a fantastic human. That we probably have a lot in common and we don't even know it. They wanted a woman in the highest office but can't even define a woman. Yeah, imagine that. First president. What would you even say? Y'all can't... That's actually a good question. I didn't even think of that. Y'all don't know what a woman is. So how would you even know that you had a woman president if Kamala won? Imagine if we use that as a loophole to get her out of fucking office. Like something in the law or some shit. Oh man, that's just if she won. But I like hearing people complain about how racist white people are while being huge racist towards white people. Like I said, some of the most brazen, racist people I've ever come across, not white. I've literally been waiting 2+ years for these videos. Oh man. As a woman, I'm extremely embarrassed by the sheer ignorance of females out there. Nah, don't be embarrassed. They can carry that shame all by themselves. Don't carry the burden of your stupid ass sisters with you, ladies. Don't. That is their cross to bear. They can be a fucking buffoon all on their own. Don't feel for these ladies. Don't feel embarrassed either. You have nothing to be embarrassed about because we as normal motherfuckers can make the distinction between you, a good woman, and a stupid fucking cunt bitch. Like all these weirdos in here. Alright, so don't worry. You're fine. How am I supposed to go to work? Girl has never struggled a day in her life. Okay. They can't shut the fuck up about identity politics. It's all they have, man. It's all they have. It's all they have. They got nothing else. Like, guys, we can't fix anything. But what we can do, listen, what we can do is we can call that guy a racist all day. You want to do that? We can't help you. I can't help you with nothing at all. Healthcare, I can't. Everything's expensive. Okay, I can't help you with any of that shit, right? But let's just call this guy a racist for like 45 minutes. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Come on, let's do it for old time's sakes. We all did it in 2016. We all had a good time. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Come on, let's just call the guy a racist. I don't have. Quit asking me about the plans, man. I don't have plans. I'm being honest. I don't know what I'm doing, but just let's call the guy the thing. Remember, we did that all those years ago. We had such a good laugh. We had such a good time. We bonded, right? It was good. Racist, Nazi. It was so good, man. It was like you were there. We took pictures and shit. Good time, right? Let's just do it again, right? Just stop asking me about the policies, okay? Jesus, what do you want from me? That's what it is. That's what it is. And if you disagree, you're a fucking buffoon, because that's exactly what it is. Prove me wrong. I fucking dare you. You can't. Or, like that one girl said, I won't. No, it's not that you won't. You can't. You can't. So... That's good. All right. We are done with that. We will watch episode 3 of this continuation on Monday. Tuesday, actually. Monday is music, unless y'all want Monday to be another stream here on YouTube and we do Tuesday on Twitch. Really depends on you guys, really. Episode 3 of this will happen in the next variety stream. But we usually start off the week with music. But I mean, if enough of y'all give me a heads up in Discord as to what y'all want on that day, I will oblige. So Christmas will be crazy this year. Wait, why? Is Trump showing up to where you live for Christmas? Oh, just like him being there, period. Like, yeah. Oh, man, that shit's just so good. It's just so good. And it makes me laugh. And it makes me smile. And you know what? I don't feel bad for laughing at y'all. I don't feel bad for... I don't feel bad for taking joy in this. For dancing on your grave. I don't feel bad. I will continue to do it. I will continue to do it because the last 4 years has just been un-mother-fucking bearable with you motherfuckers at the forefront, right? And for the most part, I rarely talk politics on this channel, bro. Look around. Try to find a video dedicated specifically to politics on this channel. You won't. Or on Twitch, right? But y'all talk so much shit. And y'all were so loud. And y'all were so unbearable. And y'all were so insufferable. You reap what you fucking sow. You reap what you sow. I am going to make fun of y'all for the next 4 years. Oh, yes. Because you asked for this. The way you behave, the way you speak, the way you act, your logic, your thought process. I don't care that you're on the other side, but some of y'all say some ridiculous shit like that 50 abortions and the fucking that racist black girl at the end. Like, I'm going to make fun of y'all for the next 4 years. Buckle in. It ain't stopping. It ain't stopping. Unless I get banned. And then you can find me on fucking Peacock or what's that new place? Rumble. You can find me other places. I don't give a shit. Pepperjack, I think it's what it's called. Pepperbox. You can find me there. I'll make an account. So it ain't stopping. I will make fun of you motherfuckers for the next 4 goddamn years. And it will be relentless. Maybe next time, don't be so goddamn loud. Maybe next time, stop talking that good shit before, your team actually wins. Maybe next time, you'll think before celebrating, before crossing the end zone. So that you don't end up like that one jackass that drops the ball mid-celebration, the team recovers it, scores, now they lost. And that's just embarrassment. All day, sheer 100% unadulterated embarrassment. Really. And me and a whole bunch of other people are going to make sure that you don't forget about this embarrassment. It's our duty, really. Not just as content creators and viewers of content creators, but just as Americans. It is our duty to not let you forget about this embarrassment. And we will proceed. So, there's that. Watch the next one on the next variety stream, make fun of you some more, and then on another stream, make fun of you some more, and then on another stream, make fun of you some more. And then at some point, I will get burnt out, but I'll take like a month break, and then we'll get back to it again. And then I'll make fun of you some more, and then maybe I get burnt out again, take a 6-month break, and then I'll go right back to making fun of you again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. How's that sound? Are you all ready? I'm ready. I'm super excited. I'm ready. My mind is ready. My body's ready. My soul is ready. For the sake of this conversation, my dick's ready. Okay? Everything's ready. I'm good to go. Fucking. Oh, I shook the camera here. Okay. All right. Guys, gals, I am out. Have a fantastic evening. Have a good Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I hope you had fun. I had fun. Today was a good day. It really was. I hope everyone else around the nation also had a fantastic day. I bid you a good fucking day. Farewell. Bid you adieu. Sayonara. Goodbye. I'm fucking outie. Have fun. Have a great weekend. I will see y'all on Monday. Maybe a variety stream, maybe a music stream. I will let you know.